Come on, buddy. Come on.
So they put us through the turnstiles and turned us loose inside.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, visitors of all ages, the Bazuco Casino Circus proudly presents...
Ladies and gents, this is the moment you've waited for. You're searching in the dark, your sweat soaking through the floor. Buried in your bones, there's an ache that you can't ignore. Taking your breath, stealing your mind, and all that was real is left behind. Don't fight it, it's coming for your own energy. It's only this moment, don't care what comes after. You're for the dream, can't you see, getting closer to surrender, cause you feel the feeling taking over.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is my brother Al, a community member from the Comic Hall crew. I'm asking for your help, and I would like you to go to his GoFundMe page and check out his GoFundMe. He needs a little help with fighting colon cancer to help pay for the medical bills. Be much appreciated. All of his information is right here. And while you watch this video, short little video, it's a little entourage from my brother Al, my good friend. He's family. And I have a little something for you, brother Al. I hope you like it. And everybody out there in the community, out there in the world, please donate generously. Help my brother Al fight this colon cancer thing. Has been going on for a long time, and especially other community members out there. You know the ones. Jen is another one. But please, all of his information will be down in the links below, and enjoy this entourage. Thank you so much, community. G-Man out.
We're born alone, we die alone. And in between, we spend our lives looking for something, connection. That's all we want. Every once in a while, we might find it in a true friend. Many friendships will come only to fade as quickly as a firework, but some, a rare and precious few, turn life up to 11 and keep it there. You gotta hold on to friends like these because just like air, you'll miss them when they're gone. No one else gets it, but they do, because they know what's in your soul, your heart, your mind. They can blindside you, come out of nowhere, but you'll know them right away. You'll click as perfectly as a jack plug into an amp. They'll know what you're thinking before you've thought it. Anticipating your every move, they'll understand the demons as well as the angels inside of you, never judging you for it either. And together, you'll uncage a thrill that makes you surge with life, but don't be fooled. Friendships are not easy. You gotta put the effort in, and take as good care of them as you do your own flesh. There will be good times, and epic, adrenaline-filled challenges where it seems there's no way you can make it, but if you trust in one another and commit, you'll find a way, coming through together, closer, stronger. Even so, you, they, the world, in time, everything and everyone changes. Slowly that boiling energy of young friendship will cool and be replaced by the bonds of a deep, mutual history, complete with the scars that tell the stories of a lifetime well lived. It's as inevitable as ripples altering their size. So don't fight it, go with it. Ride it out.
That there was one of my favorite actors, Christopher Walken. Big shout out to Christopher Walken. So if he ever hears this, I hope he likes it. And Brother Al, that was also dedicated to you and to some of my community member friends, all my family down in Florida. You know who you are, you guys. I love you all. Steve and all you guys. But Brother Al, get better. And please, community, donate. Donate generously. Be much appreciated. And we love you, Al. I love you, Al. The Queen loves you. We want you to get better. So remember, community, you know what to do. His links will be down below, along with his PayPal. If you don't want to go through the GoFundMe, you can PayPal him directly if you'd like. Much love, Brother Al. And we all love you. Family, always. And best friends forever, brother. And I love you. And so does everybody else. Thank you so much, community, and thank you, all my brothers and sisters down in Florida. Much love. Love you, Al. G-Man out. Peace.
No, hey, Beckerman, how you doing?
What's up, buddy?
Good, man. Nothing too much, just sort of chill.
Nothing better to do on a Sunday morning than hang out at church, my man.
And you know what? I absolutely appreciate you, brother. You are one of the friendships that I've got in this community. That video's a little touching. That was a video by G-Man. Yeah, well, we've just lost a community member this week.
Yeah, and I feel weird because I don't know if I've ever met Jen.
I've never
stream, never talked with her, but and she knew everything.
It's just touched a lot of people, right? It's touched a lot of people.
And I donated to her GoFundMe. John's Comics with Kids did a thing, and I actually won something off of it. I won a mystery box, and I was glad to be a part of that. I read the thing that said that in the end, at least she didn't have to deal with bills piling up for treatments and stuff. That the GoFundMe helped. It did its part,
Good. That's good. It's just really sad. I did not know Jen. I know TM put out a post. I know obviously John was really, he's beat up over it.
Bueller was another one that was real close.
Yeah, and some of these people went and visited these people, right? They made the trek to go visit these people. So, and obviously, there's another person in our community that could use the help. So, if you see that video, I don't have the links, to be honest, because I'm terrible at linking things. I'm just the worst linking.
I'm sure G-Man will be by at some point. He can get us.
Yeah, you can always message G-Man personally or whatever the case may be. He will send you in the right direction. How's your week been, brother?
Oh, it's coming to an end. My wife and I took Thursday and Friday off. So.
Woo! Thursday and Friday off. Very nice.
So to go back tomorrow to a mountain of emails and.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I'm kind of it's the last day of summer vacation as a kid feeling right now.
Well,
it all starts back up.
And you know what? It just never stops, man. I'm not in a position where I can never get on top of my job and be like, all right, I got it, I'll figure it out, man. Okay, no, there's more. There's just more. There's always more.
Yeah.
What do you got?
It'll be all right. I'll get through it.
That's it, man.
I'm just depressed because it was nice. It was nice. For once, we didn't have a ton of stuff going on. The plans we had for this weekend kind of fell through. And we were like, well, you know what? Let's take the days off anyway.
Amen, brother. I like it. I'm a huge fan of time off. The only problem is when I get time off, it's usually because I hurt myself. Or
That's not good, Bleeker. That's not actually a vacation.
No, this is not vacation. So it's not vacation time. Or I'm sick or something stupid. I'm like, all right, I get to take 2 days off work. I'm really sick. And then I go back to work and they're like, oh yeah, but you don't get paid for that shit. So your time off is not rewarded. It feels good at the time, but never at the.
I can't say my employer is terrific with the amount of days off. Our holidays don't come out of our PTO. It's all paid. I'm a very generous employer. Like we get $100 per month for mental health. And
Jeez.
I found out I can use that on my comic books. So
Hi, that's mental health. I stick by you for that, actually.
yeah, so like yeah, I have no complaints. I have a very good employer. I have an employer that cares about its employees. And that's great, but it's still work, and I don't want to go back to it.
Yeah, I hear you, bro. I also don't have a terrible employer, honestly. My work is not that bad. I've worked for much worse, and this job is it's a pretty decent job. I really can't complain, except for the fact that it is work.
What's the old line from the like 1920s Depression era music, Big Rack Candy Mountain? I think they play it in "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou."
Okay, all right. I was just watching a video from that the other day, actually.
In that song, it says it's basically about a hobo's perfect life, like an ideal place for hobos to go. Like there's a lake made of whiskey and one made out of beef stew. You can paint all around them in a big canoe. But one of the lines is where they hung the church that invented work. And I've always thought there's a lot of layers to that, isn't there?
Absolutely. I think you're onto something, man. Yeah. Work sucks. I know it has to be done, but it does suck.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I hate to be the guy that says that because I want to be like, no, man, I'm a working guy, and I am. I work all the time. I work a lot, but I'm like, I don't want to be. I don't want to be that.
And then on your day off, you go work at a flea market.
I know it's oh my god,
because you just didn't get enough of it during the week. You're like, here, I need some more in my leisure time.
Yeah, let's just work my ass till fucking there's nothing left. That's all right. At least I get comic books and I get to be around comic books, so that's fun. Let's say hello to the chat real quick.
Yeah.
We got Las Crucius. Of course, we got Beckerman. He's the first in the chat this morning. He is he beat
2 weeks in a row, Las Crucius. How's that taste?
Beckerman, good morning. Las Crucius, very good morning to you, all the way in New Mexico. Canadian survivalist. Again, I just always picture him in the woods, like listening to this, like on some weird made up computer or something that he's put together out of coconut shells and things. I don't know, but he's the survivalist. We got K-pop junkie in the house. She may or may not be here today. She is at work. She's having a hell of a weekend, so send some good vibes K-pop's way. She could use it.
And we just keep coming back to work.
I know. And she's not a weekend working person usually. Besides all the work she does a lot of YouTube. So, hopefully she's all right and she can get her shit done today and everything will be hunky-dory. We got Wellbore in the house. Boom. Wellbore, what's going on? Good to see ya. Appreciate everybody that hung out at the auction last night. That was very nice of you. Appreciate y'all.
I had to dip out for Evil Mike's book club, but
oh, that's all right, brother. That's all right. Derek Neiman, what's going on, my man? Good to see you. Yeah, how's his book club? How was the book club?
It was good. We just finished after 3 episodes. We have now finished book 1 of Dragonlance. Dragons of Autumn, Twilight, or whatever.
3 episodes, 1 book. That's some deep dive right there.
It was. We covered a lot of weird topics. I kept comparing characters to different people, like from everywhere. From Michael Scott was the one last night. If you know the story of Dragonlance, I compared Verminard to the Michael Scott of the Dark Queen's army.
Okay. All right. Well, that's you got to unpack that. That needs unpack. Yeah. I think. Okay. Well, for JSS Brooklyn, what's going on? Um, Glenn, how you doing, brother? Good morning to you, sir. And of course, Dracula's in the house. We do, pay homage to Dracula here because it's a thing.
Oh, yes, you do.
It's a thing. I don't know. There it is.
Let me explain. I work for Dracula.
Count Dracula? It's the real fucking Dracula!
There he is, the real Dracula in the house. Brian LCS, what's going on, my man? I don't know. Did I say hi to JSS Brooklyn? I think I did.
Yeah, we can do it again. Hi, JSS.
JSS, how you doing, my man?
We're not paying for these hellos,
No.
We can give out extras.
Wow, I don't know. I don't really, like CJ's a big no hello guy. I don't want to be the extra hello guy.
What?
Like,
Get off your wallet, Bleak. Like,
all right. You know what? It is feeling a little thick this morning. Let's give out extra hellos. I am sitting crooked. I don't know if you noticed. My wallet's huge.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's massive. I am the richest. I'm rich in friendship, and
Yeah.
that's what I'm rich.
That's why we're saying hello and thank you to people for showing up. We're putting a little girl with that attitude and giving them some gratitude.
Oh wow!
Yeah, that's right. I sound like a TGI Fridays seminar over here.
Yeah, man. I don't know. You could write. You could write little cards or something. I think you got this.
No, I couldn't.
I think you could. I feel like you could. Bobby Delgado, what's going on? He's been on a tear. Bobby, awesome on the Collector Club on Friday night. Put on a hell of a show.
Did he end up losing to Biggie?
Yes, he ended up losing to Biggie.
I figured that might happen.
Well, he got through a lot of big boy books.
I was like his lawyer.
Oh, I know what you were doing. I know what you were doing.
Yeah, I was sowing the seeds of discontent.
You were the manager outside the ring, is what you were doing.
Yeah.
Megaphone.
I was the James E. Cornette to his Midnight Express.
It was great. He did a really good job, though. And you know what? Half the reason that I voted for Bobby was because of the way he collects. I like, I like the way he collects. I think there's a lot of real good from that.
I have respect for anybody that does it on a shoestring, right?
Amen, bro. Amen.
Because let's face it, when it comes to collecting or anything that you buy with money, you can cheat the system. You can just, if you have enough money, you can get right to the end of the rainbow. You can buy your way through the Grail list. But to get there with very little takes a lot of time, a lot of effort. That guy's had a pull list for like 48 years or something. Like, come on.
He's been going to the same comic shop for about that. Like, that's insane.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure they cleaned that place when the first day he came in, and they haven't done it since, because I've been in there and my allergies just like.
Oh yeah, that poor lady's having a hard time over there. I heard it.
I know. I'm too rough on. I love Clint's comic books. Don't hate me, people.
Yeah, that's I don't know. Like, again, I've heard Bobby tell some stories, but oh my god, what an awful. There's some bad stuff going on over there. It's one of the oldest. I think
there's mold in the air. I will say that.
There's mold.
There's issues.
The roof's caving in. The walls are caving in. Like, it is not great. It is not great. That lady needs. All you comic nerds that go to that shop, you should be helping that lady out, man. She's been helping you out for years. Her husband's been helping you out for years. I know he's passed now, but get your ass over there and help.
He got through the tone, and that was. I didn't think that was going to happen. So,
dude, that's a hard nut to crack. That one. That's why
I was hitting that chat early, and I was making my cases.
Dude, yeah. But to be honest, Bobby, if you're watching, the Tome would like to have you on the hunt. So,
that'd be great.
Yeah, he liked Bobby's thing. So
Oh man, I don't even know the tone, and I was just unnecessarily unkind.
Yeah, you were mean. And
I was kind of mean, but it was
you had to
for a
address
reason.
it.
He was against my friend, so
He had to address it and lie. He was like, "Listen, man, I collect comic books because I love them, mofo." It's like, whoa, we got a
yeah. He was kind of like,
we got a real beef.
Go after me.
Yeah, man, you got the tone to come after you. That's not easy to do. You know.
He ain't the first wrestler I've enraged.
That's fair. That is
literally
fair.
had wrestlers point at me, and the best was I was critiquing some wrestler that had put on maybe 20 pounds as just being fat and unwatchable at this point. Like I'm blistering him in the audience. He finally turns because he's like had enough of it, and he goes, "Wait a second, you're fat." Like there was this moment on his face where he was just like, "Fuck you."
What? That's just fucking mean. You guys are you guys are mean to each other at the wrestling.
We can be. I mean, I'm pretty anymore. I'm not like I was.
You're not like one of them. Like I don't know, because I like the there's like the Shawn Michaels when he's like, "Hey Shawn, how tall are you? 10 foot tall, and I'm standing on my wallet." Which is great. Like I've seen some of these interactions with wrestlers from the crowd.
My buddy Drew had the best I've ever seen. We were at the top. We were headed to a house show, I think, and we parked and we got in there real early for whatever. I think because we ended up standing outside the back. This is over 20 years ago, and when you hear the wrestlers involved, you'll understand like the era.
Mm-hmm.
My buddy Drew, his sister Ann, myself, and somebody else were at the top of this parking structure. We look down, and it's holy shit. I hear Ann say, "It's Test and Albert coming into the building." And so I looked down, and that was back when Trish Stratus managed the team of TNA, Test and Albert. And she yells, "Albert, you rule!" And Albert like turns around and like waves up at her, And Test like turns around and waves too. "Not you, Test. You fucking suck." And Albert just dies pointing at him. And you can just see on Test's face.
Aw, poor Test.
This bitch.
Aw, poor buddy. Well, Trish Stratus, man, you can't mess around with Trish.
She wasn't there. It was just Test and Albert. And man, that was Drew and Annie. They were old school.
I do at baseball games. I definitely heckle at baseball games, but I don't heckle like I'm not like I don't swear. I'm like "Hey, Harper, you got small hands. Yeah, that's right. You have tiny hands. Look at those knees. You have weird knees." So I heckle like that when I'm at baseball games. And it works. I think it works.
There was a house show for SmackDown. Randy Orton had not officially debuted yet, but he had a dark match on it. Right. I'm trying to remember some of the other match. This is like my wife was with me, but I was not with her at the time. I was dating another girl who was also at the show with us. We had a whole group of friends. And my buddy Jerry and I had this thing for a WCW wrestler who had gone to WWE since. His name was Chuck Palumbo. And when he was in WCW and he was the Jungle Man, he had this really lame finisher. And for whatever reason, we just took to it. Like it was called the Jungle Kick. And it was literally just a roundhouse kick where you hit him with the thigh and they do that was his finisher. And he never won except for on like the Saturday morning wrestling against jobbers. And he was so cheesy, but he was at this show. And at the time he was in a heel tag team with Billy Gunn and they were committed to each other. Do you remember this angle?
I do not.
Billy Gunn and Chucky. Billy and Chucky. And their manager was Rico. and he was a hairdresser, and they were just playing on homophobia basically, because this was 23 years ago and you could do that.
You could do that.
And
we also had a sicko. He's in the chat. We also got to say hi to Evil Mike. Hello, Evil Mike.
so we hijacked the crowd. Because we kept chanting for Chucky, and the guys around us had been laughing at the dumb stuff we were yelling all night. We were like fourth row on the aisle, so we had the entrance way. They had to walk past us, and we're just flipping out about Chuck Palumbo. We're selling everything he's doing. When Billy's in the ring, we're like, we want Chucky, and we get the guys around us to do it too. So now we've got this chant going, and finally Rico just has to acknowledge it. He turns around and he's like, "You guys couldn't handle him," and we're like, "We'd love to try." Like, we're validated. So after the end of this match and it's over, they cheated to win and they're leaving. Chuck Palumbo stops in front of us, just puts his fist over the guardrail and like fist bumps both of us. And he's like, "All right, you guys are pretty fucking funny," under his breath, and he leaves.
Nice. That's all right. That's a good story.
Oh, that was great. That was the highest.
Yeah, man, I bet. I don't really get to meet my heroes too often. I guess I don't have many. Nice shoes. Yeah, aggressively relaxed is in the chat. How you doing? Aggressively relaxed. I'm good to see you. K-pop.
No, I'm being sincere.
You're hanging out. You're hanging out with us.
For maybe about 2 minutes. I got to bounce. My electronics guy's coming in a minute. So I'm just chilling until then, doing some work. So
K-pop's not working.
Blow it off.
Like a sucker.
Well, I can't because I won't be here on Monday. So
that sounds like their problem.
That sounds like a Monday you problem.
that sounds like no longer have a job problem.
Oh.
Yeah, that wouldn't be good.
Yeah, that's no good.
No, that's where I'm at right now. So I have to clean out my entire 5,000 square foot of office space by tomorrow because my landlord decided he wants to triple our rent. And he's kicking us out of here because he doesn't want to have to put up with us anymore, because he wants to redo this whole entire place here and charge 5 times the amount of rent. So, yes. And we're in real estate, and he's not even doing that legally. So, yeah, that's where I'm at in life right now.
Landlords are fucking pieces of shit.
Yeah, you're having problems with that too, TM.
TM has more rights than K-pop does, sadly, because TM is a renter, not a business. Business is a lot different.
Well,
when it comes
business is a lot different, but it's the same. We still have the same lease and things. You still need to service somebody a 30-day notice to quit. But yeah, he's trying to bypass that. Come tomorrow. Yeah.
I think here in Canada now, it's different from province to province, but here you have to give 60 days.
Yeah. You can do a 7-day notice, but that has to do with paying your back rent. But then the 30-day notice says you need to vacate or whatever by said dates. But yeah, it's been a nightmare.
It is sort of a nightmare around the whole planet right now, I think. The housing and what people are doing and what people can charge. The guy's going to put in a new bathroom and charge $1 million. It's sort of disgusting, but whatever.
Yeah. So, Mike, yeah, we were originally downsizing 5,000 square foot with 50 years of shit in it to move into a 1 room across the hall. He doesn't even want us across the hall anymore because he's tearing that part out as well. So now I have no idea what we're doing. So I don't even know right now. So we're trying to just figure that out. I'm trying to take all my stuff home so I can do work from home until we figure that out. So no idea right now. So
work from home.
Happy holidays.
Yeah. I'm sorry that's happening.
Yeah, and that's happening on top of like a billion medical things that I'm going through. So I'm not in the grids of places right now. So. Good times.
You did great, Bobby. You did great, buddy. Mike says, sorry to hear that. Does your business have any plans to move?
Well,
all right.
We did.
So we are here. Yeah.
Who are you talking to, Kip? TM?
It's not me.
TM
That's not me.
TM. Yeah, I know it was TM. You must have somebody at the door. Everyone says sorry. Apparently, sorry, Carrie.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, Katie. Sorry, switched it. How you doing, Sicko? Good to see you, buddy.
Yep.
Yeah. So, yeah, it is Christmas time. Let's try and cheer the world
Right.
up.
Christmas time, and you can hear Christmas music is playing in the background. I can't turn it off.
I'm honest, I'm not gonna lie, I do like it. I like the Christmas music, but I really only like it for about like 1 month. That's it. After that, I'm all like, all right, that's enough of this shit. Enough. Let's get back to normal. But I do like the feeling around Christmas. I like the
Yeah,
whole,
I feel like
Christmas music.
family, warm, magical, or something. I don't know what the heck.
and I know I've probably been sold that, and it's probably fake, but I still like it. So. It's-
I keep thinking he's talking to us, and
yeah, I'm just
Who,
gonna.
me?
Yeah.
Sorry, I have visitors.
I see. I hear.
It's an inspection.
You got an inspection. Is it a butt inspection?
He wishes.
oh gosh,
Becker was
we have
like,
company, folks. Let's mind our P's and Q's.
Dude, I can't believe how much I won last night.
yeah,
No,
you
yeah.
won a ton of stuff last night, bro.
You
You won
like all the things.
Yeah, I won
Oh,
like
I had to take off. Yeah.
Callie. If you didn't know, we have an auction once a month, but last night was our Christmas auction, and Callie went.
He lost his damn mind.
He lost his
You
damn
went
mind.
ho holiday cheer is what he did. Yeah.
He was
yeah, you did.
hoeing everywhere. He put stuff in everybody's stuff, and
He did.
You know,
I feel
I'd
like
like to say he's it's hard because he's like the nicest troll I've ever had to deal with.
Right?
Yeah.
yeah, you're right. You're right. He is, but he's so nice.
hmm
I don't know. I
Pains
feel like,
me to admit that too.
I feel like as a
I
community,
want to hate him.
I know, but I feel like as a community, we should all do something for Callie. I don't know why. Like just something, get him like a cool book or something. I feel like-
One-way trip somewhere
One-way trip. Nice.
that doesn't have internet.
Poor Callie. Jeez. What did Callie ever do to you, Becker?
Yeah.
What? I want to send him somewhere nice and
He was so nice, giving you so many penance books. I know.
yeah, he's already given me 2 maybe.
Yeah, it is a pretty stressful time of year. It is a weirdly, oddly stressful time of year. Everybody gets super stressed out. I just get sad and then happy and then sad, and then I watch a Christmas movie and I get happy and sad again.
And sad. Yeah.
It's gross. I'm really gross around Christmas. I hate myself even.
First you're happy, then you're sad.
I know.
It's like eating vodka.
It's disgusting.
It's
I
like I'm
bought-
having a great time. Next thing you know, I'm sitting in the living room on the floor with my shirt off, crying.
Dude, I blubber and stuff, and I'm crying. I'm like, Willis, he got it nice. He got what he wanted. And I'm just, it's awful. It's terrible.
Damn.
I know. It's stupid.
You know what's really good to make is like homemade dip during the holidays.
Homemade dip?
What's
Yeah.
your go-to dip?
It's like you get like you cook up some hamburger, you get sour cream, salsa, you get some green peppers, some green onions. Yeah, it goes all into like a big casserole dip.
What do you serve it with?
Stay back.
Right, you serve it with chips, like tortilla chips.
I didn't know what your go-to chip was or dipping.
I have to go. Can you kick me off of here, please?
I can kick you off, K-pop. Have a wonderful rest
Thank
of your
you.
day.
Oi, Katie.
Hopefully.
See you later, Katie. Or if you really want to make it like even better, you make your own tortilla chips. You get like the soft shells and you cut it into 4, and then you deep fry those and make your own.
TM's living an elevated life over there on
I
the
know.
island.
I don't know. He's got real highfalutin tastes.
No, it's just when I worked in a restaurant, that's what we kind of did. We made our own.
You heard me. I said falutin.
Falutin. You're darn tootin'.
You're darn tootin'. He's got highfalutin taste. That's right.
No, I'm not that good of a cook except for like very limited items. Like the things I know how to make, I can make well to my taste. Like I'll always say, for me, the best steak I eat is the one I make myself because I'm really specific as to what I like.
Okay.
It comes down to picking the right steak. It comes down to how I like it cooked. Like I like the outside to be kind of crispy.
Yeah, me too.
With a medium scent. You know, I used to be a medium rare to rare guy. Now, as I get older, I'm medium.
I like a medium rare. I don't mind medium. I prefer medium rare, but yeah, I'm there.
I say medium, and at certain restaurants, I'll even say medium well because I don't know. The art of cooking a steak to medium is a lost art. I get it medium rare when they give it to me, and it's like, okay, I didn't want this. I wanted it medium.
Yeah, and you don't want to send a steak back. Chef's getting mad.
No, I won't do it. I don't send food back in general. I was traumatized by the movie Waiting.
Yeah, Waiting. It messed us all up.
So I'll never send food back. I'll just leave it sit there.
One of the funniest shows I ever saw was God Rest. Ray Liotta was
sorry, Evil. I got you.
Just shook me.
My bad.
We got Evil Mike. Says he was invited to the show, but he had his show at the same time. Yeah, Mike, we heard you were covering a book. Beckerman talked about it this morning. That's very cool. We got Mike to check his DMs. Nice.
I'm doing it. I'm sending it right now. This guy. I thought not checking your phone was polite.
Did you guys? Beckerman probably did, but the one I'm more interested in because you're a Star Wars guy. Did you check out Skeleton Crew yet?
No, and I will not be checking out.
Oh, I liked it, and I don't like anything.
See, there's my proof right there. I don't need to check it out.
It was good.
Yeah,
I liked it. I really enjoyed it, especially if you grew up in like that 80s 90s era of like wonderment. I feel like you will enjoy it because it puts back your kid eyes on, and you really want to be a kid again watching it.
Okay, I can explain it to Bleak in terms of movies we grew up with. 80s, right? Like you watched all the 80s movies, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It's Explorers, but in the Star Wars universe.
Okay. But they're all like kids, right?
They are, but dude, the movie Explorers were kids too. And they discovered that alien technology in their dreams. They built it, and then they turned a tilt-a-whirl into a spaceship, and it was badass.
I can do you one better. Treasure Island. Treasure Island is kind of like it.
That's Explorers, TM. Shut your mouth.
Yeah, we got someone in the backstage. Let's let him in here.
Crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentation of their women.
Evil Mike in the house. How you doing, brother?
Hi, Mike.
Mike, you must be watching it.
Not yet. No, I haven't got to it. I want to. I'm excited for it, especially after I heard what I'll after what I've heard from Mike and what I've seen. I'm gonna go with Mike. It's the Explorers, just Star Wars,
Yeah. What do you think of that, TM?
Yeah.
I'm not arguing with you.
I'm banging up on you now. Now you got two mics against you. What you gonna do, buddy?
No, it was a lot of fun. It definitely was a lot of fun. It does not. I will say it does not feel Star Warsy a lot,
I'm kind of looking forward to that.
What?
I mean, what makes it Star Warsy to you? Do you need lightsabers and a Jedi and a Sith for it to be?
It just didn't feel like it, like, because you get like the suburbs type of feel from it in that one scene, and then it does have a good pirate type of vibe to it.
You got Goonies in space in the chat. I don't hate the sound of that. I don't hate that.
I love Freaky Louie.
I'm not a big fan of the Goonies, so if it's Goonies in space, it might lose me there, you know.
There's no gimmicks though. There's no like
I wouldn't
oil in his shoes or.
I think the reason why they say it's Goonies is because it's a bunch of kids, and that's going on an adventure. But like that's like as far as that goes. Like I wouldn't consider it like a side by side comparison to the Goonies.
I want to say I get that a little bit, you know, because it is some kids being chased by like, you know, some grown-ups or whatever. And I wouldn't say the treasure part of it, because in the preview it was just like they ended up in a ship and they took off by accident. So I wouldn't say like it doesn't look like a treasure hunt type of movie. So that's why I'm leaning more to the
treasure hunt.
Yeah, that because it's all about them making it back home. That's why they're eventually going to run into Jude Law, because he's supposed to.
Spoiling anything, like, there's more to everything. Like you don't realize it until like a part. You're just like, okay, something is going on here, and you don't like. And it's I can't really go any further than that, like without spoiling it, because like nothing in the trailers is like really. Yeah,
I like that.
Unfortunately, I don't think it's getting good community reviews. I know a few people that watched it that didn't care for it, but I
more
liked
like E.T. meets Stranger Things.
I mean,
I
with
wouldn't
Disney,
even say that.
with Disney Plus, Star Wars. I mean, yes, there have been some, you know, under the bar for me, but most of them, the good ones, have taken some time to get started. Like everybody goes back to Andor, and if you remember Andor, it was that 3 episodes that you had to make it past that, and that's
Andor is so good.
Andor is really good.
It is.
That prison breakout scene, I probably watch it once a week.
Nice. We got.
I mean, you're talking
in the chat. How you doing? Good to see
Hey, Louis. You're talking about. You know, we're getting with Disney Plus, we're getting like, what is it, 23-minute format episodes. So I mean, it's really not a lot that you can fit in compared to, you know, Dune Prophecy, which is an hour long, or Game of Thrones, which is an hour. You know, I mean, if you're going to compare it to like that, you need to do it properly and take 3 episodes of Skeleton Crew, because that's the comparison I'm hearing right now. Is like, oh well, Dune Prophecy is great, you know, Skeleton Crew, that's all right. I mean,
you can't compare the two, because like I still need to see Dune 2. I seen Dune 1, and then I'm going to jump into Dune Prophecy.
Oh, you slacking on that? You slacking on that? Oh, and JSS.
I probably watched Dune, the first one, like 2 weeks ago. I was gonna watch them back to back, but then I was like, no.
I have not hated all JSS. I haven't hated all of them.
I'm not. I've been adamant about. I'm not a big fan about Disney, Marvel, Disney, Star Wars, and previously I'm a huge Disney fan. Like I have a huge love for Disney before they did these mergers, and I was excited when they did these mergers. What we've gotten, because I remember. I mean, that could have been the end of Star Wars. That could have been the end of Marvel. I mean, it wasn't like but I mean. That could have gone that way if Disney wouldn't have stepped in and acquired these companies. I mean, Star Wars was already filing for bankruptcy. Marvel had already done the same thing, I think, 2 times before that. I mean,
I was so excited when I heard that Disney bought Star Wars. I was like, oh my God, finally we're going to get something with like some real special
money behind it.
Money behind it. And it's going to be awesome. It's going to be epic.
it's not just a company like X with that Elon Musk. Or, no, I mean we're talking about it was a company that was based in like amazing storytelling. That they lived within fantasy and fairy tale, and you're talking about these two companies that I would have liked to have been picked up by a company like that to do it justice. Yeah, I was all for Disney. Now the Star Wars Disney thing for me, I think that lasted like what 6 months until they announced that they weren't, all the expanded universe was now decanonized. Even
Yeah,
though they, when they
steal
made
from
that
it.
announcement, that
They just steal from it every now and again. They're like, that's
you're talking about 280 books I had read at that time. I went back and counted it. 280 freaking books I read.
You
And
wasted
not
your life, buddy.
That can all
and
change.
not
though,
only
man.
that, but we're talking about comics. We're talking about merchandise that was tied to this expanded, because people forget that we actually had like Micro Machine. No, and 6 months into this merger, that's when they told, even though they've sit there and picked and pulled from it.
Mike, the important thing to remember though is you wasted your time.
Hey man, I loved the first.
You're not lying.
The new Jedi stuff. I like the first one out of that. You know why? Because it was Star Wars, and I love Star
It
Wars.
was the first one in a long time, though, man. Like I seen that in theaters. It was Christmas Day, man, and I was so excited to see another Star Wars movie.
The girl that was the actor in it, I liked the movie. I didn't mind the movie. I didn't too.
Now hold on, because I am a fan of the 3 new Star Wars movies, but I'm not gonna say that they're perfect. I'm not gonna say I like them all 100%. I'm not a fan of The Last Jedi, but it's really it's that middle. If they remove the whole Casino Bright thing, it'd be a different movie. It'd be a lot better.
It would.
I mean,
would be.
You're talking about. But I know.
Go to this casino.
But if they would just
one guy,
we got Benicio del Toro though.
Good enough.
If they would just stick to movies like Rogue One, that was a hit and a half, man. That was such a brilliant Star Wars.
Yeah.
It's one of the best Star Wars movies in all of Star Wars. Not just
hold on. Wait, hold on. Because even though I'm pretty sure all of us have a high love for Rogue One, it's not highly loved within the community. The only part of Rogue One that is highly loved is the ending with Darth Vader and the whole.
Which is crazy to me. The movie is so good.
I'm being honest as F. It's right next to Solo when you look at
I like
the
Solo.
movie. There's only been 2 misses for me within the new Disney. And yes, there was some misses within the movie, but overall, I left the theaters happy. And, I was kind of mad that they went in different directions, but there's big stories that go into the movies. Now, the shows, that's where they miss. And like he mentioned one that he liked, that one missed for me. I'm not a fan of Obi-Wan. I feel like we got catfished on that. I should feel like it should have been called like Obi-Wan and Princess Leia. It would have gave more light to it. And I'm not saying it was all bad.
Yeah, after the first couple episodes, I felt like that one needed I needed to get through the first 2 or 3 episodes before I started enjoying Obi-Wan.
One that gets a lot of hate is Ahsoka, and of course, it's not the best, but there was great scenes in it, like Hayden Christensen coming back. That was baller. I like that.
I'm not in the book. I liked Book of Boba Fett. I liked all of Mandalorian. I'm not going to say it was the best TV I've ever seen, but as far as Star Wars goes, for me, it still had the look, the feel, and it continued the story.
The feel of Star Wars.
I like Rebels better than Clone Wars.
I love Rebels. I love Rebels. The only one out of the animated that and probably most people don't even know it, but it's the Resistance one. It's the one that they based off of and it's not really that it's a bad story wise. It's just the animation.
Yeah,
it's just.
I do have an unpopular opinion. Well, I guess some people are saying it after, but Filoni shouldn't be the overall in charge guy because that's not he does have a good storytelling, but he has one site in mind. He's not a fan of Andor. He does not promote Andor. That's not part of what he wants to do. And that's one of the best shows that they have going. So he just has his one site mind where he wants to do what George Lucas wants.
You keep Kathleen Kennedy out of my product, and I'll leave.
That's the key.
Yeah.
Because I'm the opposite to him, where I want more control for Dave Filoni, because he has the eye of what I want out of my Star Wars. Now, granted, Andor was an excellent show because it was well written and well acted and shot well. But as far as it being like the story that needs to be told for Star Wars fans, like, no, I mean, Rogue One, I love it, and Andor, I love it, but you're talking about what it gives us is literally like a minute from the first movie, and did we need that explanation? And technically, we didn't even get the full real explanation from that, because we never got the Boshan spies that brought, I mean, no, that there was some.
It didn't push Star Wars forward at all. It didn't.
No, and it was just explaining like that little tidbit of how the rebels achieved the plans from the Death Star, and that was basically it. Now, I loved it. I'm not saying that there was great. I mean, the whole adding like the whole like.
I thought the stories were well written. It was just a well written.
Oh, it was excellent.
Well written, well acted. All the special effects looked pretty good.
Even though you knew, like, getting to the end, like they weren't going to make it, kind of thing. When you got to the beach,
this is the problem. Then this is the problem with Andor.
Yeah, I still loved it.
So did I. So do I. And I still love the movie, but there's no investment.
One way out.
Yes, it's like there's no investment. You're like, this guy's gonna die. I know he's gonna die.
Oh man, I never wanted to just be like, I'll help you. Like, just jump down. We'll float together. Like something. I just wanted to help that guy swim.
There's more room on the door, Jack.
Poor Jack.
And to speak on like the books and that you've read, I feel like that there is characters, probably not stories lines, but who knows? That will transfer over. They will pick and choose. I know that they announced that like none of those books are in canon, but I do feel like a lot of the people are going to pick and choose. Like, look at Thrawn.
They have been, because technically we got like because in book form we had, and everybody knows this, most Star Wars fans do, but we had the officials, books 7, 8, and 9.
We didn't. I forgot they existed because I was told they don't.
But we did. I mean, like, if you read them, you hush your mouth. Okay, we're not talking about Pogs.
What are you, Timothy Zahn's agent, literary agent?
I am, and Kevin J. Anderson.
Who do you work for?
And Arvis.
Who does number 2 work for?
Okay, but like in book form, I mean, real like continued, sagas. We already had that. We had like the next 3 they had already mapped out. Fans had already. Okay, so like with them discontinuing that and us getting The Force Awakens, The Last Jedi, and okay, they basically still were the plot of those books. They just left out, like, honestly, the really cool parts of those stories, because it was the same thing.
It really did.
Like everybody was like, "Oh my god, I can't believe they brought the Emperor back! What a surprise!" Well, guess what, folks? That was the original ending to those books. It was the same story. It was about, I mean, the last book was about, the whole rebel force found out that the Emperor was like cloning himself and moving himself to clones, and then on top of that, that he had this.
You can't. There was no. If you're not a Star Wars reader and fan like you and I, Mike, obviously you know what's going on with Star Wars. But if you don't know, you're like, "What the hell is this movie?"
Hey, it
didn't help. It didn't help that like J.J. Abrams had like he had that in his mind, but then
that's fine.
He didn't do the second one, so
executed it so poorly.
Yeah, because they fired.
What's going on?
So
they fired him and gave it to Ryan.
The problem with that is like the line in Star Wars, like the ending, somehow Palpatine returned. Like there was no explanation. There's just like somehow he just returned, and we're all fine with it.
That's the thing. There was nobody got like I get it because I've read a ton of Star Wars. I know what's going on with that, but no one else did. If you weren't a Star Wars fan and you were just in it for these new movies, you're like a new Star Wars fan. You're like, what just happened? I watched these 2 movies and then I watched this movie and it had nothing to do with these 2 movies.
what
Yeah.
we got in movie form was like somebody that like had been told the plot of those 3 books and was like, I love that, and basically went and tried to recreate what he heard about the plot, and that's what we got. Because I mean, like Snoke was in the books by a different name. I mean, I don't know how you pronounce it, but I'm going with Horace Caboth. I mean, it's technically the same
You're
character. They
talking
just
about the
didn't.
non-canonical books, right?
Yes, the non-canonical, but in the book, like they just didn't play that character out like they played him out in the books. It's the same idea. Like they had all the same ideas. It was just they left out, like, it's so weird. Like we got Thrawn, and Thrawn was a major part of that story. Like that was the scary part of the story was, oh, the Emperor is supposed to be gone. The Emperor, the Imperial fleet's supposed to be disbanded. And you find out there's like elements that hadn't heard this yet that were still in full force.
Yeah, there were like lost fleets that were still fighting the good fight for the
And
Emperor.
Thrawn came, basically full force forward, toting brand new powers. And it's like they forgot all that.
I bought those books, the Timothy Zahn books, with my first comic book that I purchased with my own money, which was Wolverine Saga. It was like a four pack, I think, and it was awesome. And man, Thrawn is a big deal. And they keep buggering him up. And
I mean, the Rebels, they've got him down. The animated, yeah. I mean, he was.
Oh yeah, definitely. He's cool.
I really liked the collection of short story books, especially like the Tales from the Moss Island.
Jabba's Palace.
Jabba's Palace was really good.
Those movies also suffered from Princess Leia passing away in the middle of the movie. Also, the one scene where she's like using
the Christmas special.
Oh my God, we don't talk about the Christmas.
Oh
special.
no,
we do.
No.
We don't. We do. We don't. It is because of your show. Because of your show now. Because of Skeleton Crew.
I didn't want to say what show, but it's
yeah. Because
like
of Skeleton Crew, it is now.
Oh no! God dang it!
Okay, and I actually know how. Okay, so we got for those. This is real Star Wars shit right here.
How's that taste, Mike? That's canonical, but Timothy Zahn's book.
I know. Not
right.
On that, nerds.
Captain freaking Ivo. Captain Evo or whatever his name. He is canonical. Evo. You know who is Evo? Who's Captain Evo? Does anybody know who Captain Evo? Let's hear it in the chat. If you're real Star Wars fans, who's Captain Evo? But yes, from Captain Evo, like that we in Skeleton Crew, we actually have the fur ball that's on his freaking shoulder, and someone has spotted his captain's hat in one of the shops that they passed by. Not only that, but there's other elements from the Christmas specials. The Christmas special is canonical now, yes, specifically, but because of Skeleton Crew, but not necessarily. It's more so canonical.
Right.
Well, the animated part became canonical with The Mandalorian, and people forget that, especially the first episode of the first season. It was made canonical because of the weapon he was toting. It was the same weapon that Boba had in that animated short, and all it was his disintegration weapon. It was something. It was either like a cattle prod, which he used during the episode. He shocked somebody with it, or like he would disintegrate people with it.
Really,
and that's where that
rifle.
That's where that famous line comes from. No disintegration.
Disintegration.
No, but that technically Mando did it first. But no, Skeleton Crew has made I want to say it's 4 or 5 elements from the Star Wars special. So now it's full on kinetic.
That's such and
it's such a fun word to say, right?
Mike said it earlier, and he laughs at us Star Wars fans. He's all like, "Haha, Timothy Zahn, not canonical, but Star Wars Christmas special, canonical." Thanks, bud. Thanks.
Because that's what Disney Star Wars is now. If dedicated fans of the deceased, expanded, non-canonical lore wait long enough, eventually Disney goes through that, because they didn't throw it away like they told us, but they go back in that secret storeroom and they technically they pull stuff like how we got Thrawn and Ahsoka, and now we're getting the Christmas special stuff. So if we wait long enough, we will get to see Mara Jade eventually, or Snow, or
No, Timothy Zahn, you are the Axe and Peter and Paul of this story.
Man,
non-canonical, and you'll only have slight references in the real one.
No, look, there was somebody before him that you need to axe that grind with, and he was decanonized before they expanded. Lore was decanonized. That award goes to Alan Dean Foster with the Splinters of the Mind's Eye, and him having the whole scene.
Somebody
where
mentioned that in the chat. Random Rips talked about.
Random Rips is on that.
Like the whole Luke and Leia officially getting together in that book, because he wrote the book before it was revealed that they were brothers and sisters. yeah, there you go. Yeah, so if you want a full-on sex scene with well, not full on, but if you ever wanted that, a what if, they weren't brother and sister, there you go. There's a book out there.
So, Loke, interesting. Loke is drawing the top Star Wars cards and one of the restricted content that he cannot draw.
It's Ewok and Holiday Special. Yeah. Now that hurts my heart right there, because I have a strong passion for those Ewok movies. I am in the boat.
When I was a kid, bro. Oh my god, they were awesome.
They were good, now they have not aged well, of course.
No,
they
were cool at the time.
Yeah, you're talking about
a piece of Star Wars. You were like, oh my god, new Star Wars. What's this? Yeah,
and and you got it in two options. You could have, because they had, it was a made for TV that actually had a theater release, and that was a big deal back in the day. Like there wasn't too many made for TV movies out back then that got like a theatrical release. Because I saw that Caravan in the theaters. I don't know about the second one.
I can't even. Was it a Sunday night that I saw that? It was like just a weird night, and you're like, oh my god, Ewoks and Star Wars, and there's it was amazing. It was
what time?
What's that? TN?
Sorry, I forgot to mute myself.
Oh, it's inspection.
Oh, okay, brother, that's all right. Cannibalism. That's the one thing I can't stand about that movie, actually, Return of the Jedi. I hate the fact that teddy bears beat up at the Empire.
That's been a thing that people came up with, that the Ewoks had to be eating the stormtroopers or whatever. I never went into that theory, okay? Because the only thing they shown, the only thing,
hammers, and they beat guys with laser blasters. It just drives me crazy.
There was somebody that they were gonna eat, okay, and it wasn't a stormtrooper. Like it was a pirate, and honestly, he should have been caught and tried for all his crimes a long time ago. So Ewoks, them being true rebels, they knew that Han Solo and Luke and these rebel scum that. No, I'm playing.
Scum kiss their sisters.
Yep. It happened in their village. How disgraceful, I love the Ewoks, dude. Of course I was a kid when this was, brought out, but it never came across as one of those Jar Jar Binks hated thing. Because for me, I think the hatred of the Ewoks was presented to me about 10 years after I experienced the Ewoks for myself. So it wasn't around, because all the kids that I knew, guess what toys they had? They had some Ewok toys, you know what I'm saying? They had this village toy set. It was called the Ewok Village. I remember.
I actually have the 3 trees with all the things on top, and they're shit. Yeah, that was cool.
So to all those Ewok haters, I remember you back in the day having that shit.
Well, I loved Ewoks when I was a kid, no doubt. But as you get older, you're like, mother effer, really? This is what did it? You got sticks and stone taken apart.
Okay, and if I really go with the theory that they were eating the stormtroopers and shit, and they were really gonna eat Luke and the others, that just makes them more badass in my mind, because they don't give off the appearance. We saw their teeth. That one dude, he was like, and he had the 2 teeth in front. So if they're eating, they just, they got worse teeth than us. And so you're talking about some grisly deaths that they were about to experience after being roasted alive, because they were going to cook them.
If they had just met some other human beings and helped them out before, and that's why they, the people from the the TV movie? Can it be some of their costumes that they gave Leia? They're like, oh, we got these people clothes here because we've met people before.
Look, in Return of the Jedi, and people forget the setup is a big thing. We don't get to see a lot of the setup, but it's there, and it plays off in like 3 different parts. And for some reason, the setup for the Ewoks is always overlooked. But like the beginning of the movie is a complete setup that you don't get until it plays out. Like when it's revealed that Leia is the bounty hunter and Luke has become a Jedi Master or Jedi Knights. Okay, but like extensively, Ewoks have that same scene, and yes, that y'all focus on the cannibalistic Ewoks, but like I don't remember seeing the Naboos running around with like stormtrooper armor. I mean, do you know what that signifies? These Ewoks have been taking down like Imperial forces by themselves before the rebels got there. That's the setup that I saw as a kid. Like, these aren't these little furry, like, American Indian tribe looking, like wielding spear. No, these are like super badass. I mean, they're killing. I'm pretty sure every Sith that made it in. That's why Darth Vader flew in to the Force, because every Sith that made it into that Force, they never left. That's why we never heard of them.
They do have all of the helmets that they play at the end, like a little drum kit. So
I'm telling you.
I don't hate
we never
it.
we never saw that with the Pog. You didn't see the Pogs running around with like dead stormtrooper helmets. You just saw them getting cooked by Chewbacca. You didn't see like the Naboo running around with like, no, Ewoks were just dope from the get-go. What are you talking about? And if they were going to eat people, that just makes them more badass. Like, I mean, look, they caught a Jedi Knight. Like, bro.
But did he let himself get caught? Did he let himself get caught?
Yeah, I want to go with that. Like, he knew that they were the Force Masters, and he needed to succumb to their will. If not, he would have been eaten. He was just smart.
That's where I'm going to. He let it happen.
He was just smarter than your average bear,
The Force guided him to that, so he has a little bit of Force knowledge. Maybe he does see the future. It is Luke Skywalker, after all.
Look, they knew that C-3PO was God of all Star Wars. They knew like how important he was. Like,
right.
And it wasn't just a random pick. And you're talking about overall the 9 movies, how important C-3PO is to the overall story, and not just some background character as he appears in the beginning. I mean, they wouldn't have been able to defeat Emperor Palpatine in the last movie. You know what I'm saying? Without evil C-3PO. So, TM, have you finally watched one of the greatest franchise trilogies of all times, Lords of the Rings?
No, I've watched them before.
But did you watch them?
Yes.
Are you excited for War of the Ring?
It's animated, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's actually getting really good, like, ratings and stuff. I want to say like 8 and 9, something like that. People saying
It can't be any worse than the Lord of the Rings, the animated movie.
I would agree there, and that's hard to watch. And Bleak, I think you're muted if you're talking. No, that's hard to watch. I did that recently, and then like I appreciate it for what it was during that time, but like, yeah, it's hard to watch. It's a shock because it's the whole way they animated it. The fact that it's like the transition layered, like they did it with live action, then they went back and animated, sold it, and then they went back and like traditionally animated it. It's like weird on the eyes.
Is that better? There we go.
Yeah. Now we got 2 Bleaks.
Yeah, we got 3 actually. One won't go away for some reason.
Right.
But we'll get rid of them soon.
I do love the extended.
I actually loved the Hobbit, the animated Hobbit. I thought it was great. But I watched it when I was a kid, like at the library, for Pete's sake. And I also I think the cartooning is really unique in movies like that. They did rotoscope cartooning for that. I think it adds a really awesome reality to it that the cartoons have lost. Like, I'm a little sick and tired of watching stuff like Toy Story, and I love Toy Story. I love it. I love all of those movies, but I'd like to get back to regular cartooning. There's some really good stuff out there, man.
Speaking of cartoons, Creature Commandos.
I can't wait. I haven't tried it yet.
I haven't either.
I gotta check it out though.
I've heard the first episode was a so-so, and the second episode it gets better, and something like that.
I liked both episodes.
I heard. Well, I mean, traditionally, like usually it's like story setup, you know. Especially again, it's like a shorter format, so
Yeah,
I
they're only like 22 minutes piece.
So I want to imagine like that might be the reason it's gotten like so-so on the first episode, but it's kind of expected, especially when you're trying to, you know, something so out of the box like this, you know, like, I mean, Suicide Squad, I think for most people is out of the box, and then you're talking about, let's do Suicide Squad with like monsters and, you know, I think it's like extra out of the box now, but I'm excited for it.
Well, DC always does good animation stuff, so I can't really. I can't say.
Recently, they didn't, but this is
I can't say always, but you know they've been traditionally pretty good at their animation.
Now, speaking of the last one that they finished on, the last one was actually really, really good. The Watchmen Part 1 and 2, I really love that. Like, you know, it's for me, it's like, how do you take a comic that's already that good and then make a movie, which they did, and it was that good. And now, how do you take those two and make an animated? You know, to me, they actually propelled like all three times. I really enjoyed the Watchmen.
I like the first part. I did enjoy the first part. Granted,
the second part
I'm a
goes
little
off.
biased, though. I love Watchmen so much.
Me too.
It'd be hard for me not to enjoy it. I did not.
I haven't
enjoy
watched
the
it either.
I didn't enjoy the. I thought they really wrecked the lore of Watchmen with the TV show, but that's fine. Whatever. If you like that, you like that. That's your.
I like the TV show, but yeah, I'm gonna agree it wasn't exactly like canon or whatever, but I still liked it. I thought it was okay.
But yeah, I also have a DVD copy of the motion comic. So it's just like somebody reading the like a bunch of people reading the comic in different voices, and then like a gust will wind, or like the car light will go on or something. But it just shows the comic sort of in motion a bit. I think that's I like that one too.
I remember when they did that, like the early 2000s or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. I just enjoy that. So
I think that's on YouTube now.
Pretty sure.
Yeah, most likely everything's on YouTube these days. Even new movies. I don't know if you guys have been noticing that, but like I'll be flipping through YouTube, it'll be like John Wick 5, but it's actually the last John Wick that just came out, and like shit like that. Like, what's going on? There's a ton of movies on YouTube.
I knew people were uploading them to TikTok, and like it was, and they were getting flagged for it because it would be literally like 30 seconds sped up, right? You can watch an entire movie sped up. You just watch a bunch of different TikToks.
Random Rips is on my side. Yeah, I'm the same random. I love Pixar, but like Fritz the Cat, Wizards, rock and roll, heavy metal, that's the animation that I really love to see. But you know,
I like computer animated stuff, but I think everything has a place. You know, I don't think everything merits this animated form or that anime. You know, I think it should dictate by the story and what they're trying to tell. It's like Cars. Like I love Cars, but I can't really like imagine having the same love of it just seeing it in regular animated form kind of thing. I think that form of computer animated kind of propels it and makes it something different. But do I think everything should be like that? No, not so much.
I think that's very interesting. That's probably, I don't know if, I'm sure you did, Mike. I don't know if everybody watched Love, Death, and Robots, but I really enjoyed the different styles of animation for the different stories that they told. I thought that was very cool.
I often go back to that and like the Animatrix and stuff like that, and like those different stories. Like, if you would have got them in a different animation setting, would they have hit as well or worse? And I often think sometimes they pick the right format kind of thing. You know, usually especially with like go back to the Animatrix and stuff. Look, there's certain stories that just wouldn't hit that way if they would have used, just a regular animation versus the computer animation. But I can say with computer animation, one of the bad things is on some of it, it just doesn't age well until you get to like a certain problem. I mean, you go back to Bug's Life, and I love that movie, but it's starting to age poorly compared to what we have now.
Yeah, you go back to something like Transformers, Beast Wars, or stuff like that. It gets,
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't like. It looked good back then for me when I was watching Beast Wars, but like I go back now and watch like the first season, I'm like, ooh, that's rough.
Yeah, it's like Reboot with Tim Curry and stuff. Like I love that, animated cartoon or whatever. But like going back and watching it now, it's almost like watching Lawnmower Man. It's like it's so hard to watch. Like
I will say it does, like, even with like the follow up, Beast Machines does look better. The story just sucks. But even with like Reboot, the further the seasons go, like the more they change with like Enzo turning into Matrix and Bob getting like his upgrade and stuff, it does kind of get better as they go along.
I think Mike hits on a really good point, though. This is some of the reasons why, like, I don't love the style of art that's in the comic book Goon, but do I really think that it goes really well with the book? 100 million %. I think that the style of art and the book really go well together. So you're right. So it does, the style of art you choose can really elevate your product or could really deplete from it. And you're right about Cars as well. I think that is a great example of that. I don't think it'd be as much of a loved movie if it wasn't in that style of animation.
Yeah, because think about it, and to prove the point on that, we actually have an animated Cars, and I think it has 2 or 3 seasons. It's not something that's ever talked about, and it's just straight animated, not the computer. I mean, they've done little short movies and stuff that use that same computer animation, but they've also done regular animated, and the regular animated is not popular at all. But there's a bunch of stuff like that. Something I was just thinking before I lose it, I'd like to state it, but something I'd like to see that we haven't really done. We've done with video games, and I could say with some movies, but I kind of like to see redone versions of shows like this. Specifically, let's talk about Beast Wars. Who wouldn't like to see the exact same voices, the exact same plots, but just redo the animation and re-release it Beast Wars Special Edition or something like they did with Star Wars. Don't change any fucking thing like they did Special Edition Star Wars. But no, just reanimate it.
I would update because you're never going to be able to be it holds nostalgia for me. Beast Wars grew up with that one, but you're not going to get anybody that's craving over Beast Wars now. Because you can get people going back and watching the original Transformers and get the animation, but going back and watching the original Beast Wars, the animation's hard to watch. That's hard. So I agree. That's why I agree with you there. They should reinvent it, make it better animation. That way you can get more people into the old story.
It's funny. We're so sorry. Go ahead.
What is Beckerman? Are you crying or laughing, brother?
Probably laughing.
He's laughing.
So, a friend of mine whose identity I will protect, let's call him Balin. I do a show with him called The Duckle Tuck. And
hey, Biggie's backstage.
Is he?
Yeah.
Sent you a picture, is he?
Yeah, all right. Let's bring Biggie in real quick, and then we'll finish this awesome Puckle suck story.
Big Biggie. 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 Big Biggie.
It's Biggie Shack in the house.
So he's currently defending himself.
He's currently defending him. Okay, so what did he do?
But I made an accusation. Because he sent me this pictures of this mystery box he received. Very good mystery box.
Okay.
He's got some great books in it. But I couldn't help but notice in the pictures he sent me, he's clearly seated down with his legs kicked out, and it doesn't appear that he's wearing pants. I was like, did you send me these photos pantsless? He's like, no, I'm wearing shorts. The kids are home. I can't walk around naked. I'm pretty sure by shorts he means underwear.
Some boxers, huh?
Maybe
Some whitey tighties.
Maybe just elevating your friendship. You guys are pretty close, you know.
Maybe they were just shorts. Okay, maybe he's doing some yard work and he's showing off for the neighborhood.
Come on over, watch the big game. We can take a bath together. It's just what friends do.
That's pretty gross. So I heard you guys talking about.
I love Biggie's style. Man. Well, that's pretty gross.
What's going on?
I heard that TM was talking about Beast Wars. I do believe that Beast Wars was the first 3D rendered CGI cartoon.
It may have been.
Even though, I mean, I'm always going to defend Transformers. I know Beast Wars is TM shit, but even though it was like early CGI, it's still fucking watchable. It's
watchable for
It's
like
hard.
us,
It's
but
hard.
like
it's not for me. It's not that hard.
To get kids into it, it would be really, really difficult.
I don't know
Yeah,
about
we're talking-
kids, yeah, but for
That's
me,
what we're
like, it's
talking
fun to
about,
watch
Biggie.
back.
That's what we're
for
talking
little
about,
children.
kid.
Oh, I
Yes,
got you.
we're talking about like new viewers.
I have to test it out on my kid. I don't think it's that fucking rough.
Well,
though.
it's like me.
Check your IG. Check your IG.
I can go back and watch, The Labyrinth, and I enjoy it. It's a fun movie.
I'm gonna fuck up my stream if I check my IG. Are you
But,
talking to me?
No, not you, Biggie. Not you.
Oh,
Just
okay.
keep in mind.
But I tried to watch, what was it? The Time Travelers or whatever. They go back and whatever. And I tried to watch that movie, and I'd never seen it as a kid. And I was like, ooh, I don't think I can watch this. But it's the exact same thing. It's just not something, it just doesn't have the nostalgia value for me. So it's hard for me to watch something like that. But I watched when I was a kid, I still watch that stuff. But it's very easy for me to watch because nostalgia is a big deal.
Another one, and like I've looked at the what they look like now. So when I looked at them when I was a kid, but Warriors of Virtue, when like this kid gets transported into like this world and
With the kangaroo.
Yeah, the kangaroos looked really good when I was a kid, but they don't look really good now.
They don't. Yeah.
Bro, I still watch that 70s or 60s Spider-Man, where he's flying and he's like an adult in the thing, and like
Now, see, you're talking about two different things, Bleak. You're talking about like practical effects and how that's aged versus like computer animation. Yeah, those are two different things. Because like Labyrinth has aged well because at the time they were still using a mass amount of puppets and practical effects.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like go watch Dark Crystal. Dark Crystal to this day still looks good, especially if you get like a 4K version of it, because it fixes the cinematography issues from now to then.
Absolutely.
No, computer animation, that's a whole different thing, because I'm a fan of that first Mortal Kombat movie. I have a lot of nostalgic for it. I can remember the day I went to go see the theaters and I could hear the dun 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 outside the fucking theater. It was so cool. Okay, but has it aged well? F no. And it's just the computer animation parts. If you go look at, and there's some scenes that work, but really it's like the reptile scene. And I can look past that because I have that nostalgic factor for the movie, and to me, for the time, it was good. But trying to show it to like someone that's never seen Mortal Kombat, that like maybe.
I mean, okay. I gotta jump in there because I have a fucking 7-year-old. I don't know if y'all have little children at this point, but my kid watches like the most basic ass animation shit you can fucking ever imagine in your brain. I'm talking like circles and triangles and. Have you seen the new thing where you pick a character and they make a noise and you make it into an instrument? Have you seen that shit?
No,
not necessarily.
Just think about Minecraft. Think about the shit that these kids are watching right now.
Well, you're talking about like, just talk about like Baby Beethoven, Mozart, or Calhoun, or I mean, when we're talking about little kids, all that stuff can be like either looked over or more like forgiving. Because I'm not trying to say that a little kid couldn't watch that. I think a lot of little kids could still watch
Little
Beast
kids watch
Wars.
some basic ass shit, like more basic than what we were watching, for real.
And to that point, I think that's why, and that leads to the whole like, how come we watch this and we're okay with it, but then you become an adult and you look back on it and you're like, what was I watching? Like, because I do have some cases like that. I love He-Man. Like, I've watched all that growing up, like, but trying to go back and watch it now, it's tough. It's tough just because it's more like, it's not that the animation's bad. It's not that it's more like the attention span issue. It's more like the story issues, and it's just that they were catered to kids, and kids have that style of attention span or overlooking things. So it's I wouldn't say like that regard is related to like little kids. It's more like, I would say like teenagers. Like if you try to give like, say a teenager watched one of the new Michael Bay movies, Transformers, and fell in love with it, or found a comic and fell in love with it and was like, I want to see where this started, and they went back and watched.
What up, Poodat? If you look at like memes and shit, my kid literally will sit there and watch like a meme, a 20-second clip, and they're usually little pixel arty little fucking things that he could draw himself. So if anything, I think they're doing more basic shit than harder shit.
You're talking about Stick Figure Man became like a
like stick
huge
figure
selling
shit, all
game.
types of weird
Like,
shit.
It sold like millions of copies worldwide, even though granted it was like $2. But
My kid's favorite shit, it was like Thanos for a little while. He wasn't really into it, but he liked the whole idea. Penguins of Madagascar, like a movie from fucking 13 years
my
ago.
kids loved all that. Yeah, my
Fucking
kids
loved
loved
that.
I watched the 3D version in the theater of those fucking dinosaurs, the Ice Age or whatever. I thought that shit was awesome.
And going back to Beast Wars,
Ice Age came out so long ago, though, too. Like, Ice Age was...
It did.
Like, I watched it in theaters, I think I was 11?
Mm-hmm.
What year would it have been? I don't even remember when.
I think it was like
Age would have been like
2002. I think it was 2002.
Yeah, it was
Man, I almost bought a fucking first Nightwing Teen Titans 44 last night. I was thinking, I'm gonna get this when I wake up. Someone fucking bought it at like 3 in the morning. I was like, no way.
That's how it be.
No, that was
$20
me, I'm
copy.
sorry.
A $20.
No, I'm just
Yeah, it was
kidding.
only $20.
How did you pass that up?
I don't ever use my credit card. I make my girlfriend. So.
Oh no, I'm there with you, B. I'm there. That's smart. That's smart. No, but going back to Beast Wars, I never said that Beast Wars was bad. It was unwatchable, nothing like that. I was specifically talking about just the animation of the style, and I was talking about like I wish they would kind of just revitalize some of those shows, like for instance, Reboot or Transform, anything that like heavily
Now,
used
Reboot is some
computer.
bullshit. Like I couldn't even watch that as a kid, so I get that one.
Oh, man. I love Beast Wars, but Reboot was my
Reboot's
jam,
hard.
man. Like, that...
Yeah, it was.
Like, Reboot was, like,
I
so
like
good
Reboot.
because, like, you get, like, the whole... Like, it had references. Like, I can go back and watch it now and get some of the references that weren't made for me. Like, there's some Evil Dead references in the show, but there's... I just love the aspect of it. The computer animation, I feel like, worked a lot more in that show because
It was good. I'll
they
see
were
all
in a
these
computer. They were
properties.
sprites.
All these properties during that time, because I can remember, I can remember when Transformers Beast Wars was fresh, and you're talking about during that time, it was fresh. There's no, it wasn't like you're talking about how many seasons of this and that did it get. There's reasons they got continued seasons. These things were not bad when they aired back then. They were top of the line. It's just over time, technology has progressed, and
Even
these
the
things.
Transformers was top of the line back in the day. Like that show was really, it was cool. You were like, oh my god, computer animation. It was awesome.
Like talking about the Lawnmower Man, that movie, I could, or Mortal Kombat or anything that used like heavily on those,
Let's talk-
those CGI.
Let's talk Blade, one of the greatest movies of all time. But I rewatched it recently, and I was like, ooh,
the ending
that
with
blood
head.
god, that blood god didn't age so well.
No,
Do you guys remember the Mortal Kombat TV show? Like it was live action. I think it
I
was
do.
like early 2000s,
on
maybe.
on UPN.
Oh man, I love that show.
It was good. I watched it. I mean, it was
And
around
then
the same time we got like.
that had no production at all. Like
Brandon Rips, that's cool. He was working in the theater when Lion King came out. He worked as a projectionist, 1990 to 1997. What a great period for movies. I'd have to agree. That was a good period for movies.
So I've been looking at like books under like $40. I was thinking about getting Milk and Cheese, one of those. Yeah, have you ever seen those little tiny fucking Marvel comics from '66?
You said a whole bunch of stuff that didn't recognize me. You said Milk and
Come on,
Cheese and
Becker, I know
tiny little
I know you know what I'm talking about,
66.
Oh no, I thought you were reading my grocery list.
Right. Explain, Biggie.
You know what I'm talking about, though, right, Beck?
Oh man, you gotta explain this Milk and Cheese.
No, I really don't. I
You guys don't know that they came in like gumball machines. They were about the size.
They're little. Tiny
Were you
ones.
talking the short books?
Yeah,
Even no smaller than that, Becker, like like a quarter size.
like this.
oh
big.
yeah,
Like
those
this.
would be like they'd be like mouse size.
Yeah.
I have not. I've not heard the term milk and cheese. For
Neither have I.
Really? Nobody on
Okay.
panel's heard of Milk and Cheese?
Kevin in the chat, he knows what they
I've
are.
heard of milk and cheese, but not the milk and cheese you're thinking
Who
of.
that?
No,
I know
not
who that heard of it.
No.
Well, a first print goes for around $200 to $400 raw, and a fucking they got seventh print you can get for like $1. So there you go.
Okay.
How do they even know what prints they are? And like, oh, I get it. I don't know.
Printed on the
I-
fucking.
Yeah,
cover.
I'd want to see these things. They're just little quarter-sized versions of comics.
Yeah. There's.
Oh no, that's not the Milk and Cheese are like you can get Spider-Man, Hulk, Millie the Model, Thor, Captain America, Nick Fury. They're fucking cool. I remember my boy Silver Age Dave used to collect them. He was the only person in community I know. But Milk and Cheese is
1, 2, and 666.
yeah. I knew fucking someone would knew. Callie knows what's up. Yeah, it's a cool. I can't see. I was thinking about getting it for the hunt, but if nobody from the fucking hunt besides Callie knows about it, what's the point?
Random Rips is also into it. So I mean,
Yeah,
people
maybe.
know.
Rip off
I just
press
didn't
or some
know
shit. I think it's
that's
called.
What you do is you need to show it off more and talk about it more and shed some light onto it. Because like us, no,
Yeah,
none of us do, but-
bring it to the hunt because that's a good way to show off comics that nobody's ever seen.
Still a comic.
And
I'm
who
thinking
knows?
about getting some Crumb for under $40. Crumb ain't too bad.
Yeah.
You get a lot of shit up for under 40 from Crumb.
You know what I just got last night that I'm not like I wasn't ever after, but I got the first appearance of Mantis and the first appearance of Legion last night.
Oh yeah, you got a lot of fucking books last night, Tim. I couldn't fucking win if I stuck my dick in a whorehouse.
Well, you weren't even
herpes that day.
like trying to win when I first popped on.
No, I tried the last couple ones.
No,
I was on panel, we weren't able to try.
I like the trivia kind of stuff because like you have to do it really fast and I just like trivia, so I was just like, I'm all for this, and I kept winning. I was like, oh shit.
Well,
even though I kept spelling shit wrong.
Unfortunately, it wasn't a lot of trivia. It was just fucking Christmas movie I'm thinking of.
I know. I still like to like.
That's a kind of trivia. Name that
I guess
Christmas.
it is. Yeah. No, you won, Tim. Good job, bro. I'm glad you got them.
There's a bunch of people got some good books last night, man. So
Yeah. I look at like, I got my Christmas present already. I got that Sabretooth, so I'm not always going to Christmas thinking I'm going to spend it all on the kid,
Oh yeah, Callie did. He missed the club the other night because he was sleeping. He works.
Oh, dude.
He works
It was
hard.
fucking-
Let him do it. But yeah, the club was good, man. It was awesome.
Club was fucking a lot. Doc came on. It was like the game of death, bro. I hate even saying anything that has death or cancer in it, but there was levels to the shit. There was no way you were getting through there without a Kareem Abdul-Jabbar kick to your fucking face. So
Yeah, I seen the tone on there too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm proud of Bobby, dude. Hey, Becker, dude,
We
your boy
talked about
Bobby.
that.
Yeah, we
Yeah, Bobby fucked shit up, dog.
Yeah, I was kind of going scorched earth in the chat too. So
Yeah, that's awesome.
Became enemy number one, huh?
Oh.
well, I had to back my boy.
Can you send
Hey,
him? Can you
to get
send him
talk-
the link he wants on? Apparently.
Yeah, I got him.
Thanks, man.
Hey, to get the town's attention like that, that's cool.
Random rips you on Instagram, or we friends? If not, just look for your link.
If you
Fucking
can't
Alan.
if you can't find him, I could send it too.
That's cool too.
I don't think Alan's ever gonna be like you want to try me and just be like fucking humble about it. Like Alan's always gonna fucking put up. I'm gonna put out the most badass shit I can.
No,
Try
Alan
to
is
whip you out.
Alan is a maniac. He wants
He's
to
a
win.
fucking
He
killer.
does not
He's
like losing. He hates it.
No, he's a fucking
is.
killer. He wants to go to bed at night knowing he's kind of like I was like 2 years ago. Like I want to know
the best. I have the best books.
Yeah.
It's been sent random.
I just want to. He just wants to know he tried. I think.
Who dat? Did y'all go see Moana too? Did y'all like it?
Yeah. We went kind of
Cool.
late, so I liked it. I think my wife liked it, but we went kind of later than we should have because my daughter had a long day at school. We went Friday. Like it started at like 8:20. She
Dang.
kind of fell asleep towards the end, and she was upset because she was tired. It wasn't her fault. We shouldn't have went that late. We should. So I told her we're gonna see it again. I'm gonna take her to see it again. But she loved Wicked. We did see Wicked, so she stayed up the whole time. The 3-hour movie.
I wonder if
She
you.
loved it.
I wonder if you felt the same way about Moana. My kid and girlfriend did. Did you like number 1 or number 2 better? Who did?
Number 1 had more Maui in it. Number 2 was more about
Moana.
Yeah, Moana. So
Okay.
and getting more people. I guess getting more. What are they looking for? More people. So that's what Moana 2 was
Yeah,
all
connecting
about.
the other islands or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah. So
I also heard that the music was better in 1.
I don't know.
yeah. Well, it's always hard to top the first one if it's so good on stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But not many movies become like Toy Story. Because Toy Story like 3 and more were like it kept getting better and better. It's hard.
We got somebody backstage. Let's get him on in here. Mr. Random
All right.
himself.
I got tired of typing, so I finally got my pants dry so I can get on screen now.
Perfect. How you doing?
He ain't pulling a Allen, huh?
I was gonna say, Alan proved today you don't need pants to send your buddy some pictures of your comics. By the way, I sent that to Evil Mike, and he made his ruling, and we're both saying no pants.
Yeah, I'm saying no
You're
pants.
in my manhood as he is.
Okay, back to Moana. Did it at least progress the story in a good way? Like, do you feel like the sequel moved, the story in the way you wanted, kind of thing?
I think so. I liked it. I mean, just because
That's all I need to hear.
Yeah, it's setting up for a trilogy. It's
Interesting.
setting up for a trilogy. I don't want to say more if you haven't seen it, but
No, that's good enough.
But I'll say this though, because a lot of people would like to know this, so they don't make the mistake. It does have an end credit scene. It does have an end credit scene, which doesn't happen much in animation.
Yeah, the
especially-
traditional.
Yeah. If it's an end credit scene, it's like something comical. Oh look, I slipped, boop, doop, doop, and they're like, oh, that's the little extra stuff they throw in. But this one
Yeah, the
actually had
Pixar.
this one actually had some meaning for for the future of Moana. So yeah. So I liked it. I enjoyed it. I know my wife liked it because she stayed up. And that's a big thing. My wife is not big into movies, but if she stays up, that means it was pretty good.
Yeah.
Can I ask you guys a question? Only because I don't
Welcome,
really
Chiefs.
remember hearing a lot about the second movie. We all watched the first Miles Morales movie. It was great. Everybody loved it. The cartooning was great. Everybody was, very into it. I didn't hear almost a hoot about the second one when it came out. Almost nobody talked about it.
I did. A lot of people did.
Yeah, I listened. I almost heard nothing about it. Was it no good? I haven't seen it yet, which is weird. But
No. The second one was really. The second one reminds me of Back to the Future 1 and 2. Back to the Future, people know Back to the Future 1 and 2. Back to the Future 1 and 2 is supposed to be one movie. So the second movie of Miles Morales is supposed to be.
Yeah.
It's going to be 2 and 3. 2 and 3 is supposed to be one movie.
Okay.
So that's probably why you haven't heard as much as the craziness for the first one. The first one was like a good pacing, good movie. It had an ending, and it had a possibility for more. But it could have stopped at that one. This one has everything's good with it, but it doesn't have an ending.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
A bunch of fans went into it knowing that it was going to be like to be continued kind of thing, and that like I have heard like because there's some people that just hate that style of movie, and me personally, I love. I mean, if you love a franchise, like getting the hopes of possibility of more from that franchise, like why not? I mean, yes, there is the possibility of being bad, but it's a chance you take. But okay, my take on that is I love the first one. I have started the second movie, and to this day, I've still not finished it because I know there's no rush. Like, I know that we're getting a third one kind of thing, so it kind of. But it's not because it's a bad movie or anything. It honestly, the second one feels a lot like, the first one. It's a direct continuation kind of thing.
Okay. Because I'm sort of the same as you, Mike. I started it and then just stopped it for some reason, and I
can't tell you why I stopped it. It wasn't that it was bad or something. It might have been the whole like I don't need to rush because there is a third. I mean, that might be a small factor, but I can't really
I think that hurts movies' bottom line for us, like money.
It does.
In my opinion, just because I'm in there watching it. I think I took my daughter to see it, and I'm watching it, and we're going through it. Then I look at my watch, and I'm like, "Ooh, they don't have much time left. I wonder what they're gonna get to before it ends, and what they're gonna leave." Oh, this, spoiler. Like you're like, "Oh, listen, I can't wait to see what happens." So, I would say this: if you haven't finished watching it, please finish watching it.
Yeah, I haven't made a judgment.
Because the last like 15 minutes is like
felt about it. Because I didn't hear any hubbub about it. I didn't hear like, "Oh my god, this is the best movie."
There was a lot of like good love for it when it was
What movie were we talking about?
Across the Spider-Verse Part 2.
Oh,
yeah.
No, it's Into. I think it is, isn't it? Across
Enter Across the Spider-Verse with Part 1.
Whatever. We both know Part 2.
We know what we're talking about. We're talking about the second movie, but
I haven't watched any of the
during that time, like even when it was in the movies and after it hit digital, like I want to say it had like 2 rings of popularity during that time. I think you just haven't heard about it recently because it's died down. And
fair enough. That's fair.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the movie.
It got a lot of praise during the. Honestly,
everybody will go back and watch the second one, so it'll come back up in the rating.
Well, which is going to be crazy is to see. I don't know if anybody passed by a movie theater during Thanksgiving holidays. If you went to one, you know what I'm talking about. If you just passed by one, you know what I'm talking about. Like it was packed. Yeah. It was like old school packed.
Oh, Thanksgiving,
like,
yeah. I did see
that whole like 5 days. Like it was old school, sold out. You're trying to find a theater. Parking, I never seen the parking lot so full at the movie theater since before COVID. It was crazy.
Twice we tried to go see Moana 2, and both times all showings were sold out, which it sucks, but it's also cool to see. But like, also for Wicked was also sold out. So I mean, I don't think it was 5 days.
Wicked was sold out the second week, which was crazy.
Yeah, it was the second week.
Yeah. He's yelling at me, and he's yelling at his phone at the moment. Him and his phone are not having a good time.
He was trying to tell you were hiding under a rock. That's how you didn't. Yeah, even though his phone was messed, we got you, Cliff.
Is your phone really messed up? I'm sure there's been a Rick somewhere around. Are you hiding under a Rick, Mr. Cliff?
Under a Rick.
Mike, you know what movies I haven't seen yet? I haven't seen Morbius or Venom 2 yet.
It's because they suck.
Morbius is
Hey.
That's what I've
Venom,
Hey.
like even Venom
Hey.
3 or Venom 2.
Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
Okay, I like Morbius, and yes, it deserves hate and blah blah. It's not the greatest of movies, but is it the worst? F no. Like it's better than people portrayed. This is my opinion. Okay, now Venom 2. Venom 2 is hot trash, but it's not because like there's specific reasons it's hot trash. For one, that they made a rated R movie into a PG movie, and that's like its biggest fault. They picked like Marvel's biggest, bloodiest character and they did it in a PG format. That's its biggest failing.
Don't forget they rushed it because of COVID. So.
And everything is so like I get it. It's a dark movie, but like I can't see any of the bloody movie. I'm like, well, what is happening?
I can get behind this whole Sony, let's do this without Spider-Man. That's a lot to take in. But okay, like after you get your mind past that, okay, let's do this. Okay, but Venom 1, it's okay. It's
okay.
not
It's
not the best, it's not the worst. It's okay.
Yeah.
Venom 2 to me was just hot trash. I mean, it starts out really hot and stuff, but you're talking about once they get to Carnage, that's where it's, and like who that said, it was rushed because of COVID. I mean, it just had so many complications with it. Venom 3, I've heard it's better. Like I haven't seen it.
I enjoyed Venom 3. I enjoyed Venom 3. I was pleasantly surprised. I'll say I left the theater smiling. So it was not saying that was great. It didn't blow my mind, but
my 82-year-old dad enjoyed it. So
my brother loved Venom 3. Like he went to the theater and saw it twice, and he is a big fan of the first one. He doesn't like the second one, but he does like those movies. Like if I had to say that, you know, and it's funny because my brother's not huge into the comic books, so there's parts of it he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand why Spider-Man's not, you know, there's things that he knows from like the animated, and he's like, you know, so I can say that it is confusing for fans. It's not just, you know, us comic book people beating our heads over, why are you doing this? No, but I've heard Venom 3 was decent. Yeah, a lot of that actually got high praise when it dropped. Like most everybody.
I like the comment above that though. He says Cliff is not looking forward to Craven. He's looking forward to Aaron
Johnson.
Looking forward to Craven, of course.
I read that and I was like, oh.
yeah, he knows. Well, I thought it was whatchamacallit. I thought it was the guy that played Professor X at first.
Quicksilver.
Yeah,
he was Quicksilver in Avengers.
I usually see
and Kick-Ass.
Kick-Ass too.
Things on my phone, so they're really small, and he looks like the guy that played Professor X, but with hair and muscles.
I'll give it to Cliff. He's a very striking, good-looking, you know, action star-looking dude. So
he was.
I mean,
that movie might actually be good. Like it looks really good. Like if they named it something different, then it would probably do good.
They make Craven into an animal lover.
That's what I'm worried about. They're gonna make him into an animal lover.
He's Peter.
I have hopes that Craven will be a fantastic action movie.
I hope so.
Where I don't have hopes is that it's going to be anywhere comic book accurate, or that it's somehow going to be like the best talked about comic book movie ever, or that this guy's going to get some Oscars. No, but I mean, it looks fun.
It might be, but it's gonna make no money. So
yeah, when's it come out? Because like it's coming out soon.
I don't even know.
That's why I said nobody. No, it's not gonna make any money. You know how the first 9 minutes is on YouTube.
I've seen the first 9 minutes.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
They weren't
right after he mentioned
it. There was a pretty good.
But when's the movie come out?
Biggie?
I'm just looking forward to buying my ASM 15 whenever it gets down to $200. I mean, I don't know what y'all are bitching about, but
That is kind of nice, though. There is some caveats because Morbius dropped the hell down. So did Matt. I mean, so there are some good
Well,
caveats
but
to
the
a
only
bad.
difference is Morbius is 101 and this is ASM 15.
yeah.
And ASM 15 before the movie was expensive. So I don't know where we're looking for the drop to be.
And you could get two, you know, it could be like a Craven drop and a Rhino drop, you know. I mean,
I mean,
no, but there's people. I mean, that's like, yeah, even though I have not seen it, it's another one I haven't seen. But Madam Web is another one. But there, I mean, there are
I did
there
see
are
Madam Web,
people.
and that was a hot garbage, man.
Okay, but there are people out there that will still tell you that it was good and they liked it, and you know, I mean, so you know, there are those people out there. I mean, Madam Web, just for me, there's no appeal. Like I can get behind Spider-Man characters, but I don't even know how it even became an idea to be made into a big movie. Like
This is a lot
especially-
for Mike to say, actually. Mike, you usually like stuff. You're usually pretty on board with things. And when you start
No,
saying,
I'm very anti Spider-Man right now.
yeah, and that's interesting for me to hear you just crush on some of these things. I like
Have you read the new Amazing Spider-Man? Now that there's a new writer.
I have.
Yeah, what the fuck is going on, dude? I'm a bit of a skimmer evil. Like, is that Doctor Strange Spider-Man or Doctor fucking
You talking about
Doom? What the
Superior?
fuck is going on? No, ASM, dude, the main title.
No, but you're talking about, do you think that's Doc Ock? Like, I don't
Oh,
know.
is that Doc? Is that what's going on? It's the Doc. That's why he's got 6 arms. Okay. Is that
I
what's
think
going on?
so. I'm not positive.
I can't.
because,
I can't diagnose who fucking Spider-Man is at this point. Like, I don't know what the fuck is going on.
and that's my answer, Kevin. Is it this?
I didn't care for the writing.
No, it's not. Again, it's not good for me. This is the
I
third
mean,
volume. Where,
they're fucking keeping. It's like a tumor attached to Zeb Wells shit. It's like we're trying to make sense of it. Let's just get away from it, you know?
Exactly.
Spider-Man stuff has been bad for such a long time now. And it's sad because it's Spider-Man.
people forget. I mean, we went through 83. We went through 83 issues of Kindred, right, to figure out who. You know, I mean, you're talking about one of the longest catfishing game I've ever seen in comics. Like, to find out who this villain was, and then to find, like, you know, and me the whole time actually having high expectation that this villain's going to turn out to be cool, because I actually kind of like Kindred until they explained who he was, and then I was like, what? No, and then we go from there. We go to Spider-Man Beyond, and they leave Peter Parker behind, and we go to Ben Reilly before Chasm, which what was that, like 20 issues before they killed that, and then they moved to the Zeb Wells thing, and then get the decisions they chose during that. Like, you know, people are still trying to defend the death of Miss Marvel thing. Like, it was the greatest choice ever. Like, why? Like,
I don't know what's going on, dude. I know the issue before this last one, it was fun because Doom was in it. The art was great, but it still ain't really giving us something to stand on to say Spider-Man's doing anything. Like, he does this weird shit where Mary Jane is like a superhero too, and it's, I don't fucking understand it.
Yeah, it's a far cry from when I loved Spider-Man in the 80s, 70s, 80s.
Well, they start getting lazy. It's just like the Batman stuff that for a long
Trying to be
time.
original after
900. They got 9. Everybody's a new superhero. They need another guy. They need another this person. They need another, and it just becomes too.
Well, we're getting close to a benchmark number. We're almost to 900, so I feel like it's got to pick up. It's going to get a little better at some point.
I hear the Ultimate Spider-Man is the best Spider-Man right now.
I'm so sick of people saying that shit. Like, I mean, okay, he's getting along with Mary Jane, but I just don't give a fuck. I don't fucking care.
I have
about that
enjoyed
shit.
Ultimate Spider-Man, but is it like my idea of Spider-Man? Like, no, it's just, I think the option is, it's good to have like a decent Spider-Man thing, because I've gotten away from ASM, and I've tried like the Spider-Man offshoots, because you're talking about in the last year alone, we had like, I think 19 different solo Spider-Man stories.
The fucking problem is that the people that love Ultimate Spider-Man are shitting on the original series. They'll be the same people to say, "Oh, fuck ASM." No, you gotta support. It's like saying Action Comics is trash, but I like Superman, Man of Steel. Like, you gotta support the fucking main title too. Like, we gotta root for the main title to get better. You know, that's all I'm saying. Like,
Yeah, and well, you bring up Superman's been good. I've been reading Superman. Superman's been good.
Superman's been good for a minute, actually. Superman's been good since the what is it? The future.
There's a big,
the future state Superman. I've
it
actually.
was a big,
Yeah.
It was a big concentration from DC. It was to focus, change the focus away from Batman to Soup. So that's why, and honestly, they're doing what they're doing for Superman. They should be doing for Spider-Man, but there's a reason for it. It's the whole Sony. There's all. I mean, and that thinking, it does make sense. You don't want to make something so golden that this movie company or this video game company can turn around and just, sell you. So I understand the logic of why Marvel is, I wouldn't say tanking, but why they're keeping Spider-Man at like not his best quality at the moment, kind of thing.
I tell you what, though, all these fucking people that have their Ultimate Spider-Man ones that are worth $80 and shit, you keep fucking thinking that's gonna last. You know what I'm saying? All it's gonna take is ASM to kick in gear, and those fucking little $80 books are gonna be $10 books before you can fucking.
They're gonna be $10 books anyway, Biggie.
Right.
Cliff makes a great point.
Are any of y'all reading Spider-Boy?
The only person I know that reads Spider-Boy is Entropy in Comics. He reads a lot of that. He likes Spider-Boy quite a bit, actually.
I do want to highlight Cliff there. Cliff makes a great point, because there are like purists out there that will pick up, like, they're not liking ASM, but they will continuously pick it up, and the sales are still there. So Marvel's just like, well, people are still buying them, so why should we care?
I buy it every month and have since 1970 something.
Yeah,
so.
There's people that just buy it just to continue their collection because they're purists. They want to have like every single issue of ASM.
It's
and
not only
Marvel's looking at it and being like, well, their sales are there. Like the reviews, we're not looking at the reviews because we're making the money. Who cares about the reviews?
Yeah.
It's not only that, Tim. It's that, I've been burned before with Spawn. Whenever people stop buying Spawn, and now all those books are low print run, and those are the ones people want. So I don't know that won't happen in another series, especially fucking Spider-Man.
Yeah,
it's Marvel's biggest fucking thing. Like, come on, bro. I ain't gonna stop.
Well,
buying
no,
that shit.
it's the point of like making it like good. Like they need to make it good and stuff. Like they're not really caring about like, oh well.
I don't hate fucking Zeb Wells shit. Like, we got Wreck Rap, we got fucking Flexo.
Okay.
We got some cool fucking characters in there, dude. We got some shit going.
Okay, there's two regards to like the first things you said. One, the hope is you would want those low printed stuff to eventually get fancied by fans, because that means they're actually caring for the true merit of the comic, like the art, they're not after keys and stuff. So I mean, generally that's the hope that you want for these books, is like eventually fans will go back to these non-key issues or these lines that aren't so loved now. Okay, the other caveat is like, I mean, there's many factors on why Marvel is doing what they're doing with Spider-Man. It's not one thing or another thing, because you could say in a nutshell that they're doing this for the purist, or they're doing this to appease Sony. I believe it's like many factors. It's like Zeb Wells. I'm pretty sure that like it was not in his plan to write a bad, things that people were going to hate. I mean, who has that outlook, especially from a writer's standpoint? I think, honestly, he just has like a million constraints that he has to appeal to or apply to, and that's part of it.
I wasn't blaming the writers. Like, I was blaming Marvel itself.
Because I can be the biggest Zeb Wells hater because what he's done to ASM. But yeah, I mean that hate. I mean, if Zeb Wells went on to write something else, I would give it a try again, because I know he wouldn't have those restraints that he had on Spider-Man.
I think Cliff is onto something here as well. Zeb Wells did not get to write the Spidey he wanted to write.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about like, I mean, I mean, and there's great things within this. Well, like Biggie just mentioned, I love Rick Rapp. I liked a lot of Dark Web. I like, there are parts of, I mean, there's certain issues. Some of the buildup was great. I mean, you're talking about the 82 issues of Kindred that I stuck on to, or 83, I think it was. But like, there was great parts to that. But then there was just, I mean, you're talking about the overall story is what I'm talking about. And overall story-wise, no, it just fails on that note alone. We're not talking about art. We're not
It ain't
talking
like
about
you didn't have enough fucking time. You had plenty of time. You just didn't wrap it up.
Yeah.
I just don't. But again, I think Spider-Man is so locked up. Cliff said it earlier. He's sort of shackled when you write Spider-Man because he's a character Marvel doesn't give you a lot of leeway with.
I think he finished the story like 20 issues ago, and he just kept fucking mucking around. What I think.
No, I can agree.
What's that random? Sorry.
What Cliff says, he didn't get to write the story he wanted to write, just like Straczynski didn't get to write the ending he wanted to write.
No, because that's probably how it goes. As a writer or artist, they're probably like, I want to write Spider-Man, but then they get in there and they find out that they can't do this, they can do this, they can't do that, they can do this.
Let's not fucking excuse the fact that John Romita Jr. is doing good art for Daredevil and shitting all over ASM. You can't fucking neglect that. Like, John Romita Jr. had made some really shitty ASM art. For example,
That's why I kind of lead into the more Marvel and Sony thing on that. Like, that kind of explains why ASM is tanking as bad as it is compared to other things when you have other writers and artists working on other projects and they're good, but then you go back to their ASM stuff and it's just either mediocre, bad, or like, I mean, and people forget this isn't just Marvel anymore. This is Disney Marvel. We're talking about one powerhouse known for great art and great storytelling, and another powerhouse known for great art and great storytelling. How do we get mediocre, below, or bad within these two houses? You know what I'm saying? That's where I'm at. And it's these restrictions that they have to deal with. I'm pretty sure Zeb was like, he had the most badass Spider-Man story ever until he sat down in that chair. And then they looked at his story and they're like, well, we can't do that. No, we can't do that. Nope, you can't do that.
You want me to send him a link?
I just don't fuck.
Yes.
Okay.
I just don't fucking. I just don't fit in the same norm as what people think a comic book's cool. I watched Comic Vet and they brought up Wolverine versus Deadpool, and about everybody on the panel scoffed at it. And that shit has been fucking fire to me. Like, I love that shit. And the Deadpool series is good. And the other fucking Deadpool is good. Whatever, I can't remember what it's called right now. But and then they'll say like Ultimate Spider-Man's good. That just seems like some bubblegum bullshit to me. And
But you're good. You big
people just they'll say something's good, and then I'm like, it's not. And I like things that people don't like, so it's fine.
Biggie, but you're grown enough to know this by now, that we all are going to have our differences and likes and opinions, and the differences between those people that have these differences opinions is the passion that would lines them. Like, one of my favorite things about you is your passion for Deadpool, your passion for Hulk, your passion for, and those things are outlined by you and you make them apparent and stuff. So, things are going to hit for you that, like somebody that's
Don't work
not
for
so
them.
much. Yeah. And I don't see anything
even know
wrong
what
with
the fuck. It's both. It's ignorance on both sides, honestly. Like, I gave Ultimate Spider-Man a little bit of a chance, but I just couldn't get into it, and I could see that people probably did that with Wolverine Deadpool.
You just didn't like the story. You just didn't like the story, Biggie, or you just don't think that there's any legs for the Ultimate Spider-Man?
I think that the art is really good, and I feel like the story is pretty simple, and it's what people want. They enjoy it, but it's just like it's just a bunch of people. It's just a bunch of people agreeing with each other just to hear each other say that's what they like. Like, I don't think that it's really. It don't have legs. It don't fit in the canon.
I'll give you my honest opinion because I do like it, but like you said, does it have legs? No, not necessarily, because the way they've dictated with the story. Like, right currently, the whole Ultimate thing, what I like about it is they're all tied integral into each other. Like if you're reading Ultimate Spider-Man, Ultimate X-Men, they all have this like main thing that ties them. That's leading somewhere. That's really what I'm liking out of the Ultimate Universe is the potential that we're going to get from the leading somewhere. I mean, if you take that part out of it, it's more on the okay side. You know, it's more like it's an okay Spider-Man story.
I'm a mark for like new things, so a new character, a new way to spin shit. Not like just give me the same fucking people.
Well,
and
how do
make
you
it
not like
good
this?
kind of deal.
You know, okay, so like in the Ultimate Universe, what's going on is like the whole
let me know.
difference is the Maker's the main bad guy, right? And he's locked up currently, and like there's this whole like side thing that's happened. But okay, you have two good guys that are standing up against this mega bad guy, and Maker right now is like Thanos level bad guy. Let's just say that. Okay, so like to prevent him from doing this,
I'm getting a
Maker.
phone call.
Well, I'll keep explaining. Okay, so the Maker has wiped out all the heroes minus like I think 2, if I'm not mistaken. It's basically Iron Man, which is it's not that version of Iron Man. I think he's called like Iron Lad. Yeah. Okay, and then it's this version of Doctor Doom, which is Reed Richards, and he's been
because he didn't want to
turned.
get rid of himself.
Mhm. Okay, so like what has happened is since there are no heroes, these two heroes have took it upon themselves to try and recreate the powers or suits or what have you of the heroes that should be there, and they've sent them out like gifts around the world. The fun part about this is some people have gotten their gifts, like Peter Parker, like he received these Spider-Man powers like he was supposed to, but there's a lot of people who were not supposed to get the powers who are getting the powers. So it is kind of like a new thing. Like, I mean, technically it's still like an old thing, but a new thing. Because like one example is like the Shocker. The dude that, you know, Henry Schultz, the main universe Shocker, was supposed to get his suit and his powers back. But he got killed like right before it happened, and someone else took his powers. So we have like a new version, and that's kind of what's going on. Like the X-Men world, I mean, I'm think I'm behind 2 issues, but I was like at issue 5 or 6 or something like that. But like every X-Men that has gotten their powers, they're all like brand new people. They're all like, I mean, they're still like a Storm, but it's not Aurora. It's like a new version of Storm.
That's what I've heard, and I've heard that's why people are enjoying it, because it is a new thing. It is sort of like, obviously we're still getting the same heroes, but they're new people, and
there's a fun
there's
quality.
There's all sorts of fucked up twists. Okay, so the first thing the Maker did was he picked and chose who was going to stick around and what he was going to do with them, right? So he chose Banner, and he allowed Banner to become a Hulk, and he set Banner up to enhance to get the mantle of the Iron Fist. So when the new Ultimates go to confront Banner, they not only confront Ultimate Hulk, they confront Ultimate Hulk and the immortal weapons of the Hulk. That was absolute fire.
Yeah, it was.
Holy crap!
And then what did Hulk do after that?
He murders a lead, which we find on this issue the fate of that situation. But it looks like he murdered a lead, and it was great. This issue was a quiet issue because last issue was bombastic. You know, last issue was action. I like when people know how to pace the writing for an action issue versus, you know, the other stuff.
The storytelling, yeah.
Every issue of every Ultimates book is giving you a countdown to when the Maker is released, regardless of what's going on in their lives. Black Panther is going toe to toe with the Fist of Khonshu right now. It is a savage battle taking place in Ultimate Black Panther, but the countdown is still happening. When the Maker gets out, there's going to be problems. Maker chose Illyana and Colossus to be leaders and representatives for Russia and allow them to have their powers and set them up to be part of his council of control. I forgot what he called his people, right? But to be a controlling council. His Iron Man was Howard Stark, and he thought Howard Stark would be down for all this shit because we all know
all the evil stuff.
A little dirty, you know. Howard Stark was not down for this shit. Howard Stark got his ass killed, you know, and that's how Iron Lad was born.
I don't think that you guys are understanding what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is that I'm not saying the Ultimate Spider-Man is bad. I'm saying that I'm tired of hearing Ultimate Spider-Man fans shit on ASM. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Which is a little bit fair, but I mean, ASM has just unfortunately kind of sucked. And I like the Doctor Strange story. It's not Doctor Strange. It's the Doctor Doom Sorcerer Supreme thing that he's doing right now. And I like that they're not just doing it to Spider-Man. I saw at the end of the last issue of the Hulk, he showed up to the Hulk to be like, yeah, I'm going to need you for a mission too. So I like the idea that he's spreading his Sorcerer Supreme power around the 616 universe, because he's like, it's like, I promised I'd give the powers back after I saved the world. And in his mind, they still need to save the world. Because I love me some fucked up Doctor Doom.
You know what's great about
I am still on for the ride.
You know what's great about comics? That they can reinvent these characters. We can either love them or hate them. They're going to reinvent them again, and we'll love them or hate them again. You can jump in, you can jump out. You can, I like Spider-Man, so I enjoy what they're doing with Spider-Man. I don't think it's the best thing of all time, but I haven't really enjoyed the ASM run for a really long time. So
it kind of reminds me of whenever 90% of the fucking world was Drake fans, and then Kendrick Lamar made a couple songs, and everybody makes fun of fucking Drake.
Everybody hates Drake now.
Drake, yeah. And I never liked Drake in the first place, so there you go.
I did.
Boston Chris, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you.
But I like Kendrick too.
I'm all right.
I was that TV show about the high school, Degrassi.
Oh,
yeah. I know him. I know him as Jimmy. Jimmy.
Yeah,
from
that's
Degrassi.
why I know from Degrassi and Gaga. And
I was far too old to take him seriously as a rapper. Like, oh, he's a real, and I was like, he's really trying to do it. Like, he's not in the wheelchair anymore. Oh, okay. And then he's like, no, he's one of the best. I'm like, no, he's not even close to the best.
I never found myself like wanting to listen to Drake in my car, but I did. I hated Drake so long that I eventually wore down and was like, this song ain't too bad.
No,
it's so funny.
I will never listen to Drake ever. Like, just because the whole thing with him, I cannot. That would be like if Screech made a fucking record, and all of a sudden Screech is like the greatest rapper ever, or the greatest anything ever. Like, yeah, okay, Screech. I'm not giving him money. Are you serious? Get the fuck out of here. No.
Well, first off, Screech is dead. Right? Rest in peace.
Yeah, R.I.P.
No, I understand that, but I'm just saying. Like, look,
he died pretty bad.
If Zach Morris makes
he died pretty bad. What the fuck?
Yeah, he did. He was in a low place too. He was hated by the world.
Yes.
Hated. Wow.
I'm just saying. I'm using him as an example. All right, not saying anything bad about Dustin Diamond, but I'm just saying in general.
You're missing the whole point of acting in general, though. Like, I get that you're like, yeah, like I wouldn't, like I get the argument you're making. You're trying to say like Steve Urkel, like, if you saw Jaleel White like portray like you couldn't get behind it because you know him as Steve Urkel. I get that, but that's the whole thing of acting, like.
That and just I would never give it a chance anyway, because I'm like, all right, whatever. Like it's one of those things where it's just like for me personally, it's just like, yeah, no, I'm not.
Did you watch Saved by the
White? He showed up in Skeleton Crew.
You're right. Okay. You're absolutely right, but I'm sort of with Boston on this. I couldn't watch that Star Trek version with Sam in it, the guy that used to travel back in time in different bodies and stuff, because I'm like. Sorry,
Quantum
man.
Leap.
Oh, Quantum Leap.
That's the
I like that. Enterprise or whatever.
I cannot take the Quantum Leap guy seriously as a Star Trek.
I can get that, but towards actors, that's honestly the worst thing you could. I mean, that's that's what Mark Hamill feared for years, that he was like typecast as Luke Skywalker. Same thing with Han Solo.
Really did.
Yeah, it did. That's why. Okay, and that's another reason why some of these actors don't want to continue with these things, because of the way we.
That's fine. Look, I look at it like this.
Did you watch?
Waiting for the blue haze and the leap.
Chris, did you watch Saved by the Bell and you thought that's how Screech was in real life?
No.
You really? I mean,
no, I didn't. No. I watched it as a kid and everything like that. But I'm just like it's just one of those things where it's just like, okay, like.
I did too, but I didn't think Screech was like that. I didn't think he was. I knew he was portraying a character. I didn't think he was like this nerd outcast. Like.
No, I didn't think that in real life.
I was hoping.
No, I never thought that he was like that in real life. It's just the point is like, dude, like but I literally couldn't be like, I could not, for me, be like, I'm like, if I was gonna say, if Mark Paul Gosselaar made a heavy metal band or whatever the hell, made a pop record band, I still wouldn't take that serious either. Like, dude, Zack Attack? No, I'm not buying Zack Attack records.
It's funny because there's a lot of famous people that actually have bands that are unknown, like Jada Pinkett Smith. She has like a hardcore metal band.
Jada Pinkett Smith
Like-
is one of the worst human beings on the planet. She's a terrible.
Yeah,
human
like Ben Stiller, like
Ben Stiller,
I agree with you there, Chris.
She would make me laugh.
I want to say their
I
side
love how
projects
you
are.
just named nightmare people. Ben Stiller, nightmare person. Jada Pinkett, nightmare person. You know, you couldn't pick somebody sweet. That
I was
like,
gonna
like
go
Sabrina
Ethan Hawke.
Carpenter,
Okay,
you know?
Kevin Bacon.
What's wrong with Ben Stiller?
Oh,
He's been a little hated.
I get
Google him.
Jada.
Google him.
Yeah,
Google
yeah,
him.
he's been a
'Cause
little hated.
I'm not gonna do that
The
today. I
original
only have energy for
actor.
comic books.
The original actor that dropped an album, David Hasselhoff.
Yeah, the Hawk.
And look, the Germans loved him. The Germans.
Yeah, they still
loved
do. What you talking about? They still do.
I
They still
will say
do.
this much about David Hasselhoff. He actually learned. He learned he learned, like, at least in America, to like kind of laugh at himself with his
Yeah.
music. Just I'll tell you right now. Like,
I
showed
love
my
that.
daughter about 10,000 times that video at the end of the music video that they did for the Guardians, as a trailer commercial for Guardians 2. And part of that was guilty pleasure. I thought it was hilarious. I was like, I love that song. That song made me laugh.
I loved
like
it.
the way he did it. It was that was good. Like, I give him that credit. But like, I want to say, like, I'm not saying that he can't be good. I'm just saying, like, there's people that, I mean, it just,
There's
for me,
people that don't get it, that-
yeah.
I mean,
no, it's not just that. It's that for me, like hip hop is like my favorite kind of music too. So it's just like when you sit there and tell me that, like, this guy here came out of nowhere and he's the best
Boston,
ever.
do I have to pull up some Billy Bob Thornton country music? All right, because
No, I hate
Oh my God! Please don't remind me of that.
But I mean, okay, that's just like Biggie was talking about earlier about, like this versus that, because especially with music, you're always going to have a hard conversation selling your favorite versus somebody else's favorite or top. You're going to find like-minded. That's like the Biggie and Pac. I mean, you're going to find a ton of, but I mean, there's always going to be the opposition. That's like me personally. I'm a Biggie fan, but I still like Pac, but like, I understand the division kind of thing.
Yeah, no, I'll tell you right now. Like, you want to know a very solid song from somebody that you'd be like, really, this guy, seriously? It's a solid ass song if you listen to it. What's it called? So when Dirty Dancing came out, Patrick Swayze made that "She's Like the Wind" song. That's a solid ass song.
Bro, I love Patrick Swayze. Patrick's man,
that was a solid song. I was like, dude, and I know people wanted to make make fun of it and this and that, and like, oh, it's Patrick Swayze singing, but that's not a bad song.
He had like 4 radio hits during that time. You know that, right? It just wasn't Dirty Dancing. He had
Shaq dropped
2
an
hot
album. I didn't know that, Callie.
I love Patrick Swayze.
Yeah, Shaq did.
He was every
Oh, yeah,
kitty.
no, he's got 2 of them. He's got.
Hey, we all
He was on. His first song was with
God we don't have
and then he did his own album, Shaq Diesel. Was it? No, it was Shaq Fu to Return.
Shaq
And the other one was
Fu.
Shaq Diesel.
Shaq Fu,
Shaq
and
Fu
then
was actually a
Shaq Fu
good
the
album.
Return.
Shaq Fu.
I like Shaq Fu.
Yeah, Biological didn't bother. That's a good song, man.
Yeah, it
Well,
is.
he had a
It
ton of like
is.
guest artists that made it good. Like he had Wu-Tang.
And then on the game, you got the beats to the soundtrack too. That was fire how he did all that.
Well, like he had a lot of the rap world embraced him, and then they really helped him out with production and everything. So like his albums were solid. Like, as much as people were like, no, really, like
Johnny Depp's had a band for years. Johnny Depp's for like 10 years, 20 years.
Yeah.
Keanu
Johnny
Reeves.
Depp was in a band before he was an actor.
Yeah, Keanu Reeves.
I've seen Keanu Reeves twice live with Dogstar, and I've never actually got to meet him like on a celebrity.
Was the
But
band any good? Was the Keanu Reeves
yeah.
band good? Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, it's alternative.
Harmonica.
It's like
Bruce
Bush.
Willis has played with the Allman Brothers Band on harmonica before.
I got to see Bruce Willis. I got to see
Oh,
Planet
man.
Hollywood,
Speaking of-
baby.
Speaking of Billy Bob Thornton, man, if you're like, I remember seeing an interview where he like stated at the beginning, he's like, I do not want to talk about my acting career. This is about the band. And then the interviewer kept asking about his acting career, and Billy Bob was just like, okay, yeah, we're done. Like, if you're just gonna keep, like I stated it, and he's like, Yeah, it was rough.
One of the first things Billy Bob Thornton directed was the live video for Widespread Panic at the Georgia Theater in 1990. I think it was. It's one of my favorite bands. And of course, later he directed their one and only music video that had a concept thing. Had Kira Sidgwick in it.
Yeah, they're a jam band, right? Widespread Panic
from Athens.
I know the name. I just can't. Like, it sounds familiar. I'm just not ringing a bell to them.
They don't have any radio hits or any songs that you would know.
I'm trying to think of the name of.
It might just be through spoken. Maybe that's why I don't.
Word of mouth. They're like the Grateful Dead.
Yeah, they're a touring jam band. Any song worth playing is worth playing for 20 minutes, guys.
Jimmy Buffett.
Do,
it's too long. 20 minutes. Goddamn.
For anybody who's not for anyone who has never heard Shaq's music, whatever, like I will give you one music video that kind of brings both worlds together. Where you have hip hop and comics. It's the "You Can't Stop the Rain" video. He basically morphs into
That's
like
a good.
different X-Men.
Oh man, I forgot about that.
There's a jam band. Well, what's his name?
That brings back some memories right there. That's good.
Yeah.
What was his Twism? The World Is Mine. Y'all don't remember that?
No.
Yeah, Shaq would go around saying Twism all the time.
I don't remember that.
I am the biggest Shaq guy, so there you go.
I think it aged better than Tiger Blood and Winning.
Yeah, and Biggie, not Biggie, Papa and K-pop, and she was on here a little bit, and she's kind of going through like some very drastic stuff, like personal hell, kind of.
Yeah. She's going through it, man. Give her all your.
Yeah, let's all
send all
say
your
a prayer.
I know nothing about it, but I trust her, and I'm rooting for her. Hope she's doing good.
Yeah, no,
yeah, it's pretty bad.
Listen, I'm rooting for her too. I told her this morning, I was like, my life is hell too, girl. I was like, I know. I was like, I don't even know the details. You tell me it's hell, I believe you. My shit is hell, you know?
Yeah,
It never ends. Yeah.
Off of her character and just as much as she streams all the time, if she's saying that she has to cancel, there's a reason. There's something legit behind it. So hopefully everything gets better. That's. So I know she's been struggling for a little bit. So I hope everything gets better.
Me
Did she have to cancel tonight?
Yeah, she had to cancel.
Yeah.
Oh, son of a gun.
She told us why. In a nutshell, it's not so horrible to talk about. Basically, the job that she's working at is getting evicted, and this is coming at a surprise. They thought they were already in the process of moving, and they thought they had like a month or 2 months, something like that. Now they're finding out that they have a matter of 24 hours to move.
Yeah, 24
hours. Oh my gosh!
And they don't have anywhere to move to.
Right.
Yeah.
So this is the big dilemma.
Yeah, they thought
Well, maybe she'll be able to work from home. That might be a blessing.
That's what she's trying to
hoping.
try, but she doesn't have a lot of space either, right? She
No.
It's not like she's got a huge house or anything. Her and her mom live in a nice little spot.
I think a lot of people that are employed, like when Corona hit, they started to have to work from home, and people were like addicted to that shit now. Like they love working from home, man.
It's funny. My clients became addicted, so now it's like, guys, you have to actually like make an appearance in the clinic.
Right.
Like so there's like so people who refuse to come in, right? They have to come in to meet with the doctor, which is hilarious because they hate it because our doctor is telehealth. So they come in person to see the doctor only to go to a computer screen to meet with the doctor, right? But our nurse is there and our nurse, checks in with them and administers any, major medicines, right? So that balances it out. But then we got the people who are like, nah, I'm cool. Let me do everything virtual. It's like, okay, well then guess what? Be on the screen when you connect virtually and try to participate. I love when people connect and then you don't see their face, and I'm just sitting there and I'm like, Michael, if you do not show your face, Mike, you hear me, evil Mike. If you don't show your face, you're not getting credits. I'm sorry, Mike, but because I can't use real names, but like, so I completely understand. And before I moved into this office, we acquired this office because we were being thrown out of another building one town over, So I wasn't there for that, but I completely understand the predicament.
Yeah, my office. We've moved since COVID. We've moved 3 times. Within the same building, but we had to move. So our original space, deemed it was too big for just us, and so they wanted to move other offices in there just because of consolidating other buildings. And so they moved us to this other area that was kind of smaller. But then they decided that other people wanted that area just because it had like a nice view. And so everybody wanted that, so they moved us downstairs to what used to be a medical office. So it's a decent size, decent space, but it's all brand new and nice and shiny. And now a lot of people come in there and like, oh, we like this. So I'm prepared to get moved again because people like our office and they want us to, they want us to have to move again. And they want to take our space. But like that's really just what happens, just because really a lot of businesses that have space that they can utilize that they haven't been they've done a lot of renovations and they're trying to build it up and make it just more appealing for people to come in. And so for all the people that are staying home remotely, they want them to actually have a space that they really want to come into work. Working in a university, it's kind of essential to the students for them to be able to see people and say, hey, I have a problem, can I talk to you? And it's like, yeah, come on in, let's talk. Just because phone conversations and Zoom meetings only go so far. Like sometimes a face-to-face interaction is really what people want.
Yeah, and they still need it. Like, we are social creatures, and it just I don't know, there's a paradigm shift in it, but it's not natural. It's unnatural.
I feel
at least in this generation.
I feel like Papa only sees me on the screen. If Papa saw me face to face, he would love me and not try to hurt me as much as he does.
I mean, but there is a
that's
difference.
some deep stuff. I don't have medical sources where you are, but I can do a Google search and recommend some.
I have better communication over. I'll just wait. I have better communication over the internet than I do in person.
Well, yeah, I mean, just because, really, the thing that
I'm socially awkward as hell.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, is that due to your social, behavior, or but you answered okay. So, I mean, but there is a difference, even because I don't have that disconnect where I can't be social in public or or online. I mean, y'all know how I am online. I just come on here and I'm me. But in public, I can be the same. And nowadays, it's more along the lines of the world has changed, and you're talking about very rapidly. And we all know what the factor was. In 2020 was. I mean, but ever since then, the world is just a different place. And I've gotten the opportunity to be in 2 different states and kind of see how this is changing, kind of stuff. It's not.
Do you feel? I've gotten less social since COVID. I don't want to go out as much. I used to be a really go out person. I used to go out all weekend long, and
I think that. I mean, a lot of that has. I think that whole 6-foot rule that instated, and I don't know if it was the same around the world. I imagine that there was something similar. I want to say that plays a part to it because you still see. I mean, I still see. Who dat and me? We just mentioned how the theaters are packed during Thanksgiving. You still see a high level of people out in public. As far as it operating the same as it was before, that's a little different. It's people are keeping their distance from other people. They're not, in a communicable situation where people would be throwing greetings. That's absent now. I'm not saying that's all the time, but to me, it's noticeable.
It's noticeable too, just within my own personal life. I don't try and get into a lot of people's personal nonsense. So with my personal life, I'm finding it harder to be a social person.
Well, I just want to remind everyone that your personal outlooks are valid, okay? Because one of my favorite things in the world is when people take my stories and my experiences and dismiss them as anecdotal. And I'm not going to do that. If that's your experience, great. I love you for it, and I want to hear for it, and I want to champion whatever changes you want to make. That said, I've noticed a difference too, but I'm way different. I have emergency. I have it stocked up in the cabinet. I'm not playing around with my freaking system. You know,
I didn't even
I'm like, I
mention
got
that.
vitamin E, I got everything. I was like, oh, it's cold season. Let's pop up the pills. Let's do the little teas. Let's get ready. You know, I gotta get out there. I do public speaking. I gotta be ready.
My friend Mock, he's funny because like it's admitting that he wasn't feeling good one day. This is a couple of years ago, before COVID and everything like that. But he wasn't feeling good, and so he was just drinking like what we thought was juice. It was emergency, and he's like, I just drink it for the taste. It's delicious. I'm like, so you're sick? He's like, no, I just drink it for taste. I'm like, oh my god. I was like, why do you lie? So you get a cold? It's all right. We can survive colds. We're all right. And then he was just like, all the time he's like, oh, it's just delicious. I drink it for the taste. And I was like, all right, if that's true, and you just drink emergency. I was like,
why does it sound like a railroad hobo?
Yeah,
that's why my friend Mark talks. My friend Mark talks just like.
Is that? Do you hear?
Like a
do you hear
robo-hell.
the construction in my house? Is that what you hear?
No, he was talking about his accent.
My friend Mark is funny because like he's
I got what Biggie was.
Mastered the art of basically just communicating through sound, but not words.
What the fuck?
I like it because it tastes good, Chris. What the fuck?
So like, by the way,
I'm not a dog.
You should be using emergency, like during cold and flu season, like not because of the taste, nor because you're already sick. I mean, it doesn't hurt when you're already sick, but like it's not supposed to be that way.
It's preventative.
You're using it to build up, you know?
Yeah, it's preventative.
Yeah. No, it's just funny. Like, actually, my friend Steve does it every time. Just preventative. Every time he goes on a flight, he'll use emergency on the flight down and the flight back, just to make sure that in case somebody is sick with him.
Yeah, I work in a clinic. The first person who said "Hachu," I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna make some emergency. Anyone want to join me?"
No, but my friend Mark, he doesn't have a problem. He just like my friend Mark is. When it comes, like he's socially awkward, and so when it comes to communication, for him, the less the better. So he and I've known him since first grade. Like literally, when I was in first grade, how you had that desk partner. So it's like they do the rows in twos, and so he was my first desk partner. Like he's like basically like the first person I met in first grade, and so we've been friends ever since. But it's just like ever since a kid, he's always been that way. So it's just like. It's just funny listening to him. So that's why I like when I say I'm like, oh, I know what he's talking about. Like I get it.
That's a good partner story, actually. We got someone in the back. Let's get him on. Let's get him on in here, Mr. Collectos. Boom, there he is.
Hey guys.
Hey, Stephen.
Hey, Steppo.
You back? You made it back home.
I last night about 10:45 our time. I said, I just wanted to get home, and so I generally don't like to drive at night over the Coast Range because there's a lot of fog and what have you. But it wasn't freezing, and it really wasn't raining very hard. So I made the journey home. I got home about just a little after midnight my time, and so. But it's good to be home with my bride and Champ the dog, and so home I am, and. It's very nice to be here at church.
We appreciate you being here, Seppo.
I thought you would have been out celebrating that Oregon victory. He's like,
I'm absolutely. I got nervous in the third quarter. Biggie said, "Oh, Gentner, Steppo jinxed him," and don't you know, I thought the same thing. I said, "Oh no!" But the Ducks are for real. Obviously, 13-0. That's the best we've ever had in the history of Duck football, and it is. And we've got more on the horizon. And the men are playing. The guys are playing incredibly. Tez Johnson and Gabriel, and I mean everybody. Birch, Ferguson, all these guys. It's just amazing how Dan Lanning has pulled our team together, built our team.
Joe, I'm with you. If I go to the store and people start talking to me, I'm like, "Yo, bro, just back off. Leave me alone. I don't want to."
That's why I wear headphones. Like, I go to the store and stuff. I'm always wearing my headphones and listen to a podcast or something.
Exactly.
I was gonna
Oh
say, y'all brought up other good factors, both Bleak and Chris, like the whole sick side of it. I mean, that's still there. The whole mask wearing and the potential of getting sick from something. I'd say there's a lot. But like, who that's saying, that they mostly went back. Like, I would say, like, it's not that the world went back to like normal, so per se, because it's not necessarily true. I don't remember masks being worn before this happened, kind of thing. And yes, around the world, but like so predominantly here, outside of a hospital.
I don't see them very often here, Mike, but I do still see them. Oddly enough, I still see people wearing.
I see it more often
And
than
I get so upset because people still make fun of it, but now that people are more aware of their own illnesses, right? I see more people wearing them because, well, like for instance, I see more people wearing them who I know, and it's like, well, I've got an elderly sick person at home, right? So that's one reason they're wearing it more often.
they're a little more conscious of the health.
Yeah, their surroundings and the people around
in
them.
the supermarket who I know they're immunocompromised one way or another, and they're like, "Well, shit! If I had known that this was going to be so helpful, I would have done it sooner."
Are you a nurse? Are you a nurse, Cliff? Are you like do you work in the hospital? I feel like you do for some reason. Do you work?
I work
Community.
in a behavioral health clinic / recovery center, and I'm the employment specialist. So when these people from whatever walk of life they're from are ready to get back in the workforce, I'm the one there to help them with that.
Okay. Well, that's a nice
Noble.
That's really good.
It is, but the benefit to it is I am working with professional health staff, some for better, some for worse, but we have much better conversations about all of these things. What's good, and our clients too. Our clients are coming to us with their concerns and what other clinical information that crosses over with us, right? So you get to learn a lot, which is a wonderful benefit.
Well, I just got over COVID. I caught it just here recently, and I know I got it at the store.
Yeah.
It's rough. I'm very happy that the second time I caught it, I was just suspicious that I had it, but it didn't. And then, of course, I was sure I had it once I couldn't taste stuff properly.
Yeah.
That's when I knew I had it too. When I woke up and I couldn't taste anything, I was like, "What is going on?"
I don't think I ever had it. To be honest, I don't think I had it.
I have a comic related question for Cliff.
Yeah.
Did you buy a ticket for Terrificon yet?
No, everything is too early for me. I am saving every penny I can for Terrificon and the not even Terrificon, for Heroes first, then Terrificon.
Wow. So you're going to so all right. So you I'll be mostly. I don't know. I've never been to Heroes, so I don't know how big of a place, but I'll be looking forward to running into you there, and then definitely a Terrificon. I got all those.
Bitch, if we can't find each other at Heroes, then we're doing this all fucking wrong. All right, we have the Comic Curing Cancer booth as our headquarters.
Yeah, Chris is out of the loop.
I was gonna say, Rob is dreading doing another get together night, but like I'm pretty sure it's gonna happen. I was like, if we can't get this shit right to see each other, then we're doing this all wrong. I'm like, how many of us are there all together? There's only like 500.
Wait, hold on.
Right?
I was about to say, hold on. You're not explaining it right. Heroes Con is not just a con. That's the YouTuber Creator Con. That's where we're all going to meet up if you want to meet up. So that's like just right. I mean, and generally this is recently, but that's kind of like the going, like a meetup if you want to meet. And the con itself is a fantastic con. And I would say hands down, as far as like comic related cons, it's probably the best one that I've been to in a long time. It's a huge venue. I mean, you're talking about every shop there is comic related except for like this small little section on the side, but I mean it's
you're gonna have your swords and your whatevers, but I hear there's a lot of comic book stuff. I hear there's a lot of comic books up there. So
but that's the whole hype on Heroes Con. It's more the meet and greet, that's the, but there is a lot of big
all the big name creators.
Yeah, there's a ton of big.
When I listen to you talk, I always feel
it's wrong that I was like, if we can't find each other, we're not doing it right. I think I was correct.
No.
I think I
Well, you
was
got there, but you forgot to mention that there was going to be well, you got to it. You said the 500, but you're getting there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I was gonna
you'll
say,
get
like,
there, and the love will be there.
the love better be
You
there.
make me-
Okay, I'm gonna
you make
be
me push
drinking.
my
I'm gonna
voice
be drinking
down,
all my emergency.
ladies and gentlemen.
And if you can't find Cliff, the giant that he is, we're talking about different issues, you know.
Right.
No, because you know what's messed up? I'll go to a show and then all these tall ass motherfuckers show
Play
up left and
Misty
right.
for
And
us.
ruin it.
No. So,
You find out. Watch out for
can't-
Bubs.
You can't miss. So number one, Cliff doesn't miss you. All right, and then on top of that, like you don't like. So at Terrificon, I didn't see Cliff Evans. I heard him, and then I heard him.
Like a horn, like a trumpet.
Cliff is a powerful voice. I give him that. And so I
He
said,
does.
"Yo, Cliff."
A beautiful
He turned
voice.
around, I was like, "Uh-oh." I was like, yeah, I couldn't. It was such a great experience meeting him at that moment.
Well, you're
And,
the
like,
top
and
tenor of a barbershop quartet. I'll tell you that.
Well, and that's the thing. So then all of a sudden, so I say, "Yo, Cliff," right? And without even really knowing what's going on, because he's sitting there chilling, and like Cliff was like the mayor, like literally, like Cliff walks in the room, and like there's like 18 other people trying to say hi to him at the same time as you, because he knows so many people. So that was fun. I was just like, oh wow, I was just like, I said my highs, and then next thing I know, it was like a line behind me, like I had to say hi to Cliff. What are you doing?
I don't think it was that bad, but thank you.
No, it was great. It was great.
That's cool.
But it was a good time, because it was like, what was it? It was me, because I was sitting over in the 3 Men in the Basement booth. So it was like me, and then I was like, Cliff, I had to say hi to Cliff. And then like here comes Lunch Money, here comes all these people came out the woodwork to say hi to Cliff.
Wait, you know what? You want to know what's funny? Is Lunch Money was like 10 feet away from us, and we never said hello to each other. I did not. So I said hello to him at the 3 Men in the Basement swap, right? But it was like really awkward because like he was like more handsome in person, so like that threw me off, So we didn't say hi to each other here at Terrificon, and then when I saw him recently at CliffsCon, which was great, meeting two other Cliffords was very awesome. But when I saw him recently, I was like, hey, and then that's when we got the picture of me holding him up in the air, and
Yeah, he's a small guy. I think that's one of the things that like he's so I think he recognizes people sometimes, but doesn't like might not know names and faces. So when we went on a different we went on a crawl, and I saw him like, hey, I was like, how you doing? He's just like, hi, how are you? And I'm like, oh, it's like Boston Chris. Like, oh yeah, I remember. Yeah. And I was like, oh yeah. I was like, I know you. I was in there digging and getting in the boxes, and so I was watching him do his thing. Like he's just sitting there. He's got this this head camera thing, and he's just sitting there doing his digging thing. I was like, that's pretty cool. I was like, I never thought.
No,
about
I love
that.
it. Yo,
Content.
he gave me so many comics for like $20, because like, and there was one, I felt so bad. There was this dude next to me, and I literally ripped this Spider-Man comic out of his hand, and he goes, do you know what this is? I was like, this is when Morbius is struck by lightning and loses his vampirism for 10 freaking straight years. And he's like, okay. I'm like, I just snatched it from your hand. Like, if you want it, like, please don't mind me. He goes, no, he goes, your answer earned you that book, right? And I'm like, oh my God. So we had a good laugh. And then I got all this Defenders and Marvel team up in my hand, and Mike is like, $20, Cliff, for you, just $20.
That's awesome.
It was awesome. I left that show with 69 comics, and that's a coincidence because I counted them when I got home. I left that show with 69 comics for $100.
Poor aggressively relaxing could not make the pilgrimage last year because he was sick as a dog. I hear.
Get that emergency ready, baby, and whore your little ass out on the OnlyFans and get your money. All right. I wish I could make some OnlyFans money. All right. The most a big dude like me makes is about $75 a month. That ain't nothing.
I'm looking forward to it though, because I really do like. I have to say, like, watching everybody's videos that had stuff going on from Heroes last year was really fun. I was like, oh, I want to get down. Like, I don't. And then also like this last Terrificon. All the like, I mean, there was like 2 months worth of content of people just putting up stuff that they had done at Terrificon. I was like, it was such a great get into this stuff. I would say, if you're
Chris, you never been to a big con and met YouTubers?
I have. I've been to a couple, but not in the numbers that I did last year. So I've been to Terrificon a few different times, and I've met a bunch of people. And it was a good time, but it was like I've never been to like one where that was so many. Like this was a huge gathering at Terrificon, which was good.
How many is the most you've met in one? Like specifically talking about YouTube creators, how many is the most you met in one con?
it's hard to say. I would say probably it has to be not a huge number, but like it has to be at least around. I would say probably like 100, maybe a little more than that at one.
At one time?
Yeah. Terrificon
That's pretty
had
good because that's
100 YouTubers.
That's how many. That's around how many was at in Heroes last year. It was 89.
I went 2 years ago to Heroes, and there's about 40. But honestly, I don't know if I'll go back because, to be honest, it would depend on which YouTubers it is. Because there's definitely not 40 YouTubers I need to meet. There'd be a very short list. It probably fits on two hands, and
well, better
if they're
me,
there,
so
I'll go. Yeah,
he's pretty good.
I've scratched Biggie Shack off my bingo card. That was one that mattered.
I am trying very hard this year to go.
Am I included in this list of? Am I included in the short list there?
Chris, I'll be honest. I want to go to Terrificon because I knew that was one you're going to be at, and it's one Higgy Pop's going to be at, and Higgy is on that list.
Nice.
I mean, like,
See, when I went to C2E2, that was sorry, Chris. I just want to get this in here real quick. When I went to C2E2, all of the fucking like Corona crew was going to C2E2. They went like 2 years in a row, and then they just didn't fucking go. Like the only person
The
I
year
met from
Biggie
like
went, no, but they didn't go.
fucking go. So I met like my NWO homies, and I met a good amount of fucking people. But I was thinking I'd get them all done in one shot. So
You
you
met
guys
Gene
just better be lucky.
Bouncing Baby Boy, so that's all that matters.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I was happy with the people I met.
I think
Go ahead.
I think that stuff kind of shifts. I think at certain points it's like, all right, so like this is the con now, and then like maybe people shift over to different ones because I've also heard
I wasn't in the know. I thought they were all going. Yeah, I fucked up.
Yeah, well, I think the other one that has a large YouTube presence outside of like obviously like New York probably has a huge one because you have all the New York guys going.
Yeah, New York's big.
Terrificon, same deal. You have a lot
MegaCon.
Yeah, MegaCon's one that you have a lot of people go to, and I also think that Baltimore has a pretty good YouTube presence.
Baltimore was the original whenever I first started seeing
Baltimore
comics on
does.
YouTube.
But see, what's funny here is
But it's the
HeroesCon, Terrificon, Baltimore Comic Con, those are still comic book shows.
Yes.
Right?
Mhm.
And somehow that seems to really attract the comic book loving YouTubers.
We're tired of
Because
shows like
I would say
DragonCon,
Heroes Con is
San
the
Diego
biggest.
Comic-Con.
I would say Heroes Con is the biggest comic book con, like where it's mainly vendors and stuff, and then you get a good array of artists. But if you're collecting comic art, MegaCon and Baltimore would rank to me above Heroes for art. If you're just going in the art collector category.
I as far as Comic Cons go, I don't mind going to cons that don't necessarily have a lot of comic books, as long as there's some cool artists you can meet or you can do other things.
Yeah.
But
I
I prefer to have. I want to come out of a Comic Con with one good book. It's just something I want. I want to do that, and I like looking through long boxes that I haven't looked through. I enjoy feeling it. I enjoy going into someone's packed up boxes and going, "Oh, what's in here? Oh, there's something cool. There's something cool."
I think
all
you can accomplish.
You're making me hard now. Jesus, oh my God.
I think you can accomplish that at any of the set cons that we mentioned because they are like true Comic Cons kind of thing. Because to give you perspective, that's like Justin Birch. He went into like 2 years ago stating, "I'm gonna get a AF #1," before he went to the con, and guess what? Got it, without prior knowledge of a sale. Found it at the price he was looking for, the grade, and more and stuff. So there are definitely deals.
Do you mean
on
the one and true Amazing Fantasy #1? Like he just wants to have the #1 just to be like, yo, I got
The
it.
AF-15 is what he's talking about.
Yeah, sorry, 15.
Oh, okay, I was wondering.
Well,
but I think he did AF1
that's
too.
important.
He started the.
It's important to me to grab a comic book at a comic book show. If I'm going to be there,
That's good
if I'm
to
going to
do,
be there
yeah.
for 3 days, I need at least one comic book. And
I wouldn't go for a Grail, but like just a cool book, yeah.
I'll go for Grails because I'd rather buy a Grail and talk to the person and see it in person and be able to talk them down as opposed to having to be on eBay and like everything is priced 30% higher than it should be. Yada yada.
Wait,
yada.
you know what I know? But can I just tell you a sad experience? Right? I get this past year. My best deals have been eBay and Shortbox.
Yeah, me too. Actually, it's actually
and like I mean, the fact that I got a $240 comic, and the dude is like, "Oh, I know who you are. I'll let you have it for $95."
Jeez.
You know,
Wow.
The only other person who gave me anything like a comparable deal was Mike, just being like, "Yo, Cliff, take these books for $20." Oh, I'm sorry. Also, DJ Lynx, God bless him. There was a bunch of books he gave me at the comic swap. He was like, "Cliff, please." He's like, "Just take it." You know,
He's just a given dude.
he is a given dude. Like I'm so happy, but like
I don't know DJ Link very well, but I like his stuff. I think he's a good.
And not to go full on like deep, but in real life, DJ's very, very giving. Like he has the means to do that, but he's very like, friendly, nice, and very giving.
He could be.
I don't like him.
Prick
Doesn't sound good to me.
Yes, he can. Yes, he
Sounds
can.
like a terrible guy to Steven, eh?
I'm telling you, I'm getting on my last nerve.
I'm with Steppo.
I just want to put Bleak's mind at ease real quick when he's talking about I hope there's some good artists there. Just to give you a little bit of a rundown. Let's see, who's gonna be at and I'm not gonna say everybody.
I know.
We got
America.
Brett Breeding. We got Jim Calfiore.
Say the one. Say the one. Say the one.
Oh, Jenny Frison.
Yeah, she's everywhere.
Yeah, but I don't. She doesn't come to Canada, and I'm thinking about going to that particular.
Yeah.
Cliff, are you nailing the coffin shut?
He's that excited. It's a long stroke.
No, okay. So y'all know that the basement is still under repair from like when y'all first gazed your eyes upon me in 2023 to now, right?
Oh God.
Yeah, I don't.
Wait,
see
oh my
her-
God! Wait, did you guys? Yeah, no, 2023.
Oh, that's okay. I don't see her here in Canada, so if I can see, I have her first artwork. I got like a 9/8 copy of her first Voltron, and I would love for her to sign that book.
But that's the biggest dilemma with a bunch of these artists and writers is they kind of generally only stick to like where they're from. They go in this big circle around where they're from. But like that's like Jeff Lemire. Like you're talking about how easily accessible he is in Canada, but outside of Canada, F no. Like I've been waiting for Jeff. I mean, you're talking about I think he came to Houston once.
A lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right
I'd
there.
say, Roy Thomas is going to be there, which is pretty cool.
That's what I meant by the circle.
Roy Thomas would be good.
I think Jeff Lemire was just at he was at a New York Comic Con recently.
That's
So
right
here's
there
the
too.
thing. Here's the thing I found about cons that worked for me was like the Grail over $300 books. Those are usually priced a little higher than eBay. That's the reason why they call it con prices. But when you go into like back issues for under $10 and shit, that's where you find your gold at cons, in my opinion.
You're right,
Yeah,
Biggie.
it all depends on where you look, but yeah, you're right, Biggie. Like there can be some really, really, really good books you find in there that it's like, oh, it's $10, and then you look at the condition of them, and it's like these are actually really good condition. I'm gonna pick this up, and
Everybody does it a little different too at cons. I think like when I'm going, I try to buy. I go look through the whole con. And then I pick through boxes, but I generally, if I'm buying, I try to sort of work on a one guy. I see a guy that has the books I really want, and I buy some things from him, and then make a little deal here, make a little deal there, and then come back at the end of the con and be like, "This is the book I'm really after. What can we do here? I've already spent $100 with you. Now tell me what you're gonna do for me."
I think in that regard, we're all going to give a different answer because I think when money is concerned, we're all like,
Gentlemen,
everybody can be a little different.
Great talking with y'all.
Bye, Cliff.
Bye, Cliff.
Bye, Cliff.
See ya.
When I went to
Lee,
Lexicon, they were pretty good.
What?
Go ahead.
Convention pricing is because they have to cover their costs.
Yeah.
Of travel and how lodging and food and the setup and insurance and all the other things, the attendant things, and it makes sense that they would have to add prices to their books in order to at least make some kind of money, and also if it's a bigger one, to break even for all the costs associated before they even make a dime.
Well, and that's
So-
exactly why you go on the last day when you're.
Oh
trying,
no,
when you're
I do understand that dynamic.
Well, because they've already made their money. Usually, by the last, if they haven't made their money, you're not getting a deal. But
That's
if
the
they-
one I like. This is
Yeah.
I've had him like, Gunner, come here. No, come here. I want to show you something. I said, well, no, I'm kind of no. Come here. I want to show you something. And then I said, well, I don't have a beard. Well, I don't know. Oh, Gunner, come on. So
And really, what's going on in Seppel's mind? Just reeling him in. He's like, "Yep, keep talking. Yep, no, you're not there yet. Hold on. Oh, there we go. We got a deal. Let's go."
it's in the boat. We're out of here.
I was gonna ask Bleeker, are you planning on going to Heroes still?
I am planning on it. There's some things like there's always things that pop up in my expenses. It's going to be really expensive.
I'm still waiting on the hotel deals.
I have to.
Now that would influence my decision.
I would have to go to. I have to get my passport, and I'm going to start doing that right after December, because the mail is stupid in Canada. So I'm going to do my passport right after December, and maybe put a rush on it. So I'll put a rush on the passport.
If you miss the window to Heroes, would you be looking at another American con like a Terrificon?
Like Planet Con?
If I thought if I thought that there was going to be people that I really wanted to meet there, yeah, probably. Like, I'd like to meet Comic Journey. I'd like to meet yourself, Becker. I'd love to meet Steven. I'd love to.
Well, because I could hit the northwest or northeast people if I did. I really want to meet Higgy Pop. I really want to meet Bleeker.
I want to meet Boston too.
And it's at the end of summer, which would give you a little wider window than June, which is Heroes.
And it's a good show. It really is a good show. Like a lot of people, like you'd be surprised how many people like you'll end up seeing there. And on top of that too, it's like it's a great spot because Mohegan has pretty much everything there. Like, they have restaurants.
I've put a lot of thought into this too because I don't fly. I drive to these things, and I-70 takes me through Ohio, which is where Biggie Shaq lives, and I could pick him up.
There you go. Wouldn't that be fun? There's a road trip.
I didn't say I wouldn't leave him somewhere if he got on my nerves.
I definitely think you should go live during that trip.
Oh, that would be so cool.
I would. Yeah, I would. I'm live when I go to my Comic-Con. I'd absolutely 100% be live the whole time I was at Heroes Con, except for the parts that you're not allowed to see.
No, I mean like the drive, Biggie and Beckerman drive.
God, that would be a hell of a drive.
Flash, you gotta make an exception there. You could drive to Charlotte. You could drive to Connecticut, but
now, Chris, you're going to both Terrificon and Heroes, correct?
Yeah.
So,
Who that's
coming
this year?
I'm on tour next year. Like next year, you can see me in Charlotte, and you can.
Steppo, you gonna be anywhere?
No, I don't fly. Because I won't, and
it's such a dehumanizing process that
I just don't. The first time I flew was I think in 1968 in the Boeing 707 to Hawaii, and the stewardesses were dressed to the nines. They looked like fashion models. The banana hats, and all this. We're in suit. I'm in a suit and tie.
This doesn't sound
terrible. I mean, the plane was immaculately clean, and people were on their best behavior instead of this, like it's like riding a bus in the air and unpleasant. So I understand it's a necessary evil, but I just don't fly, and I have enough. I've lived long enough in the hobby that if a dealer that I know finds something that they think I would like, they'll call me directly, and then I can work a deal without them having all the extra expense of having to schlep to wherever they're going to go and do all that. And I understand that they have to charge more. I mean, they're not an eleemosynary institution; they are for profit, and so that's why I wish that I would to show you how far I sunk. Even the con here, the Rose City Con here in Portland. I
was going to get to that. Is that
even the Rose City Con in Portland? I just don't like to get bumped around. And if I'm trying to buy a book, have all these looky-loos come in and go, that's a good book. And a guy with a backpack that's about 4.5 feet back and about 2.5 feet wide, he's brought all of his life possessions to come to a con, and he's got a stroller with 2 kids in it who are crying. And then he's going wherever I go, there he is, and so I'm paying higher prices. Although I will say that when I did go, what Bleecker said, I think really made a lot of sense for me, is that you meet the creators and get to know them. Yeah. That's where I met Joe Linsner. I met Greg Horn. I met any number of them, Rags Morales, any number of really nice, very nice people, very nice. Ron Randall. I mean, there are a whole bunch of creators that are very, very nice people, and I do like that to go. And my relationship with Linsner, I started collecting, having him doing commissions for me. So it led to a relationship with these creators. Clayton Crane, if you can imagine it. I'll show you my Clayton Crane. In 2014, when I first started,
that's amazing.
I first started collecting Harley Quinn, he was at a convention and he decided. Oh, by the way, I went more modern stuff. There is a really rare Black Panther, which was the first cover it was supposed to be, that I bought from Houdat, and I was unaware of it. But this was the original concept for the first appearance of the Black Panther.
Fantastic.
And they thought better of it, and then now they dusted off the artwork that they still had, and then produced a book. And then, of course, I have SpongeBob and the first Goon. Houdat was showing his sketch cover of Young Avengers, and I bought that one from him. And this one, the Captain Carter, was because of Houdat again, because he wouldn't sell me one book. Then I ended up getting all the 5 different covers.
I actually bought that
just to show him, because that's what a great guy I own.
I bought that Bob as well. I had to have it. So you FOMO'd me on SpongeBob. I'm sorry.
Here is a really cool Betty Boop. There's one of those fancy low circulation or low production Popeye comics that they did a few years back that are very over the top and surreal, and then just a really nice Supergirl cover. But
I really like that Supergirl cover.
Oh, thank you. I met Clayton Crane before he became a big shot. He was sort of coming out from being under with drugs or whatever it was. Very, very nice guy. Went out of his way to be nice, and I bought some of the earliest work that he had done that he had brought with him, that he then signed. And I said this before, he took out a finger pad or an ink pad, and then he put his fingerprint on the books. And I'm thinking, you must not worry about someone putting your fingerprint at the scene of a crime. But I asked him to do a Harley Quinn for me. I just wanted to get an art commission, and I did ones for Linsner and Bud Root and Nicole Brune. A whole bunch of other people did Harley Quinns for me in the day. And so he says, sure, I'd be happy to do it. So I paid him, I think, $150, $175. And it took a long time. He says, I'll work on that and then I'll send it to you. And I said, well, that's great. I said, good things take time, although my patience is not one of my great virtues, waiting for things to come. But this was when it finally arrived, he had done an actual painting on canvas.
That's so nice.
And I couldn't believe what that he went to this for $150 to go to this kind of trouble. And I guess Clayton Crane is something now or something. I don't know, but that was my going to a convention and meeting.
Well, now he charges $100 a minute.
A minute.
Well,
with a 5-minute guarantee.
And
Wow.
that was one of Steppo's amazing stories.
Hey, everybody! An old man's talking.
Grandpa's the name. Did you know this tree dates back to frontier times? Shut up!
I love that. Mr. Bleecker, if you would like, I'd be happy to show a few books if you would like me to.
Oh, of course. Yeah, we'll definitely get to some books for sure. Let's get you up here. What you got going on today, Mr. Steppo?
Well, when I went down to, we have a house down in Seaside, Oregon. Down in South Seaside, we look north, looking up towards the state of Washington. And when the weather is nice, you can actually see Cape Disappointment right up there at the top there, the lighthouse on the Washington coast. And and when the waves are coming by, they will come towards us, but because we face north, the waves go by us, and then the whole sweep of the coast going up to Washington, up towards Astoria. I can't see Astoria because it's around the point and then plugged in, but my son lives in Astoria, and it's a beautiful, beautiful place. Tillamook, on the other side of Tillamook Head is Cannon Beach, which is where Haystack Rock is, and they are somewhat. They think they're pretty fancy in Cannon Beach. They're very, very fancy there. Where Seaside is more carny, and I do like the carny. They still have the bumper cars. They have the car, the Prado pups, and they have fudge making companies all around and what have you. I mean, they have a huge arcade. And so the little kids and stuff in summertime, it's just very human, very family, very, very family friendly. We have a restaurant called the Pig and Pancake, and everybody goes there for breakfast and what have you. So before I went onto Alan's show, there is an antique mall in downtown Seaside, and it was pretty good. It's the best mall. One of the best antique malls I've seen. The vendors will change their goods with regularity, which is as much as they can, whatever the nets will gather, and the pricing is not really all that bad. But there's this one guy who has comics, and it isn't like comics that are out. If you've seen them a million times, where they're all whiffed out. And even if there was one, it's in such rough shape, you almost don't want to do it. The ones that are behind glass in cases are the only ones that you have a chance there might be something. So they open the case, they pull the thing out, and then you look. And this one where I was lucky last time, and I think he's on Instagram, and he says, this is booth number whatever it is in Seaside, be sure to come by and look or what have you. And I can't remember the guy's name. I think it's probably him. But this time, instead of just 3 short boxes of books, there were 5. And so I went there. It's right in the front of the store. And so the gal opened it up and pulled them out. I'm riffling through these boxes. And so there was a bunch of fun stuff, and I'm a whopping $150 is my expenditure. But I found a bunch of fun stuff to be able to show on Alan's show, instead of, because I was nowhere near my books. Our house is very, very small, but it's placed nicely to look at the ocean, which is what you want down there. But here's the first one I got. I got Lobo the Duck.
Oh, nice. Amalgam.
And then here's a Witchblade. Or Wartblade? Something. Wartblade sounds like something different, doesn't it?
Sounds like a disease.
Here is a Lady Death.
Nice. That's cool.
Yeah, it's a nice Lady Death cover.
Here's a character called Evangeline.
Oh yeah, I remember her. She's Rob Liefeld's.
Yeah. So you basically went into an antique shop and was relegated to common man comics like the rest of us.
The comic books are fun, and it was the fun factor that drives me. And I still have, even though I do like the fancy books, which I do, it's all fun. And I still can enjoy buying things like this because it's fun stuff to show, and it isn't. And I'm not so proud. I'm very happy to not pay an arm and a leg for a comic book.
Yeah, I know you enjoy normal
But I'm with,
stuff, too.
but I'm with you
I'll
on
go
the.
to an antique store and do the very thing you're talking about.
Here's another Evangeline.
Now, that doesn't look like Rob Liefeld. No,
It looks more like either J. Scott Campbell or Michael Turner.
Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, looks good.
Here's a Danger Girl.
Oh, there you go. That's
Those are
J. Scott
quite
Campbell.
popular.
Yes.
And then it was sort of soup to nuts in these boxes. Where it is, so here's a Radioactive Man.
Oh, nice.
I like that.
Simpsons are getting more popular every day. Seems like.
I love that just because of the look. It's just like a classic Silver Age cover. I love that. That's awesome.
Yeah.
And this one was right with it that had a Simpsons trading card inside.
Nice. That's a good one.
I've
That was
seen
my
the
favorite
original art
pickup.
to that page.
Yeah.
I've held it.
That's cool.
Nice. That looks like a classic too. Yeah. Radioactive Man's good shit.
See, so Steppo's scoring right now.
Silver Surfer and Witchblade together.
Oh, that's cool.
On an ace, 1.5.
And this is a Wizard. Devil's Reign, issue number 1/2 was available only through a special offer in Wizard, the Guide to Comics number 65. You know, Wizard, the Comic Book Monthly was more accurate on the prices, where Wizard, it was every time they came out, everybody's running to the stores for what they said was the next hot book.
Yep.
And but the Comic Book Monthly and Comic Book Marketplace that was through Gemstone was far more. It was more real as far as the pricing, because Wizard would say a book is worth $75, and you see them for $18 at the store, and the guy
Well, Wizard had an agenda.
Right.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Seamus thought he was a tastemaker, and I think that's ultimately why his company failed.
CBM was way more accurate and trustworthy.
I just working
I like
for
that.
them as a writer for those years in the 90s when they started up it wasn't the first incarnation of Comic Book Marketplace, it was the second that started in about 1996 or 7 that Gary Carter was the editor, and those are the ones that I wrote for, and they're just a lot of fun, interesting stuff, and they did have pricing information as well, but it was different guys that were able to talk about stuff that they liked, and if they had books, they'd show them and everything like that, and have fun with the hobby. Which is here is foily beautiful. I have that. I've heard that expression. Who said that?
Oh,
Alan.
I have that. No, I got
Where's
that.
Alan, where are you hiding, Alan?
Alan, I heard you.
So I got that signed by Bill Tushy, and I want to say Amanda Kana did the girl that she's fighting, Tomoe. She did that first issue of that. So that was a fun book to talk to him about. That's a good book. I love that book.
Is it pronounced Tomoe?
I think so, yeah, Tomoe.
I always say Tomo.
Me too, but I think it's Tomoe. I'm pretty sure. You know what? It's up to the reader how it gets pronounced. That's the way I look at it. But yeah, it's a good book, though.
Biggie, you were doing stuff with Excalibur. And
Horribly, right.
I think, boy, did you ever. Anyway, but you guys skinned that book alive.
Yeah, it was a bad one.
It was terrible. It was, but anyway, but this one was sitting in the box. This one it's a high grade, really high grade copy. It was $8, $8. You know,
and that's I want to say I don't know if Baron did that cover or not.
I think I have 10 of those covers. Jeez, please.
Yeah, no, that's a good.
I might have 12 of those of that book.
I would never know Nightcrawler was the leader until I read it, so I did learn one thing.
Here's another Lady Death.
There you go. She looks
Lots
good.
of skulls, the skeletons, her army of the dead or whatever it is that she's got going.
Yep.
She never gets very cold because she doesn't wear a whole lot, evidently.
Dead, right? So
she
She's in
dead.
hell.
She dead. And then it's just some of the fun stuff that just, out of the blue. Here's Duckman #1.
Oh wow, I've never seen that before. That's pretty cool.
a Topps comic.
Yeah.
And next to it was Dino Riders #1.
Oh my God, Dino Riders! I remember that toy.
Dino Riders.
I
I
love
was
Dino
literally
Riders,
just
yeah.
talking about Dino Riders 2 days ago. That's insane.
I think my boys had one or two of the toys.
Yeah.
And evidently they sort of fell out of favor because the Masters of the Universe characters and the Turtles destroyed them. Whenever there was a battle, you always knew that the Dino Riders were going to be the losers. I said, how come you guys, what's with the Dino Riders don't win?
I have to say,
Am I done?
For a thrift shop, that was a pretty good stuff.
No, I didn't do anything, Steph. I don't know what happened, buddy.
Internet
Steppo,
kind of shot out.
I'm getting a little concerned by the like for this haul. It feels like there should be a new Warriors book coming any minute, and I just don't see it.
I don't think you will. I still have a few more, Bleeker. I can go later if you wish.
Oh, give me a second here. I don't know what happened actually.
We'll put a penny behind the fuse up in Canada. There you go.
Did you get like all the good stuff out of this, or is there still more stuff to get? Because I feel like that's a shop you should return to every once in a while.
Oh, there's lots more stuff. There was a couple that didn't make the cut that would have been that I already had, so I didn't want to duplicate too much. But ones that I didn't have, here's Rocco's Modern Life #1.
Roscoe's freaking out
that's
somewhere. That's one of Roscoe's favorites. Rocco's Modern Life, good stuff.
Here is Masters of the Universe #1, the motion picture.
Oh, yep. From the movie. There you go.
That's the big pickup, I think.
That's cool. I don't think I've ever seen it.
Yeah, that's nice.
This one was 25. The first time I bought from this vendor, I asked for a 10% discount, which he gave. But the gal at the counter, I said, I'd like to see if you could hit the seller to see if he'll still give me 10%. She said what he did was he priced the books where he wanted to be so that he didn't have to go through the up and down all the time if someone wanted to buy a book or so. So they're all priced at their prices, and that's it this time. And I said, okay.
That's a good one.
Rude.
Here is an Infinity cover. And it looks to be, it's a Dick Giordano, Russ Andrew cover, and it's Action Comics #500.
Oh, nice.
Nice. Look at that.
It's a cool cover. Yeah. It's almost like the 3D.
Very super. Look how fat Superman is. He's like Fred Flintstone fat.
Well, but that's how Kurt Swan drew Superman too. Superman's chest was this barrel. Schuster and Boring and these guys, when they were first drawing it, he was quite slim, and he was he fit in, but he wasn't super duper powerful, which made him a more interesting character, I thought.
I mean, how's he getting out of the phone booth that double thick?
He's not at the phone booth anymore. He's at the beach now. He's just sitting there chilling, getting away from the beach.
That's what it
double
was.
thick.
Here is a Witchblade. This is Witchblade number 13, I think.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I love those covers. Those are good stuff.
She bugging right there. What's going on with her face?
I don't know what the fuck. All I see is face.
It's there's this. Her arm looks she almost looks venomized.
It's like
this is Michael Turner.
Yeah,
I would say that's not Turner's best cover.
I'm gonna agree.
Well, you get the nets will only capture things that
Don't be defending the next Steppo. Don't be defending the.
Okay, this this is Armageddon #1, Anti-Millennium Edition, limited to $3,000.
Oh yeah, $3,000. What the fuck?
No, 3,000 issues. 3,000 issues.
Yeah, that better not be $3,000.
No, it was $9. I got a great discount on the. I got a great discount on the 3,000. It's only $9.
Perfect. Great deal. Really good deal.
He robbed those guys. He really crushed it.
He set but this is the thing. He set the price. And this is what he wanted to sell them for. And maybe he figures at an antique mall, he isn't going to have. But I think the comic collectors do go into antique malls. Hell, Mike goes. Lunch Money Mike is he inhabits those
Antique
places.
malls are the best places.
I'm about to go to one right now. There's a big one right near
Oh,
me.
dude. Yeah, my antique shop is the only reason I have all my books. They're fucking
See,
great.
and the thing is too, if you have an antique dealer, they know there's value, but they don't really generally know what they have. They know if they have snuff boxes and cameo glass, and they have a box full of comic books. Generally speaking, they know the cameo glass and the other stuff, but comic books, they don't really know. And you can pick up surprising what their nets will capture. They are where you find them where you find them.
The
And this
place
was
we're going is a mall, and it's got.
Ooh.
There it is.
That's a big book. How much
I
did
do
you
like
pay
that
for
one,
Steph?
Seppo. I like it just because the header's so tiny. You know, you got a lot of art there.
And they put it down at the bottom. Linsner put it down at the bottom, which is so nice. $15 was my top spend. Oh no,
Yeah,
25
that's-
for the 25 for the Masters of the Universe.
The 15 for that. That's really good. I used to see that for like 25, 50.
Now, Bleeker, I have two other little chunks. Do you want to wait for me a little bit later?
Yeah, we'll give a. Let's take a break.
I don't want to suck all the air out.
Oh, I was enjoying the ride. It's like a roller coaster.
Always a good ride.
Yeah. Let's go 5. Let's go 5 more books.
I have them. I'll show 'em.
I
I
definitely.
think right now that antique mall, like where you went to, has some really good stuff. Like that. That was awesome books.
Biggie, you
Thank
got
you.
this. You got this, Biggie.
I do not have that. No.
That's Kirby.
That
With
is,
the glasses.
that is Jack Kirby art 3D
Yep.
collection Battle World.
Hey, Chihuahua.
I have that.
I'm actually gonna. I'll send you one, Biggie. Actually, well, it's gonna be in a. If you want it, you don't have to have it. But
No, I would like that. Yeah. What year is that? Like 70 or something?
no, it'd probably be
80.
88.
80?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, put it in my pile, Bleak. We'll build a pile.
Put it in your pile. I'm gonna start a pile for you, brother. All right, that's in the Biggie pile.
Yeah.
I'm fixing my background while we were watching stuff.
I see that.
So I
Sure.
do notice the absence of some books that was up there in the past.
Yes,
Like,
there's some.
I don't see that Dave Stevens book up there no more.
No, both of those are gone. They got sold last night.
You sold them at a good price. Yeah, you guys did real well. I was a little jealous, but I wasn't really selling to sell. But I do want to show off one book. And
Can I show something before I have to hop off?
yeah, go ahead. Rep, you can jump ahead of me.
I got something this week I'm kind of proud of.
All right.
I'm kind of astonished by. Y'all familiar with American Gods? The
Yes. I love the show, and I actually have the #1 for the comic book. So that's,
Yeah, Neil Gaiman.
Cool. Yeah, I've got the comics and the well, I had these printed up. One of the guys that's on our show on Tuesday nights, Paul in the 619.
yeah.
Is a fellow named Patrick Hardy.
Okay.
He's a movie prop collector. And
Oh, you got the hammer right beside you. Is that the hammer?
I was going to say, it was just it's
No.
Molnar. It's Molnar.
Oh my God, bro! That guy.
That's cool.
First of all, I love that actor. That actor is such a great actor, and he played
Yeah,
that
he is.
perfectly. He was so good in American Gods.
Oh,
Dang,
light.
Well, that's pretty good.
that is cool, man.
Yeah, man.
I
don't
like
think
the
I'm gonna
wood
beat
on the
that.
handle. I like the aged wood on the handle.
Yeah, I thought
That's
that
the
is
best
really
part.
cool. And
Yeah, bro.
Wasn't he the mayor in Hansel and Gretel that got squashed and was so
Yes.
evil? Oh, he's so good.
Oh yeah, he was so
damn
good.
good actor.
He was also the devil in Constantine.
Constantine.
He
Yeah.
was so good in that.
Oh,
Call of Duty
that's where I know him from.
commercials.
He was
And
He was in John Wick.
He was a nihilist in Big
He's a
Lebowski.
nihilist in the Big Lebowski.
Yeah.
Check me out, Blake. I got a book.
He's funny.
He was the Russian in when what's his name went to space to stop the asteroid.
Armageddon.
Yeah,
Yeah, Armageddon.
This is how we do it, mother.
You have to eat it like this.
He said everybody
His
on the
voice
panel
is still
was
good.
robbed. I was just
So
cannot believe I got that.
That's
I always
awesome.
wanted this book, and I waited till it was dirt cheap and got me a 3.5 for that. bad
Nice.
boy.
That's
Oh yes, yeah. I'm actually a little jealous of that one, Mr. Big Jack.
Cool.
I love it. Yeah. And then I'll show one that me and Steppo have a love for too while I'm up here.
Oh, that's my favorite. I love that book. I love that cover.
Me too.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
definitely. It's so good, right? It might be my favorite little Hawkman art style right there. It's so good.
It's so well when you get the combination of Gil Kane penciling and Murphy Anderson inking. You get the action of Gil Kane, but you have Murphy Anderson dressing them out so beautifully. But the funniest part about Biggie, the funniest part of that, they said, you know, Alfred Hitchcock always talked about in his movies about the MacGuffin, which is what is the thing, the secret formula, the secret document, or whatever it is, the secret plans that they have. Everybody's after it, the man who knew too much or whatever. The MacGuffin, he says, what are we going to do for the MacGuffin on this cover? And the guy says, hey, I've got a Brownie camera. Let's make my Brownie camera the super duper machine. So they use the Brownie camera. I think it's just
it's so good. You got the background with the buildings. It looks pretty good, and then the camera's very detailed, and you got the atom on top, and then the fucking flying. It's just so many things flying at you, and it's pretty good, man.
The trade dress is that orange, but then it's that deep purple and orange on the accent for that. It just is. I love that book. I truly love that book. Well done.
Yeah, me too. It's one of my favorites for sure.
Man, that
What's up,
book.
Blake?
That book that Doc showed the other night, the teenage dope.
Doc comes up with some shit, don't he? Yeah.
Oh, I need that
teenage
book.
dope book. Yeah.
I need it in my, and I can't. And I looked at it, and a coverless version is $350.
Of course.
Okay, right. We're never getting that book.
It's funny the books that can get value like that.
Yeah, it's just super cool. I don't know, just an awesome.
It's not a
I'm
brownie.
gonna go munch down. I'm gonna get out y'all's hair. I'll be back in a little while.
All right, Biggie. You know you're.
See you, Big.
Bye, guys.
Oh, Ken Joe says he wants that hammer.
They call it the brick.
That is a brick.
Brownie camera.
1950s camera.
Nice.
I guess that was the most common camera they used.
That's awesome, dude.
That is very cool. Working at the hotel, people would leave things in the rooms that you wouldn't believe that they would leave it. And we had a steamship company that would put their crewmen up at the hotel, and one of them had come from Mother Russia, and one of the crewmen, who must have been one of the further up the food chain on the ship, left a Leica camera in the guest room, and it was an early Leica when they first started to. The market started that they were able to export Leica cameras, and I think in James Bond they always had Leica cameras were the ones that were the big ones. So here was this fancy, I mean really fancy Leica Russian camera, and my father went to great trouble with the steamship company to say, hey, this guy left a Leica camera in the room. I want to give it to you to make sure that it gets to the guy on the ship so you can send it to the ship owner, or give it so that the crewman can get his camera back. And the shipping company tried, and they could not access or get it. And so the long story short was my father ended up with a Leica camera. And I think we held it for, about 6 months and kept it safe because, if it's a Russian, the economy of scale for Russians to earn enough money to buy a Leica camera is not, at the time, was not very easy to do. I mean, the guy must have saved or known someone, which is, of course, how a lot of that stuff happens too. Or I don't think that the guy was a stand-up guy, and they didn't really speak a whole lot of English, but they got their meals and everything else included. And for the most part, they were very, very nice people that from the steamship company. But anyway, we had a Leica camera out of the whole thing. It was interesting.
Donation from Mr. Cali Comics. And Cali, we appreciate you, brother. You are awesome. Let's give Cali a little love.
I think we have seen a miracle, and this miracle is forgiveness. Yes, that's right. The Lord will extend his forgiveness.
Yes, he will.
But he ain't gonna do it for free.
No.
In order to be forgiven, you must go to the root of the word, which is give. Give.
Give a
Cough it
give.
up. Reverend Peyton, I think this deserves a song.
Thank you very much, Callie. We appreciate you, brother.
That's funny.
That was funny.
Yeah, you know who actually he didn't get to see it, but the person that actually sent me that was Boston Chris.
Oh, that's very cool.
Yeah, I gotta give
Good
Mr.
color.
Boston credit. Yes. Some things you forget. Boston, he does not forget. That was good. So thank you very much, Callie. We appreciate you, fella.
Well, guys, I'm about to head to the antique mall.
Oh shit!
I hope I didn't start something.
That's what I was like. Well, that's what I was planning to do today. Unfortunately, it's an antique mall, so it's booths and the owners aren't there. There's no negotiating. It's just whatever it's marked.
Yeah,
that's how mine
The store. But there is a comic shop from nearby that actually has a booth there, so I know there will be interesting stuff there to look at today on a Sunday when everywhere else is closed.
Well, break a leg, because I won't say the other word. Break a leg.
I'll take my hammer with me and see if that can motivate.
That is too cool.
I can't get over it, man. I'm like, wow. I got the box in the mail, and I'm like, what the hell is this? Big giant 4-foot long box. And it had Patrick. By the way, you can follow him on Instagram. If you want to see the kind of stuff he gets. The Missing Collection. Here's one of his posts from today.
Oh wow! Yeah.
Big, real quick.
He spends.
Oh, Wolfman.
He posts $5,000, $10,000 worth of stuff a week that he buys, sells. He's pretty big in the prop collecting community.
Can't go wrong with that.
I'm like, it kind of puts to shame all the comic book collectors saying, "Oh, I spend $300 a month." This dude right here he doesn't even think about money, I guess. You know, one of those.
It must be nice.
All right.
This is like money. What's that?
I don't think about it either. My bank account usually laughs at me, so I'm cool.
He does sells and buys, so he keeps it moving.
Yeah. No, that's cool, man. So enjoy your day, enjoy your shopping, and we definitely appreciate you coming on.
If you still want to get back, I'll show you what I've got.
Please do. Yeah, please do.
Y'all have fun, man.
Peace.
Thanks, Kevin.
Thanks for letting me come on and chat. I'll see you guys around.
Yeah, man. It's Random Rips. Check them out. Doing anything on? Oh, does he doing anything on YouTube? I don't know what he.
Yeah, low lives. And makes other appearances in other places. I think he does like a Saturday live tonight.
All right, cool. So check out Random Rips on the YouTubes, man. Steppo, you got a couple more things you want to show off there?
Oh, sure. Be happy to.
All right.
I have some modern good girl stuff that I will perhaps save that for later or whatever. But here recently, I was Alan showed a book, Dick Tracy, with a gal. I think it's his girlfriend or Tess, Trueheart or whatever her name is. And some criminals had her leg in a vice that had spikes on it, and they were cranking it down, and she's screaming. And Tracy's coming in and shooting his gun. I think he drills a guy in the head or something like that. I said, gosh, that's a cool Tracy, because I don't really collect Dick Tracy. Until Black Box Silver and Bronze had that one where Tracy's head is on fire. That one, I said, I couldn't believe it. I said, my God. And a bomb had gone off, and his head's on fire, and her head's on fire, and she's blackened across the face. He's screaming, trying to find her, and I found a copy of that. They don't bring much. But I was looking for that one that Alan showed, and I went into this vein of Mexican Dick Tracy's. And they're bigger. These are all from between 1952 and 1954 pre-code U.S. books. But Here's
some of those covers are so cool. Like they're different. The colors are a little
The
different.
colors are more, and they're bigger. The books themselves. This isn't a silver and silver gold set. I mean Mylar set. You know, full back and acid free, whatever way I do it. But this is the first appearance of the little kid swinging on the chandelier. There's this one where a guy's getting shot in the pump, and Tracy's hitting him with the Thompson. Bacho up on the top, and the D, B-O-C-H-O. That means very cool, very, very together in Espanol.
This is so bacho, man.
He bacho. You're bacho. Then here's one where a dog is ripping the chest open of a guy. And one guy's trying to shoot the dog in the chest, and Tracy's coming in.
I do like the story that in what is it, Mexico, they were like, no, sorry, Gwen Stacy's not gonna die.
They said screw that.
We're writing our own comic book. Sorry, this isn't happening, guys.
You do that. You do what you want to do. We're not going to do that.
I love that. Such a great story.
Here's one where Tracy's getting shot through the ear while his buddy's already taken one in the chest.
I wonder, is that that's a pretty expensive stuff, that Spider-Man run that
very.
Yeah, I thought so.
Muy caliente. I don't know if this guy's
try and speak Spanish because I would wreck it, I'm sure.
Well, but I don't know who the guy is with the overcoat, but that's his partner. But it's not Prune Face, but it looks like Prune Face. One guy's already been shot in the head, I mean, they just really hang out here. Every one of these was $29.
Nice.
Here's a guy that's bloodied, might have taken a slug through the cheek.
Yep.
Fighting with Tracy.
Give him a good kick in the chops.
I just think they're wild. Here a guy's got a milk jug that he smashed. It says leche, which is milk. And he's got the girly tie. You see this? It gives you an indication of the times where they used to have these hand-painted girly ties.
Yeah.
I don't know, you guys probably don't even know what it is. But he's in a tree house. He's fighting in a kid's tree house, and the branch is breaking.
He's got a glass broken.
And he's going to put the broken glass right down into his eye. Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
It is wild.
And the last one is one where you heard about where they give him concrete overshoes, but here's a guy that's already dead, bleeding out into the ocean, and they've put girders around this guy, this businessman or whatever, and he's about ready to get the trip to Davy Jones' locker.
And that guy's the guy holding up the strongest guy in the world. He just one hand. He's just like, you know what? Wait a minute.
Balanced. It's just balanced perfectly. See. And one other thing that the guy does is he has original art that I don't know where he gets it, but Mexican men's magazines.
Oh, right. Yeah, like they really look like they're from the 50s, and like they've got a real timely quality to them.
But this one here is based on the truck. It looks like this is closer to the late 60s or early 70s, but this is original art for this whatever magazine it was.
Very cool, actually.
Very 40s looking dress. It isn't signed, and I wouldn't even probably know who the artist was anyway. But this was, this was $175. So anyway, but this is the sort of stuff. She evidently was shopping.
Well, yeah, you do. You've got to shop.
I don't really understand the scene at all, really. And it must be outside because they've got a storm drain behind that guy on the left. And they're in from the field to bring the food in. But this gal on her knees on a blanket, and I don't quite understand exactly what's going on here.
I had no idea. So I was gonna say what.
But I thought it was. I liked the image of the gal because that dress is very 40s looking dress, and she appears to be. It's really cold in Oaxaca. or she's excited about the prices or something. I don't know.
It's really up there, right here.
So there you go.
Very cool, Steven. Very cool. We appreciate you, my friend. If you're not checking out Steppo, don't forget to watch him on Monday nights with the Monday Night Special with Alan, the comic collector geek.
We do a Friday hangout too, which is fun.
Yes, they do a good Friday night hangout. You guys have a few more people stopping onto that show these days.
We had a full crew this last time. We had Big Lyle. It was Big Lyle and Matt Atkinson, Alan, and then it was Hagen of Lettuce Comics and Nate from Hall Yeah, and then they let me in too.
Wow, you're the best one. Yeah, but that's because Alan's too cheap. That's why it's a full house, because Alan's too cheap to get to pay for 10 seats, I guess, because you can only have 6 on your show apparently.
He cries poor better than most people I know, but you look behind him and you go, dude, really? Come on.
No, I can side with Alan on that one. So I thought about getting the 10 seats for StreamYard, and I was just like, you know what? Like, it just, for me, when I thought about it, I was just like, for the 4 extra seats, I don't see why paying for it is when I'm already doing it for free. So, and it's not like I have a huge panel every time I stream, or that I stream a lot either.
I have a question for everybody on the panel and everybody in the chat. Since it is the holiday season, I want to know, what is your favorite go-to, what is the go-to holiday movie that you watch every single year?
There's too many.
Lethal Weapon.
Yeah, Christmas Vacation, White Christmas. I watch so many Christmas movies, and I usually start with the lesser known ones, and then I get to the more, down and dirty actual Christmas movies. So,
Biggie Shack wants to know if Steppo has any Lil Abner issues.
I have all manner of issues, Biggie. Oh, you mean comics? I do have the Little Abner. I have the first Little Abner, and I have the second Wolf Gal, and those are in slabs somewhere. But those are the only two. Wolf Gal #1 is a really tough book to find, and eventually I'd like to be able to get one of those. But I've never found one that was worth. It was so rough and so expensive; it was too much. But I have two Little Abners. Those are the only two I have.
I got 2 things to show, just because I've been digging around here for a second. I've got this awesome birthday present that I got. That was from Susan, and it has the Amazing Spider-Man 300 comic in it, but it's actually $299 with a 300 cover, which I think is sort of pretty cool, actually. So you get his actual first appearance with the actual first cover, and I think that's neat. And then I just found this guy, just digging through a comic book just in the last section. There we go. I just like him because it's awesome.
It just won't die.
That's Kaluta, isn't it?
This is, yes, Mike Kaluta. Yeah, it's pretty cool, man.
That's very nice.
Yeah, I think I.
But he has. Is he Tarkus's brother? Because he's got the extra set of arms, or maybe I'm not looking at it right.
He does have the extra set of arms. I don't know if it's Tarkus's brother. I think I just bought this recently because I just like the 20-cent comic.
Very cool. You know, I look at this when they're fighting skeletons with swords. I always think of Jason and the Argonauts, where they pop out, where they all pop out of the dragon's teeth, the Hydra teeth, and they all of these guys pop out of the ground, and then they start fighting with
100%. The big skeleton fight, that was great. Love that. It's a big deal, that movie for stop motion animation. All right, let me get out of here. There we go.
Mr. Bleeker, I'm going to go upstairs and get some rich, nourishing caffeine. I will return shortly. Look at the snow, and look at the snow from TM.
Oh no! What happened? I don't need none of that in my life.
I'll be back.
Although I have snow right now, but not that much.
You got somebody in the back.
Oh, we got somebody in the back. We don't have that much snow where I live, TM, but we do have a little bit. Jeez Louise. That looks terrifying. All right, let's bring this. Do we call them fine gentlemen? I'm not sure.
That's generous.
Right? It seems. I thought it was a little generous.
For a Texan, he's very good. Like if he was just an average person, like we would hold him to stricter. But it's like, oh, you're from Texas, okay?
Yeah, that's fair.
You're doing pretty good.
That's fair. I think that's fair. How you doing, Mr. Splash Page Comics? Holy smokes, that coffee.
That is his Texas-sized coffee.
Everything's bigger in Texas, they say. Look at the size of that monster. I'm digging the whole. I'm digging your whole background, sir. You look pretty good. No, he said hello there, but I don't know if I can hear him. Tux.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
I give his background a 3.
3.
Ooh.
Rough. Yeah, those
y'all are ruthless on the
all those facsimiles up top there, that amazing Fantasy 15, all those come on now. Trying to fool us.
Not enough DC.
Wow,
there's not one DC up there.
There won't be any DC ever.
Well,
that's right.
Not after that scoring.
That's probably why I got a 3, right?
Yeah,
no, I'm kidding. It's a nice setup.
You get a 10 Splash. It's a very, very nice background. I'm a little more generous than Biggie, so like I just give you a 10. Let's just, I don't know. Biggie might give you a 7.5, maybe a 9. No, you got some big boy books up there. You might get a 9.5.
Well, I was making my enchiladas and I was listening to y'all. Y'all covered a lot of topics.
Yeah. We gotta do, what's going on with the community, what's going on with movies, what's happening, people. And Splash
that's another.
Fell down the stairs. Yeah.
No. Yeah,
Splash.
actually, what I find funny is what I find ironic, I should say, is that Steppo goes to get coffee. Like, I need the caffeine nourishment, and then Splash is sitting there with a gallon jug of coffee.
The most enormous cup of coffee you've ever seen in your life.
See, if he would just give me his address, I'd send him one of these, and he wouldn't have to get up. He'd just pour the whole.
He'd never run out of coffee again.
With the amount of coffee that's in that cup, you'll never blink again in life.
I drank one of these yesterday.
I know, and you haven't shut your eyes since 1987.
I gave up coffee.
Gave it up.
Yeah.
Whatever you put in there, you will be well hydrated. Like if you drank just water out of that cup, 2 of those a day, you'd be all right. You hit your water fulfillment for the day.
Yeah, I don't actually drink coffee, but
I don't know.
I was drinking it too much that I was addicted. Like I would I'd have coffee in my hand at all times and stuff. That if I woke up and in the first 2 hours of me waking up, if I didn't get a coffee, I would have a headache all day.
That's everybody I know.
And so I was getting sick of it and stuff. Like I was so dependent on it. So I was like, fuck this. I'm done with coffee.
So you were a coffeeholic.
Yeah.
See, I used to have an issue like that, but with alcohol, but I don't think they have a name for it.
Oh no.
Yeah, this is they can figure it out.
This is a 64 ounce, and oddly enough, I only drink 2 of these, one on Saturday and one on Sunday. I don't drink any coffee during the week.
Papa's got Power Ranger sodas. You want to open those, Papa? Yeah, man, we'll watch you open.
Oh,
some.
yeah. Let's watch that. That sounds cool.
Power Rangers soda. I never heard of that.
That's what it is.
All right.
Boom.
Oh, it has a cool case too. Look at that.
The heck's going on here?
He's got sodas of the Power Ranger variety.
Go
Well,
Soda Rangers.
I don't drink soda, and I don't like the Power Rangers, so maybe I'll go for a walk.
Are these, Papa, are these the cans that you open up and there's something inside, or? Oh,
Well,
okay.
that'd be most cans.
Yeah.
No,
you
I'm
can,
talking about the figures or whatever.
Oh, yeah, that'd be like a.
There's a chance to win a chase.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's them. Yeah, okay.
I only have a few because they were sent to me, and it's just a Pumpkin King and a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles one.
Like Jack the Pumpkin King?
Yeah.
I've seen them at the comic shops. I've never bought any of them because I would never know what's inside them because I'd never open them.
Papa, do you
There
drink?
you go, Biggie. Biggie says Soda Rangers double -0 from him.
Yeah, I didn't know. So you do you get wasted once in a while, Papa? Do you no? Do you don't drink at all? A little bit, but no wasted. Okay.
He drinks responsibly.
Come on.
You get any time.
Well, Papa, what do you drink? Do you drink wine, beer, liquor, or you can just nod your head? Wine, beer.
He's a rum and coke guy through and through.
Beer. You're a beer guy.
I feel rum and cokes around him. Yeah, maybe beer.
See, I was guessing CJ's tier.
Tequila Rose. Oh my gosh.
Oh, Tequila
Wow.
Rose. Yum.
Fancy little fart, you.
Man,
Well, he's
you
gonna drink
and you
and
don't
do it
get
right.
messed up.
He's gonna do it responsibly.
It does taste pretty good though if you drink it responsibly.
There you go.
The yellow Power
You
Ranger.
got Trini. Is it?
It's like strawberry milk almost. It's pretty good.
I used to love Canadian Mist and Coke. That was back in the 80s. That was my drink.
Now for beer, it's Molson Canadian.
I'm a
Oh,
Molson.
he
I'm an
actually opened it. Oh wow! I
No,
didn't
I'm
know-
just kidding. It's Budweiser. Budweiser's king.
Oh, Butt Whopper.
Export.
Butt wiper. I never had that
Yeah,
before.
yeah, Butt Whopper. That's a cool sticker. Papa.
I also
What
like
else
Molson.
come in there? I didn't know you was gonna open it up all the way, Papa.
Yeah, that's what he wanted to do.
Papa, Biggie Shack giving Papa Wheelie some shit. Papa Wheelie needs shit. Don't worry. He gives everyone shit. So Papa Wheelie needs a little shit in his life.
What was that?
Damn. Biggie is going hard at Papa today.
Oh, he liked my Butt Whopper comment.
Oh, I thought he was.
That was what we call down here Budweiser. We call it Butt Whopper. Oh wow!
nice.
Is that what's inside?
Okay. So it's a little toy.
And if
But this is the original, right? The original Power Rangers. So that's Trini. Okay. I don't know any of the other ones past the original.
Papa,
You can make them up, TM, because I wouldn't know the difference. Please
See, back-
continue to name them.
Back when they first come out, Hasbro come out with the action figures, and I ended up getting the whole line of the Hasbro action figures, even the white one and the green one. In fact, I got 2 of the rare green ones, and I think I got 1 white one. But the 2 green ones, one of them's got the regular clothes, the other one's got this little gold thing that goes around his neck.
Yeah, that
And
definitely was
they're supposed to be the rare
that-
ones.
Yeah.
But I got about, I think, a total, because I collected them there for a while, because my son liked them, and I had to hide them away from him so he didn't open them. Oh,
Yeah.
there's another one. That's the
Yeah, the pink one. Yeah, baby. There she is.
Kimberly.
yeah. She was good looking.
She was everybody's first crush. Not mine. Mine was Topanga.
Oh, mine was Lisa Welch.
I was gonna say the Zords. Did you end up getting a bunch of the Zords and stuff too? Like the special T-Rex.
The monsters. Yeah,
Yeah.
the monsters and everything. Yeah, I got the complete set.
I remember they used to have a giant turtle. That one I think went for a lot of money at one point.
It's been so long since I've seen those. They're in one of those brown boxes over there in the corner because it has Power Rangers set. Excuse me, written on the box. But they were my sons, and he wasn't old enough. I didn't want him to open them, and now he just said, "I don't want them. You can keep them." But
So
yeah,
there is one
Lisa
Power
Welch.
Ranger. There is one Power Ranger that I've followed. He was the second Black Power Ranger, still part of the original series.
Where
but
did
Johnny
you
Young.
follow him to?
Yeah, man. Why?
Did he figure it out?
I followed his career, but not his career into
That
anime.
doesn't seem like you had to go very far then.
He voices one of my favorite characters on one of my favorite animes, and that's Ichigo Kurosaki on Bleach. He's also voiced Vash the Stampede on the Trigun series.
His career goes farther than you thought, Beckerman.
Is any of this words? Like I get that salad of stuff seemed like sentences, but I didn't understand a dang word you were
I
saying.
was really hoping.
If that one won't open, Papa, go to the next one.
I was really hoping that Beckerman was
cool.
going to do something like, no, you pronounced that wrong. That's actually, since he's on it, the show is called Blech.
All right, and the other show is Wolfstrain. Wolfstrain was really good.
Are you making this shit up?
When your mom
No.
comes back through, you can have her open that one.
Is a Wolfstring.
Now, a lot of y'all don't know who Lisa Welch is, do you?
I've heard of the name. I think.
Hey, the Green Ranger. That's Tommy, right? See, I know one.
Lisa Welch was Blair on Facts of Life.
Oh, I remember Blair.
gotcha.
Why didn't you just say Blair from Facts of Life?
Exactly.
That was more of a 2D.
Somewhere I got an autographed picture of her that she personally autographed it. I don't know if I told this story. She was born like 8 miles from here, and she was she went to Hollywood, and she needed her birth certificate, so they had to go to the county courthouse here locally and get it. And my mom was the chief deputy county clerk. She was there for years, and she come in there, and my mom knew that I'd watched Facts of Life a lot. And she gave my mom a picture and signed it to give to me and everything. And yeah, I had a big crush. I was so disappointed I wasn't there when her mother and I guess it was her mother and her that showed up to get the birth certificate because she was born, like I said, in that little town just west of here and everything. But yeah, she was one of my
Wait a minute. So is she before Joan Jett?
Pretty close to the same time. That was in the 80s. Oh, there's the Green Ranger sticker. Yeah,
So
Joan Jett was. Oh
move on to
man.
Joan Jett because Blair just gave him a picture and wandered off to Hollywood.
Yeah, Joan Jett I met in person. I almost got a restraining order over that. Probably if I'd have seen her again. Oh God bless that Joan Jett.
Hey, Joan, do you like comics?
I
Joan,
never had a
please.
chance with her. I mean, she was a, you know what? But man, alive, whew, she was.
A woman
Those
of
eyes,
certain taste.
those eyes of those old pictures just still melt me. Still melt me. Did you show up the Green Ranger, Wheelie?
He just showed one so far.
He had the green sticker.
Yeah.
I've seen a yellow Ranger, and I've seen a
Yeah, they're not only they're
Oh, there he
inside
goes.
the
Oh,
bag
okay.
as well.
Yeah, okay. He's opening the bag. That's what he's doing. All right. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's-
A little coffee's making me impatient.
So I have to ask if so Callie said Three's Company, so I'm assuming that he must have been fan of Joyce DeWitt because Joyce DeWitt was hot. I'll give you that. Like watching those now. Is like, wow.
Oh wow, yeah, that's the action figure I got with the gold thing on there, or one of them.
Yep.
Nice.
Who's that?
Bad about
Darth
that guy, man.
Lopez.
He was like he was the coolest Power Ranger, and he went and left us.
I had no infatuation with Mrs. Garrett. I'm sorry, Darth.
Mrs. Garrett.
Yeah, he said he's making fun of me.
Yeah, I remember. Like, I haven't watched the show since I was like younger, but Tommy was introduced as a villain first.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah.
Rita mind control.
But when Joe come on Facts of Life, she was pretty hot. You know, I like the rough woman.
From New York.
You used to say
I like the
when
rough,
Joe
tough
came
woman.
on Facts
That
of
was-
Life, he was pretty hot. That's weird.
Well, it clearly worked out.
Now, see, I'm younger than all of you guys, so mine is of course Topanga from Boy Meets World.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. The short girl with the real long hair.
Yeah,
I've seen
Danielle
her-
Fishel.
Yeah, I know. She was good looking too, but
I saw her at Boston Fan Expo. I think like 3 years ago. She's smoking. Like first of all, it's funny because like all of them people didn't age. Like for the most part, they still look the same. Like it's just like whoa. And then it was just like
What about the blonde chick from Different Strokes? Wasn't she in a Playboy?
Oh, Play-Doh.
Oh,
yeah, she ended up
the
committing
girl-
suicide.
Yeah, she did, but she was real pretty.
There is a girl on Boy Meets World in the college years. I forget her name, but she was tall and redheaded. She left Hollywood and went straight into porn.
yeah.
And she talks about how she makes more money doing porn than she did working in Hollywood.
Oh, there she is. There's the Pink Ranger. Although,
Yeah.
You're awesome. Good job, Papa.
Yeah, Lisa Plato. She had a real traumatic after the series, and she kind of went down in drugs, and then started her way back, and then couldn't ever get anything to do. Then went into some soft. It wasn't hardcore porn; it was soft porn, and that pretty much killed our career. Then she was at home with her fiance or maybe husband, and she committed suicide in the travel trailer that was parked in the front yard.
Nora, thank you for your help. Appreciate you. Nora's on church.
Yes, thank you, Nora. I appreciate that.
Not saying who she's hotter than, CJ. We're just saying our first crushes.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know. I had a crush on every
You're not allowed to have
every
a
person
preference.
that I was watching on TV. Like,
Yeah.
oh, she's hot. Oh, she's hot.
I'll be honest with you. Like I knew even as a little kid. Now I'm talking about like maybe like when I was 3 years old that Elvira. Something was different about Elvira when I was a little kid. I remember seeing her on television and just being like, whoa. I was little. I remember that vividly.
I tell you, I've been noticing this lately. Is like, I've been getting more annoyed with like super horny people. Like, it don't matter if you want to fuck a dude or you want to fuck a chick. Like, there's people that are always like, oh, they're so hot. Oh. It's just like, put your dick in your pants. You ever had pussy or dick in your life? Like, calm the fuck down with it, you know?
That's fine.
It gets annoying to me. Like, that's all. Oh, fuck.
I
wanna
hope
fuck.
Nora can't hear this right now. She
Oh,
can.
she can. Yeah.
Oh, Nora, I'm so sorry.
Damn,
I don't think we're talking about sexy. I think the only one that's talking about sexy is CJ, but we're just talking about first crushes. Like as a kid, like Topanga, like I was so excited.
I don't
want
want to hear
Topanga
about when
every week.
people are kids wouldn't have sex either. Like, it's
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Take it to a different place, Biggie. A totally different place.
Zach.
So there's the Black Power Ranger.
Yay! Is that Zach or is that
better?
I think these Power Rangers are a little bit fat.
Zach, yeah.
We're all going crazy.
Biggie, I'm not talking about having sex. I'm talking about when we're kids. I'm like, oh yeah, that makes it way better.
Well,
Yeah, no. It's like you're taking it to a whole different. Like you're infatuated with a girl. Like you just want to. You like looking at her. That's all you think about is looking at her. You're not at that age where you're like, oh, I want to put my thingy inside of her thingy. You don't think like that.
All right.
I'm not using you guys for example. I'm just saying, like, I've been noticing this lately about myself. I just can't stand hearing that kind of conversation. I just kind of tune it out.
I'm sorry, Biggie, but yeah, I had that infatuation with Joan Jett. I was a lot older.
That's nice.
That's why I crawled up on stage and
I mean,
tried to attack her.
I don't talk about that stuff either. It's not what I'm interested in.
Me
Talking
neither.
with other people about.
That's cool.
Debbie Downers, man.
That used to be like everybody's favorite. Like Jason was everybody's favorite. Then Tommy came along, and then
oh, you found the chase.
Oh, you found the
So you got
chase.
one out of 2,500.
Oh, nice.
And now
heck
it's
is that?
oh. Now it's it just went to 2.
Pop's like dying. It's like, I can't believe this.
If I ever see Pop try to sell that as near mint, I'm gonna call shenanigans.
No way, that's near mint.
Well, I must have missed it.
What in the hell is going on with that guy? Like, that's a weird looking power surfer.
It's the chase, so they designed it a little differently.
So it's like
Magneto?
1 in 1,000 or 1 in 100 or something like
Is
that.
that meant for a black light so it can light up or anything like that?
That's
So it
cool.
looks cool.
That's awesome.
Oh,
Good job.
Sometimes
Made it a little more stupid to me.
You really make me laugh, Biggie. Sometimes it's really so funny.
That's it, Papa. Cool, man. Cool.
Good job, man. Wait.
Thanks for sharing, Pop.
Was that was all of them, wasn't it? Oh.
Yeah.
There were 6 in there, wasn't there, or 4?
It was 6.
It was the
It was
6th
5
pack.
original, and then Tommy became the 6th Power Ranger.
Oh, okay.
Callie. Again, Callie, Mr. Christmas last night. If you didn't watch the Band of Brothers.
Yeah,
or
California
Callie-
gave away enough books he could have fucking probably bought a Journey 83 with. That guy's a maniac.
Callie went crazy last night, and can't say thank you enough. I think he deserves some Christmas love.
A little news. I was on Mad Spidey's last night.
Oh, okay.
So was I.
Yeah, and accidentally bought StreamYard.
Did you really?
Yeah, accidentally. I bought it. It went right through. It's because you got to put in your damn credit card number in there to see what's going to charge you. And I said, no, I don't want it. So I clicked off it. Well, days later, I was talking on Spidey, and they were Rob was trying to tell me, well, if you go in there, it'll tell you how much. And, well, when I clicked past to see what it was, I said, thank you for your subscription and everything. And it kept my credit card number the first time I put in there. And, yeah, I got StreamYard for a year now.
That's what I thought, too.
Oh,
Callie. I
for a year.
thought
How much
Splash
is
Baby
that?
owns StreamYard now.
I don't know for sure because he would never tell me.
Live stream?
Yeah, like I think he owns StreamYard. So can I get a deal on my StreamYard?
StreamYard, we gotta talk.
We gotta
So
talk.
I got to have one
$1 billion?
partner. So I'm taking bids for someone to be a partner and send me half the amount I paid for.
What?
I mean, it's for a year. It's 50% off. So it's a lot. Hopefully, it's a lot less than what
Yeah.
I'm thinking. Because
So
before
the
it was
thing
like
that you got-
$800 and something dollars.
Whoa. You
Yeah.
see that, Biggie Shack? Darth
What am I
Lopez
looking
says
at?
Darth
You must have
Lopez
got-
says he's ready for the club now. He believes he understands the strategy.
Oh, you're welcome to come on, man.
He's been on, but I think he lost last time. But yeah, come on anytime, Darth.
I'm curious now. Wait a minute. So you said that it goes to $800 a month? Sorry,
A year.
$800 So
Yeah, a
you must
year.
have bought the highest tier. Like you bought like the business tier.
I don't know what I bought.
Yeah, you
I
bought
was
the
trying to figure out what it cost, and I clicked
I've
the
never
button.
heard of it costing that much money.
No. If you do the business tier, it's expensive like that.
Yeah, it's mad expensive.
So I don't know
You
how
might
many
want
tiers
to try to
you
get
have
your
on
money
one.
back, dude.
Yeah, for real.
Well,
Splash page. You bought the wrong tier. Go back and renegotiate.
Yeah,
with
let's look at this. Well, I can't even look at it because it would be. Oh no, I can. It won't be in US. Just a sec.
Well, it was 41% off Black Friday. Then I clicked on it again. It's 50% off Cyber Week or something like that, and it had a day left.
That was all this week.
So it's regularly $1,600. Got it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I paid for. I have no idea. It wouldn't tell me. And StreamYard, if you're out there, we're using your platform now. You need to make, are you sure you want to purchase this for this price? Then you click on it. You just don't click on it and say, all right, let's see how much it costs. Boom. All right, you bought it.
All right,
And I'm
it's
like,
saying that the Cyber Week deal for a year right now is $413.
Yeah, go to the next tier.
No.
That's the only tier. That's the advanced tier. That's the only one that's available.
well, that was probably what I
for the
paid
Cyber
because I
Week.
got 50% off.
No,
And that's
hold
the
on.
advanced tier. The advanced tier is not the business tier, so you're
He didn't
good.
do that. He did business because it says $238.99 monthly, annually
it better
billed
not
at
be that.
$720. Like that's the one that you got. You got the
It better
business.
not be
You have-
that.
So you have on-air webinars of up to 10,000 viewers. You have a green room pre-recorded stream for 8 hours and 10 seats.
You have all of the
Well,
things.
guess
You
what? We're
all
going to
of
have
the
a green room, guys, and we're going to have webinars on my channel, and we're going to discuss, I don't know what, how
Have you
to
ever
put together
had
a two before or
a
something.
webinar Splash?
You ever watch
I
me?
would like
is
to
a
go to
webinar?
your webinar. Right? What kind of subjects do you think?
Decorating trees,
Oh, that's a
undecorated
good one.
trees,
That's a
stringing
good one.
lights. I mean, it's going to be festival. How to put up my, I can't say that. Almost told you what was on my set over here.
Details for the contest, the webinar.
I think for the
Oh,
contest, y'all are going to start having to pay me to enter so I can pay
See,
for my
it won't
StreamYard.
it won't let me like choose the business one on my end.
It didn't even offer me the 40% off, and I've looked and I've sent an email. And
Alan couldn't get it either. He
I
tried
don't
3
understand. I
times.
don't understand why that. And I know it's not just in
Nazi
Canada.
figured it
'cause my
out,
friend-
and he wasn't even trying to do it.
My friend
Oh,
in
no,
Niagara
wait a
Falls.
minute, wait a minute.
Yeah, you
I
might
sent
have.
the link. They sent it to me.
There's
offering
another
it to
one.
me.
There's another
Step-O?
one where it's more expensive too. It's called Teams. It's one
Yeah, no,
after
no,
advanced.
That's what I thought he did. No, that's not what he did. He
Well,
actually
Step-O?
did the.
Because business, you have to contact them to subscribe.
Yeah, no, he did the advanced. So with the advanced, wow, I mean you get a lot of stuff, but yeah,
I ain't going to use all that stuff.
Yeah.
Screw
But
that, I'm
Step-O,
gonna watch
if
a- I'm
Alan
gonna
wants to
watch
make
webinar.
if Alan wants to make a deal, Step-O, tell Alan to get in contact with me and I'll share it with him because I don't know. I'm going to find out Monday because if it comes down to it, I'm just going to go get another daggum card and wipe that one and
See,
stop
that's
it.
what I
and-
was wondering if your webinar would be called, like daggum decorating tricks with light bulbs.
Actually, you
Daggum.
know what you gotta do
I
with
do
that?
say that a lot, don't I?
You do say it a lot.
I do say it.
I was
a lot.
going to make that
That's a-
joke before you
That's-
said daggum.
Truth in advertising.
Mr. White Glove's dadgum, and it should just be a picture of you on a gum wrapper, just and it's just chewing gum. Like you're missing.
Daggum, we're going to learn about decorating today.
That's why I don't buy
giveaway,
shit on the
while-
internet.
while
Sorry.
I
That's why I
enjoy
don't.
my coffee.
That's why I don't
So-
buy
so-
stuff on the internet because I end up screwing up and clicking something that, and I'm like,
Let me give you the
Next
overview.
off-
Part of the story you don't understand is you're like, well, I gave them my credit card number, and next thing I know, they charged me. Yeah, that's usually what happens.
but at least they will
look
tell
at-
you what it costs before you put your credit card number in there.
Wait,
That
you-
the
Well, that's
StreamYard
genius
is
of them.
yeah,
So
that's
here's the
genius. No, it ain't. No, it ain't.
Honestly,
No.
this
Splash
is how you
likes
get around
to. He titles his videos "Daggum Giveaway Details."
I do say daggum a lot, and I
You
don't.
do.
And I
Yeah.
love
But it's
it.
you. But it's you, and it works. It fits, and it's fun. It's great.
Flash, let me let me.
If
give
I
Thank
wasn't
you. I appreciate
from
that,
rural
Stephen.
Texas, why would I be
So-
saying daggum?
I'm from Texas,
When
dadgummit.
you go, when you go
Get
into the-
details
when
of
you
them
go-
giveaways, man.
Your dad is
when you
gumming
go-
it.
When you go into the
Why the
dadgum
man's
stream yard,
dentures?
right? Dadgum, I'm trying to talk here. When you go into the dadgum stream yard, right? You can click on this dadgum button that says
On
upgrade.
credit card information.
So yeah, and then you click on the upgrade button, and it'll tell you all the dadgum prices. So
Also-
let's see what you got. Let's see what all you got. So you got 4K streaming, local recordings, multi-stream, 8 destinations. That's kind of cool. An extra camera apparently. 15 backstage participants. There you go. Pre-recorded 4-hour streams. On air webinars, 1,000 views. There you go. Download transcripts, 4 seats. I don't even know what that means. Let's see. You
I
have.
don't even know
You
1,000
can
people.
download the transcripts of the conversations.
Oh, no, I'm
What
talking
am I
about the
going to do with transcripts?
Now I'm confused. It says 15 backstage participants, but then it says what's it called? 4 seats. So does that mean you get less seats on this? I'm curious.
No, you
It's a package. It's a package. It's like your cell phone. Do you use every single feature on your cell phone when it comes in? I don't.
Yeah.
No,
Does
I don't even
anybody?
own a cell phone.
For what I pay for
I
right
don't
now,
think that's a virtuous thing, Monty. I think that cell phones are very helpful if there's an emergency.
And
Especially
This is
if
my
you have
work cell
family.
phone.
Now I see.
This
Oh,
is my
okay.
work cell phone, and look, it's not even charged. They won't even
just
turn
hear
on.
how many people can actually use your channel. Like K-pop is
Oh.
actually part of my
Yeah,
channel.
that's what that 4 means.
K-pop
Gotcha.
can
You
go
can
on.
do
She can
that.
come on anytime she wants and do all that shit. She's like she
Oh,
has.
that's kind of cool.
power
And
to
then,
do
so then you also have, was it full HD, 50 hours of permanent storage, reusable studios, logos, overlays, and backgrounds, guest destinations, custom RTMP destinations. Don't know what that is. Dark
Royal
mode.
Canadian Mounted Police.
Yeah, that's right. You get the Mounties on here too.
You got the Mounties, Monty. It's Monty's Mounties.
And on top of that, like who doesn't want dark mode? You can get dark mode on there.
Dark mode's
unlike
on.
the local
Dark
recordings.
mode on the
Yeah.
other one, Boston. You can get dark mode on the other one.
Yeah, you get downloads. Like that's how I did my chatting with the comic communities. I would record backstage or record with them and then download it and upload it.
Yeah, I don't even want to. I don't even want to tempt that.
You're all hooked up for the next year until they try to charge you $800. So
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know.
After that year, they said they're going to automatically charge you.
Scientific subdermal settings there, Monty, because those will help you out showing Marvel books to better favor. All of it's
Yeah,
about showing Marvel books to better favor, and actually having them on the StreamYard will improve the conditions of your books. That's what you paid for.
I do
Dag
love
nabbit, I
that.
can't even get 1,000 views. You think paying $800 a year is going to get me any more? No.
Would anybody be interested if I made a church bingo card? Like we could have Splash says daggum, Boston Chris refuses to pronounce the letter R in a word. Collecto, shows a book or rings a bell, like when he rings the bell instead of saying the name of that company.
I'm going to have to tell. I'm going to give Mr. Sauter your dadgum.
Yeah, there it is.
Take
Mark
that
it off.
gum off the list right there. Thank you. I got that gum.
Bingo.
That's a bingo for me.
I'm going to have to give Steppo, Mr. Sauter's Steppo's.
Hey, you can check me
channel
off
these
there because I said there twice. There it is. Boom. You get 2 right there.
Can we have Steppo starts a story that leads into 4 stories? Can we have that on there?
Whoever does that, I don't know anybody that does that. Where do you get that stuff? This is church, darn it. Dag nabbit.
Earliest lies.
Your
and
stories start out as a tree
exaggerations.
trunk. Then it fetches over a branch. Then you get interested in that story. Then the branch switches over here. Then you go back to the original tree trunk and you go up further. Then another branch. And I know a lot of people like that.
Well, there are a lot of trees in the Pacific Northwest. I
There
will
you go.
tell you, there are a lot of trees.
So here's a little secret. When Splash stammered that little bit and stuttered, he was going to say dadgum. He tried not to.
Hey, quit outing me, Boston Chris. Quit outing me, man.
I hate you, Boston.
Oh, that hurt. That hurt. That was from the bottom of the heart.
That's all right. That's all
Chris,
right.
you're telling him what he
Oh,
did, and he
good
doesn't
job.
want to hear it. It's look what you've got. He says, don't tell me.
Why Britney
This
Spears?
is back in the day.
Britney Spears.
I heard she's not doing too well right now.
Why she cut her hair again?
I feel horrible for her. She's a multi-billionaire.
Well, you can have all the money in the world and still have problems. I mean,
What?
Yeah,
She
it'd
has
be
enough
alright
money.
like a
then.
movie.
She has enough money
She's
now
like
to
a
buy some
freaking-
underwear.
Yeah.
He does though. I
just
still
say-
think that's right.
So I'm so upset. Let me use these $billion movie fucking funds to wipe my tears away.
maybe that's why she's got all the money in the world. She don't wear underwear.
That's it. Oh, I didn't know.
She's been saving money.
Saving money.
Or she's been selling them.
I love how I love how Splash is just like, you know what? I've been handcuffed into this purchase and I can't escape it. So, all right, just to get this off my screen, let's go ahead and just press enter. All right, here we go.
No, I didn't press enter. I clicked on the next dadgum screen to see how much it cost.
Didn't you
and it told me,
listen to
"Thank you."
dadgum story, Boston?
All he did was put all his credit card information in and look at the listings and go to the StreamYard site and progress to the next page. That's all he did.
Hit next. That's all he did was hit next. That's it.
Thank you, Biggie. Thank you. He understands exactly what I did. And StreamYard, that is not right. Dadgum, and I tell you what.
Is that how you normally get into the stream? Is like you go in and you're like, all right, let me, do you go into that site, or does it give you a link that you?
Hi, Bobby.
It was at the
You
top
showed
of my
some great stuff,
StreamYard.
Bobby.
I just clicked
You did-
it when
you
it said
did good.
50% off.
Oh wow, I see. Oh wow. So they just the 50 and I'll give you credit there. Like they it is kind of ambiguous until you start playing because you don't know what you're getting, and then it's like, oh, choose this one, choose that one.
Do me a favor, Splash. If you call them and like talk to somebody to try to get a refund, which I absolutely think you should do, and they're like, "Sir, we're having a hard time understanding you," transfer them to Boston, Chris.
I'll talk with him. Like, hi, my friend clicked on this thing and didn't know what he was getting himself into. So, can we help him out, please?
You listen here, buddy. I just want to hear that. conversation.
Yeah. Oh my God, that person almost spun out. What is this?
Thank you, Sue. Thank you, Susie Q.
Monty,
That's one of my trees.
Monty, I would just say this to you: if you do call StreamYard to try to make it
Get his
better,
dadgum money back.
I recommend that when you speak to the sergeants to begin with, make sure that you get up to at least captain or colonel level to make sure, because otherwise they don't have the power to do what you want to have them do. So it's always best to say, look, I need to talk to someone who can actually affect a change on this. I appreciate you. I'd like to speak to you. They say, I'd want to speak to the supervisor, but you need to speak to someone further up the food chain who can actually say, I understand what you did. No problem. We'll back it out. If you would like to have some service, tell me what you would want, and then I will make the adjustment for you, and I will refund you the difference. And that's what you should do, and then so you can feel good about it and use it. And at the same time, but don't start with the one that you've got. Always, because and especially if they're in Sri Lanka or in Pakistan, because if that's who you get, you have the right to ask for someone in the United States to speak to. And that's what I do. Because if you get, Mr. Monty, Mr. Monty, that's very good. Just one moment, please. Thank you. I'm very sorry that it is taking longer. Can I put you on hold for just a minute, Mr. Monty? Okay. And then comes a 10-minute wait. Then they come back. Okay, I'm doing this. And in the background, you can hear this sea of slaves working on their, and it says, okay, now what was it again that you wanted me? No, please just transfer me to the United States, please. Thank you so much. And they will do that. So I recommend you do that.
And
the problem with that whole thing is they don't give you a phone number. And now you got me worried that my credit card's floating around India.
No, it's not. You can get free yards.
Probably already was
6 slots, and all you have to do.
Marplot.
All you have to do is go to your bank and put a stop payment on the payment.
Yeah, that costs $25.
$25 or $400, Monty.
Yeah, $400 or $25.
Yeah, man, come on, bro.
Spend the $400 to spite your face for the $25 fee. Now, Monty, dadgummit, that you can't do that. I told you, son. Don't do that. You listen to me when I talk to you.
You're talking like that rooster on the cartoon. What was that big rooster? Foghorn Leghorn.
It's one of our boys. Quit talking when I'm talking to you. I can't hear myself think.
God bless.
What happens whenever you can't dadgum it no more and you got to gum dug it?
No, it's dag nabbit.
Dag nabbit.
I still don't want your dad
That's the whole cup. You need to give me your address, Steppo, so I can send you one of these cups.
Consider it done. I'll give it to you.
He does need one of them cups.
It'll be brand new and all shrink wrapped and everything brand new because
I accept very gladly, Monty.
That way you can have the whole pot of coffee right here, and it's got a lid for it and everything. It stays hot.
Who's echoing?
Very
Not
nice.
Not me.
you.
Yeah.
Let me check here. Not me.
Here, I can check who's echoing.
Probably might be me.
Maybe
It's not me.
Let me check. How we doing? How we doing now? Are we still echoing? Yeah. Okay. That's
I
not
think
bad.
you're the one echoing.
It might be me.
It was. You just did something.
It was Bleeker all along.
It was me all along. I don't know
Yeah.
how it's echoing. But I'm not
Oh,
anymore.
man, time to end the stream. You picked
No.
up.
So Monty, you keep asking everybody for their address, so I sent you mine for no reason at all.
All right. Well, is it your real address, or am I going to send you something and not get there?
Oh no, it's my real address for now.
Oh,
Well, it
for
won't
now.
get there anyway because it's Canada.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
Actually, you
wherever
can't,
the
you
fuck-
can't actually send anything right now. The United States won't let you mail anything to Canada right now.
Oh well, if you're in Canada, you're safe because I don't even know how to fill out all those forms to mail stuff to Canada.
Okay.
Just give them your credit card, Monty. I'm sure.
Zuckerman, you're merciless. You are absolutely merciless.
Yeah, dadgummit, you people! I swear, man, y'all are just.
That's normal
Oh.
protocol. Splash. You got to give your credit card info.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
You
how
know,
it
this is my weekly dose of abuse coming on here.
Oh,
Now,
daggone, I'm happy.
Now I lost my ink pen. I don't know what happened to it. Hey, gummit.
All I use my StreamYard for is for contest entry rules and details.
Hell yeah. What's he talking
Well, I need all that bullshit $800, 40% off.
Yeah, I'm gonna start charging y'all to enter my contest.
Have you ever even had a guest on your show?
I don't know how to. Thanks a lot, Bleeker. I don't even know how to put the address in there to meet me backstage.
Why did you give them? Like, why were you even looking at options?
You know, the free one, you can still get 6 people. Like, I don't understand what happened.
Where did my ink pen go?
My ink pen. My ink
StreamYard took it, man. StreamYard took it.
Oh God, this
As opposed to what lead pen?
Dadgummit, where'd it go?
bless you, Monty. Bless you. Honestly,
He fucking works on these setups, background setups for months to just give contest entries, fucking rules, details.
I enjoy doing it. It's.
Well, we
enjoy
love
it.
it, but you know.
No, I like it. I have no problem. I get excited.
Your
about
ink pen? Oh, come on, bro. He just
Yeah,
said-
I work on them for months, and people give me a 3 for my background. I'm really motivated.
I gave you a 10 for your Halloween, man. I gave you a 10 for that.
Well, yes, it wasn't
Absolutely.
you. There was somebody here in the chat. If he's still here in the chat, he gave me a 3.
Yeah,
Oh, come on.
I'll give you a
You've gotta be kidding.
4.5 for your internet savvy. And that's your Christmas gift.
That
Well,
is real Christmas.
somebody needs me to send me a set of pens.
Look at this beautiful background.
What
That's
the
a little-
hell?
It's a little
It's a
shiny.
tree.
I can't really see a lot of the books, but I know you have books back there.
You
Monty,
can't
do
see
you
the
see what
books.
K-pop says? K-pop says there's an option for refund and that you can get a refund back.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
you
read
just
Have to
that.
give him a
Only one that's
second
been
credit
giving
card.
That's,
Yeah, I read that, and I was afraid to click on that because I'd end up buying something else.
Okay, click for refund. Oh, sorry, you weren't refunded, but we just
You
took
paid
another
twice.
$400 off you.
We refunded you another
You were
level.
on StreamYard.
Flash,
You just
gotta
giving
start-
your
here's what you
your
gotta do from now-
information
for-
away
for-
to
from
the
going
internet.
forward, Flash. Here's what you do. I understand the internet. I understand everything going on with it, and just stop saying everything that leads all the scammers to be like, "Oh my god, we got to get this guy. We really got to get this guy."
Oh, you ain't gonna get this guy no more because I ain't buying nothing else over the internet.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
gonna do what he used to do, which is just he picks up his receiver and he goes, "Now, Shelly, I'm gonna need you to get a hold of eBay for me. Tell them send me some of them daggum ink pens. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
gonna need
well-
about 20."
I got
Yeah.
a buddy that orders stuff off of Amazon for me. and he gets it
I was
in a
joking.
pay.
And
I
you
love
were
your Thor
serious.
T-shirt, Monty. I think that Thor T-shirt's awesome.
I was just about to say,
Oh,
like,
thank you.
yeah, I
How do
called
you
up
see
my
my Thor
Amazon
t-shirt?
fellow.
Why do you have somebody to put Amazon orders in for? Splash.
Dude, come on.
You can do
got-
this stuff. It's not hard. My mom does it.
Oh, well, it wasn't that hard. And yeah, look where I'm at now.
It's like $400 later. Don't tell me what's hard.
Okay, I lost my pen. I don't know what the heck I did with it.
You know, them ink pens, they walk away. You know what I noticed? That the only ones I find don't work, and the ones that work go away. How does that work, dadgummit?
I'm fixing to get. I just had it. I'm fixing to get my camera system and rewind it and find out what I did with it.
Are you serious? You can check security footage about a pen?
That's the part I don't understand. Is Monty has like a security system that he understands how to operate, but he has to have somebody get a hold of Amazon for him to get him his stuff. Like,
Well, see the deal with the camera systems. I used to install all that. I did it for a prison and everything, and I was trained and I was taught how to do that.
So when you call your
it's Amazon, bro. It ain't that hard.
You'd be
You're,
like,
you're calling your compound a prison?
when you call your Amazon guy,
Oh
you
yeah, I
ask-
got as many. I got about 32 cameras.
you ask them to get the money
Holy crow.
under the rock for you, or what happens there? You're like, okay, Amazon guy, go get the money out from under the rock, and then I'm gonna
I
need
want to meet.
down.
Can I meet your Amazon guy? Is it like your 12-year-old
His
nephew
Amazon-
or
his
something?
Amazon
Like, what are
contact?
we dealing with here?
He's a buddy.
I
He's a
need to
buddy
know
man.
your Amazon contact. I need to know your Amazon Connect, please.
He's
Look it
got Amazon. What do you call it?
Probably
Amazon.
right, too.
He's
Prime?
Amazon
Yes,
Pro.
Prime.
Yeah, Pro. Prime. Yeah, Prime.
So he's like 90% of the population.
He's super
Oh yeah.
Yes,
I gotta talk to Splash about something too. I don't think Benny Compton has a YouTube channel. So when you keep saying like, "I'm waiting on that," Benny, like, has anybody here seen a Benny Compton stream?
Yes, he has a YouTube channel.
Okay, I was just, I'm
But
just putting it out there.
If
I don't
he
think
don't
does.
put out a video, he don't put out a video. What can I do?
Yeah.
So
I've never entered one of your contests, but I don't think I can I?
Not now. You can.
You can enter it all you want.
You can still
but
enter.
You won't ever get nothing shipped to you.
You won't get your mail shipped to him either.
Oh.
Yeah,
All
you
right.
you won't be able to, TM. Not at the moment.
No, the reason I said that, Splash, is because I actually went and tried to find his channel. I couldn't find it, but okay.
Yeah, I'm
Maybe it does.
subscribed to his
It's
channel.
Splash. If I ever win from you, you just mail my stuff to K-pop or
Yes, I know that.
Pop is
Yeah.
Pop wants to talk.
What are you talking about, Papa? What do we got?
Oh, God bless. I'll be damned. Right there it is.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, right in front of my freaking face. Oh,
You want me to just mute him, Papa?
I'm sorry. No, don't mute me. I'll be quiet.
Dang gone, somehow I bought some porn. Dang gone, says Monty.
Oh my
I don't buy porn.
Now,
Wow,
you
the
know,
state of
on
Texas,
pay-per-view
you
in the
don't.
hotel, they had R-rated movies and they had soft porn that was available. And they'd have whenever they would do that, it would come down on the computer that they rented these various movies. And the bills all will show, but they only show movie rental. And so they come down and then they would always say, "Oh, I didn't rent any movies. I didn't rent," and all they were doing was watching movies up in their rooms. We had that a lot at the hotel. I didn't know what I was doing. Dadgummit, I pushed the button and all of a sudden there are these naked girls on the screen.
Quote and unquote. All they were doing was watching movies.
That's all they were. That's all they do. We go, well, fair enough. This is the number 2, wherever it was. Some company says they have a customer support and you can handle that because it must be something because it's not us. And thank you very much for staying with us. You know, I don't want my wife to see that on the bill. She doesn't understand, you know. Ace Trollops from Texas, you know.
Yeah, I just couldn't hold it in when he's like, "I'll be damned." It's right there. That's good.
You know, I love all y'all equally.
Uh-huh.
That's all I can say.
And
No.
I ain't gonna
Hey, look,
leave a
you know
handle
what?
there.
Uniform
You can watch-
contempt.
You can watch all of us struggle to do like real work because I mean, as much as we sit there and think, "Oh, we can add it on Amazon and everything else," you know, if any of us had to make a setup like that, we'd be screwed. So
Truly.
you know,
But when if you say "bless your heart" to me, though, I know it's not. I know what that means. So I hope you won't say that to me.
I mean, if I say "bless your heart," that's a term of endearment. I don't know what it means up there where you're from, but
bless this.
Well, I don't know.
What it means where I'm from is, oh, you're so pretty. That's what it means where I'm from.
He used to get that a lot from all the movie renters. Like, oh, well, bless your heart. Like, what? Made me think it's nice. Like, nope, they'd be all mad when they said it.
I'm still trying to picture what the Amazon guy looks like, or
he's the guy that played the porn out there on his front porch. On his
That's
Bluetooth.
your guy you give your credit card number to order things on Amazon?
No, he doesn't take he orders it, then when it comes in I pay in cash.
Now, what Papa said earlier kind of is kind of making sense now. Like, you might be buying porn.
No, all right. I don't know. Y'all remember me telling you what he did on his Bluetooth, right?
Yeah, so it's your neighbor and he orders stuff on Amazon for you.
Yes.
And then you give him cash and he gives you whatever you ordered, correct?
Right. Yeah, he did.
So
he had
literally, Monty had, instead of Alexa, he's got like, "Hey, Al, you mind ordering me some ink pens off that internet machine?"
It just yells out one window to the next window.
No, he lives
Order me an
across town.
umbrella and some insurance too.
Please tell me you call him Amazon guy too. Hey, Amazon
I do.
guy.
That's an Amazon guy. Yeah. And he had an incident with a boat here recently that I'll tell y'all sometime. It's hilarious.
Jesus.
In the desert in Texas?
No, he was at a lake. We got water here. It was really, really funny. Him and his other buddy. Oh, it was hilarious. It's the
I
first
feel like
time
I'm living in hillbilly elegy right now.
Well, thank you.
Sir,
That's it, Bobby. You got it. That's it exactly what it is. I compliment you on what you showed and your artwork, Bobby. I voted for you a couple times in that competition because the stuff you showed was so from the heart. You bared your soul, and it was humbling to me to watch you. It was really wonderful to watch, Bobby. I give you all the props. Both my wife Susie and I were watching and really enjoyed what you showed on that, your artwork.
Some
and
battlers come in with power, Stefan.
Really
and
good.
Some battlers come in with precision, and Bobby's a precision moves fella.
Yeah.
And I'll say this too, when it comes to the stuff,
The technical wrestler.
His original art that he was showing, Bobby is on another level with that stuff because nobody is doing that type of stuff where you have pop outs and stuff like that. Like that is 100% his niche, and it's really cool.
It's excellent. It's really, really cool.
The Wolverine.
I remember when they did. CJ had that draw contest. Bleeker, you guys had that draw contest.
Yeah.
And you and CJ had stick figures with sweat coming off of them, and he's got his perfectly rendered Venom or something like that, and he says, "That's about the best I could do. I put a little bit of ink on it." Oh my God, it's art, It was just, there was no comparison. It was killer.
Yeah, I like the way they draw.
Yeah, I think me and Bobby have a natural synergy. Like he came on my channel a couple of times, but he's opening up, and I appreciate him. And when it was on paper, like him versus Tony, I was thinking, oh man, Tony might fuck him off the floor with him, but fucking Bobby really rose to the occasion there, man.
Big time.
Excellent.
Big time. Yeah. Fun to see. Nice man.
He almost made the full gauntlet, man. Like he went through a lot. He showed like a mountain of books.
Yeah.
I got some art from Art Chemist, and that man can draw.
Yeah, Art Chemist could really draw.
Yeah, I really.
I guess that's why he's got Art in his name.
Yeah,
I mean, I had seen his art. The people showed off, but it really makes a difference when you see it in person. And yeah, I really appreciate what he sent me. He has one that he inked and John Romano Jr. drew when he sent me.
Aggressively relaxed. Bit of
Who the fuck is John Romano?
Ramita.
Oh,
sorry.
Ramita Coladas.
That damn Ramita feller came over here and drew some
John
pictures.
Romano Jr.
Teachers.
Doggone it, Ramada Jr. There he is.
All right, so you welcome everyone. If you're just joining us, this is the panel roast splash pages.
Good naturedly. Good naturedly.
Hey, Becker, dude, I got the perfect fucking matchup, dude. You put Splash with Izzy and just let them talk.
Moderated by Boston Chris.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I'd like to take an
Likely
R,
debate.
Chris. I'd like to take an R. There are no R's in this conversation. There are no R's.
So funny thing, like last night, I was having dinner with my daughter and my wife. My daughter's like, I was on my phone, I was looking at stuff, and she saw like somebody had made like this custom Darth Vader figure, and then she's like, there he is, and she was calling him Darth Vader, and I was like, no, his name is Darth Vader. So so she pronounces it Aslan, so she'll say it, and so she's like, she starts saying, she says, Darth Vader. Darth Vader? I'm like, no, Darth Vader is his name.
Darth Vader.
Like,
Kids hear everything. They hear everything, especially if it's stuff they shouldn't hear. Their hearing is so acute. You're in the other room and you've got a low voice. They pick that. Their radar picks that stuff up right now, and they use it on their friends, even if they don't know what it means. That's what they do. That's the nature of it.
I remember she was a baby. And I was just like, I was playing a game and I got mad at it because I was playing a sports game and the guy did something stupid. Like I think it might have been football or something like that. And so I threw the ball and the guy like completely dropped it for no reason. I was like, what are you doing? What are you, a retard? And then she's like, Daddy. She's like, wait a minute. And she looked at me. She's like, Daddy, who did the bad thing? Which one's the retard? I started laughing. I was like, don't say that word. It's not good. She was like 2, and I was just like, I'm sorry, Daddy shouldn't have said that word. Yeah, don't say that anymore.
Go ahead.
She like they're sponges, and they will hold up the mirror as soon as you say something that you're not supposed to. Like they absorb it and they'll use it their own way. And just you gotta watch out. Sometimes.
Ladies and gentlemen, Papa Wheelie.
Oh my God! Now where did that go?
I don't know what you're talking about, but that was funny.
Mute everybody.
I'm having a hard Sunday.
Were we just looking at you, or what's going on?
I think that was it. Oh.
Okay, I give up.
Ladies and gentlemen, Papa Wheelie.
He's having a time over there.
Next thing will be when Monty falls off the ladder, he will call 911 ANS. Monty will say, dang dong, I was on the ladder and I dang dong fell off and now I've fallen and I can't get up.
Dang nabbit.
I don't use the word.
Who remembers that commercial? I've fallen and I can't get up.
I don't use the word dong in a conversation, except for this time. But I get what you're
and
jesting.
come on. You think he's going to use the phone for that? He'll just yell to his neighbor, and his neighbor will call the prophet.
He's got a 911 guy.
It'd be a different guy. Like it'd be his other neighbor. It'd be like, "Hey, 911 guy, can you call an ambulance? Ambulance,
I got a landline."
Yeah, you can reach him at Klondike 673.
That's BR5.
Anyway, ask Rosie to put you through. She's the new 909.
The landline is connected with a cup, right?
YouTube. He decides to come on church this morning. Decides he's going to have a nice Sunday, and we just all pick on him. I'm sorry, Splash. I'm sorry that happened to you, buddy.
Monty, is your landline connected to a cup going across?
No, I updated. Since then.
John's Comics with Kids. How you doing, my friend?
Touchtone or rotary?
I still got a rotary phone, but it don't work. It's a
You
real
can still buy
heavy
Is
black one.
that your cell phone?
I hate my cell phone.
I'm glad they got rid of rotary phones like those. Yeah.
We had hundreds of them at the hotel. We finally went to touchtones, and it made such a difference. The customers trying to dial the electromechanical stuff. It was just a mess. We had to deal with that. But all those rotary phones, they all weighed about 10 pounds a piece. They're built like trucks. They were, and they still work. I have a half a dozen of the hotel phones, and I've had them, in a box for since 2001 when we sold the hotel, and they all work. All they do is work, and they're heavy, and they just don't. Just when the Bell system broke up, and that was one of the most benign monopolies in the world, was the Bell system. And when they changed it, and all these other companies came in, they totally screwed up trying to save money. It was one of the nicest monopolies was the Bell system. It really was. But they got rid of it. So
if you watch the old movies, they will show people that will pick up a phone receiver and hit somebody in the back of the head. That's how
kill
bad
them.
these phones were.
Look what happened to Bob Crane. Look what happened to Bob Crane.
Just the receiver itself. I mean, yeah, they were made out of metal, man. They were
and the thick black plastic ones that you had in your house.
Designed to last. And
yes,
as
I still
product,
got one of the black
it
ones.
wasn't built to break after 4.5 years and 17 seconds. Time it out. The bean counters. Time it out to go out. You buy stuff like that, it lasts.
And someone would call the house at dinner, and your dad would be like, "Don't you dare answer that bloody phone."
I had that rule with my kids. When they were little, of course, they didn't answer the phone. But during dinner time, the phone would sit there and ring. We wouldn't answer. We'd sit around the table and
that thing. All right,
I would pull the cord out of the back of the unclip the back of the phone, unless it was hardwired. It was hardwired to the wall.
We got Mr. Beckerman here. He does his Tuesday show with the Hucklebuck. He's also you did a show with Mike last night. Do you do that on a regular basis?
For the Dragonlance books, we do, yeah.
Okay. All right. What else are you doing on the YouTubes there, Mr. Beckerman?
No, not much. Pop on Thursdays, The Sun Sundays.
Yeah, buddy. If you're not checking out the
Hucklebuck on Tuesday mornings, yeah.
It's one of my favorite shows. I watch it that's the day I go to work. So when I wake up, I'm like, oh, Hucklebuck, nice. So I wake up.
Beckerman has an awesome shirt.
I like it. But if you're not watching Sweet Chin Music, check that out. If you like wrestling, you'll love Sweet Chin Music. It's all about wrestling. It's pretty cool. TM Nerdy, I know you're on a break from the YouTubes right now, but you become.
I do have a couple of things that I will be on Clip on Comics this Friday. I'm not sure what time, but for his Cocktails and Comics show. And then I will be going live whenever the postal strike is over and I get a bunch of packages coming in. Like I have a package coming from, of course, my comic shop. I have a package coming from Rob's Fat Stacks. I have a package coming from Sector 2815. I have a package coming from Cali. And I have a package coming from Beckerman.
Holy smokes, you're packaged up right there.
Beckerman's like, wait, what?
I don't think I'm sending you anything. Mr. Steven, are you you're doing your Monday show? Yeah, go ahead, Beckerman. Go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, I do have a pile for TM. I just haven't sent it yet. And now I can't, so I have a perfect excuse.
Perfect.
Yeah, once I get all those packages, I'm going to go live and do an unboxing, and anybody can join. Well, anybody that can.
Piles, Beckerman?
I have piles of mail to send.
Oh, okay, pile. Okay.
Mr. Steven, you're doing your Monday night show tomorrow?
I'm doing the Monday special tomorrow. I'm not entirely sure what we are going to do. We had talked about Standard Nidor. And some of the fun stuff, the Schomburgs and others, although it may be Fiction House, we may go into Fiction House, or at least that's what I'm thinking. But it is yet to be determined, but it should be something, I presumably will be something good. We'll endeavor our best to do so.
You guys always show awesome books on the Monday night special. So
thank you.
There's a few channels that you can watch on YouTube. The Monday Night Special, Alan's show on Fridays, Biggie's show on Fridays, and The Hunt. You will see some of the best books you'll see around on YouTube. So check them out. That is Mr. Steppo. And of course, we've got Mr. Papa Wheelie kicking it with us. He does his sweet chin music. He gives us all the finger. He does his lip syncing, which I haven't seen one in a while. He does his video games. And of course, Thursday night, check out the Sweet Chin music. That's and he also hangs out with us on Band of Brothers Comics, which we do once a month. That is an auction show. Check that out if you're not. You missed out last night. Callie was Mr. Christmas and was doing massive giveaways last night. So it was pretty friggin' cool, man. Callie, you're the best of us, brother. You're the best of us. And yeah, anything else that I'm missing, Papa? If you have anything else, just write it in the chat and I will speak on it, sir. Boston Chris, what do you got going on, brother?
So I don't think we're doing a graphic content this week. Got the hunt on Friday, and if anything changes with graphic content, we will let you know, me and Hudat. But other than that, I don't have much else other than the hunt Friday, and then church on Sunday. I will say that I know going forward that I'm going to have a bunch of time off from work, so I'll be able to go ahead and do some more lives and everything, maybe show up on some people's channels and stuff that I normally wouldn't. So look forward to that. And that's pretty much what I got.
Awesome. This is Nora's Christmas Village. You want to press play on that, Papa?
Oh my gosh.
You think your comic book collections are cool. Look at this.
Oh man, I could
Dude, the Ferris wheel, holy shit. And the carousel.
It's flying.
Look at the balloon. Look at the balloon.
Flying in the background? What is happening?
Is that really a fucking balloon? What the fuck?
Is that like
my
gosh.
That's bigger than my town. That's crazy.
It's got a seaport area. That's all I'm saying.
Nicer than my town for sure.
What I could do with my mini camera and a fly through on a Hot Wheel. Or a little
All right, that's
car.
it. Nora gets an 11.
Yeah,
that is awesome,
bro.
Beautiful.
That is awesome, Papa. Very, very.
That is years of collecting.
That's like $50,000 worth of figurines there, man. That's crazy.
Holy smokes, man. What do we got? Mr. White Gloves, what are you doing on the YouTubes? Anything this week? I know you just did a show Saturday, which was great.
And all I was going to do is show off my balls.
Whoa.
My Christmas balls.
Oh, wow. Yeah. We all.
Right.
That's what we all thought.
Call those
Yeah.
Christmas decorations. We just saw Nora recreate the North Pole.
Yeah.
And you want to come in here with some balls?
Yeah. Come on, honey.
Hey, these are pretty balls.
All right, that's enough talking.
Would you get those from your Amazon guy in bulk?
No, these come from Wally World. So
Who's your guy for that?
I have to drive there. He won't go there. He don't like Wally World. But yes, I had a show the other night and I showed off some stuff. So next Saturday, we're going to have another drawing. And another winner will be announced. And then we will move into the last stage of the contest. Send me your Christmas cards, just a card with your name and address, and wish me a Merry Christmas. And we'll see what can happen with that. And I will be doing the main drawing, the grand prize winner drawing during Christmas week. So that week I'm going to be off. So you may get quite a few shows for me to catch up and do a bunch of stuff that whole week. And then
I'm
I
also
got something
on that whole week, Monty. You can invite me on since you have 35 spots.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I'll be on.
Yeah. Okay. We'll have to get y'all to show me how to do that now.
No,
and
right.
we can.
You know that
do
bottom at the bottom of your the button at the bottom of your screen that says invite. You press that. You press that.
I don't have a button at the bottom of the screen that says.
You've got all the buttons now, Moneybags.
You don't show no buttons no more than anything
Well,
else.
That's
when
because
you
you're on
start
Blue
to stream
Screen. When you make your own, there's an invite button, and then that's all you got to do.
Great. More buttons down there. I don't know what they do. So I don't even use half the
It's pretty
buttons.
simple. It invites people.
Yeah.
Okay.
It says invite. That's all you gotta press.
You know what? Slash, I'll be your StreamYard guy. Just give me your credit card info, and I will make sure you understand how to use this.
I'm so glad. You know.
So glad the stream is ending.
I love my silver balls. But anyway, that week I'll be doing a whole bunch of stuff, and the grand prize winner will be drawed. And so far, I might be able to get it in a big box, but I may end up the grand prize winner may end up getting 2 boxes.
Oh,
I don't
Jeez
know.
Louise.
Yeah. So
Christmas indeed.
yeah. So that's Christmas with Mr. White Gloves, and yeah, I can't think of anything else right now.
That's all you
But-
need.
oh, Christmas Day, I got something special because you're going to end up seeing my whole stage area over there, all set up and everything, all the lights, that's all I can say. And they'll be revealed, and I'll have a special guest appearance in that video, and then you'll probably see a live stream all day Christmas. So tune in to see what happens on that. Now that I got this professional, whatever it is, I can stream for like 8 hours.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can stream for I think over 12 hours now.
Oh, so it'll be 12 hours. So, all right. That's what I got going. Yeah.
Love it. Check it
All
out.
right. See, you like my balls?
They're beautiful balls. You have great
Thank
balls. Mr. Biggie Shack, what do you got going on, brother?
All right. So I'd like to thank Tony and Chris for coming on the Collector Club. I'd like to thank Bobby Delegato. We had a December to remember, 2 worlds colliding. It was a good episode. Thank the Band of Brothers for having me on. California gave away half of California. Santa Claused it. Beckerman, I like to say I appreciate you for the 15 members you put on my channel. You're gifting away memberships. And everybody else, Merry Christmas. That's what I got.
Merry Christmas, Biggie.
And
We'll be doing
another
another 5.
And another shout out to the Christmas Village. That is awesome.
Nora, your
Awesome.
Christmas
Awesome.
It's awesome, Nora.
You need one thing. You need a train that goes around that whole thing.
Yeah, man. You got this.
I would love
Like she doesn't have enough.
That's the only thing missing. You're right, Mr. Whitefoot. But
A Christmas
I gotta
train.
get it first.
Bah humbug from CJ. That's okay, CJ. We'll love Christmas for you, buddy. Yeah, you can find me here on church every Sunday. If anybody ever wants on and the seats aren't all filled, you're more than welcome. Ask for a link. We try and have people on here all the time. We've got a nice little family here as far as the comic book community is concerned. So appreciate everybody that's on here from Sunday after Sunday. What else do we do? I'm doing an episode of Slab or Not to Slab this week, so be prepared for that. That will be coming out probably Tuesday. So check that out. And I'm not sure what else I'm doing. I'm doing the hunt this week. I will be doing an open call on the hunt because everyone's a pansy and nobody wants to fight me. So if you want to get your ass handed to you, come on the hunt. Open call. Yeah, I'm honky-tonking it up. I've had enough of this nonsense. I'm just going out and I'm asking to fight anybody. Let's go. I think that's pretty much what I'm doing this week. Anything else? Anybody else? Don't forget to watch G-Man. We did play a video at the beginning of church this morning. It was to help a friend of ours with colon cancer. You can go back and check that out. He's a good dude. Comic Hall crew. Y'all know who he is. We've lost a member of our community this week that's hit a lot of people hard. I do want to say sorry to those people that knew that person. I didn't happen to know that person very well at all, but I know that she's touched a lot of you people personally. So thank you very much, everybody, for watching church, and we will get out of here because Bobby wants to see the prayer. We'll get out of here on the prayer. This one's for the Chiefs, Bobby. Hey, man, Bobby asked for it.
Go Chiefs.
All right. Bye,
I
guys.
like the Chiefs. I don't like this prayer.
Please rise.
comic book prayer. Jack Kirby, whose art's in heaven, Stanley be thy name. Our kingdom come, gains will be done, on earth as it is in comics. Give us this day our weekly pull, and forgive us our top tens as we forgive those that top 10 against us. Lead us not into speculation, and deliver us from FOMO, for comics are our kingdom forever